Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my last guest of this week is this incredible singer known by the name of Sydney Hanson. So I'm about to add Sydney into the live now to have a chat with Sydney about her incredible single called Falling. So yeah, here we go.
Hi.
Hello, how's it going, Sydney?
Really good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. Thank you so much for taking the time to come onto my show. It's such a pleasure having you on.
Yeah,
Uh,
of course. Thank you for
people
having me on here.
You're very welcome. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
I'm a singer, songwriter, and musician from Duluth, Minnesota. And yeah, I've been songwriting for a few years now. And before that, I started singing lessons when I was 6, guitar when I was 10, and I just fell in love with it and knew that's what I wanted to do. So I've been doing it ever since. And yeah, that's pretty much all about me. But
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So with my very first question, so you created this single called Fallen. What was the whole experience like creating Fallen, and how did you come up with the idea of creating it?
yeah, the writing experience was really a turning point for me because I had been writing like I know I'm only 17, but I've been writing like a bunch of different sad songs, like sad, depressing little heartbreak songs. But this is one that I really wanted to just pour my feelings into and just write a really happy, feel good song. And it's about a very special person in my life, so that's kind of where it came from. But yeah, it's just about young love and finding that first experience of that.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what made you decide, hey, I wanted to create this song, and what does this song mean to you as a person?
Yeah. I guess as a person, it just means I just wanted people to relate to what I was feeling, and I wanted to have any listener, any age, just to have that feeling of um, just to remember an experience that they had of like young love. And I just wanted to have happy thoughts, happy feelings listening to my song. And Rocky Bird was the producer for it. Actually, I forgot to mention that, but he's awesome. He really made the song come alive, and I'm really glad with the outcome of it. So
So on to my very next question. When did you start wanting to create music in the first place?
yeah, like I mentioned before, I did singing lessons when I was 6 and guitar when I was 10, but I didn't actually start like doing originals till a few years ago. And I just knew that I really loved pouring my heart out. Like I always was a sappy romantic, and I just loved whether I had a good day or a bad day, just to come back and write down my feelings and create some cool songs. And it just became kind of a routine for me. I write my stuff down all the time, and yeah, it's really a cool experience to be able to write your own music.
So on to my very next question. So how would you describe your music to people that haven't listened to your music before?
Southern rock, that's kind of what I'm going for. I've been told that it's like soulful, sultry, or like heartfelt. Yeah, and that's kind of my goal as a Southern rock artist, just to be that way. So,
So on to my very next question. So what have like the fan reactions been like to your song Fallen?
in my hometown, it's been honestly overwhelming. Everyone is being so supportive and amazing, and they've really helped me push out my song. But even just around the country now, like I've had so many different people reach out to me and be able to hear my song, and it's crazy how social media can do that and be able to spread music like that, especially during this time since everything's pretty much virtual for me. I haven't been able to play out for a while, but yeah, it's been amazing, and I have a great team that's helped me along too, and I'm very grateful for everyone.
So on to my very next question. So you are also in a band, and what's it like performing in a band and then on your own?
Yeah, we're called Sid and the Boys, and I love them so much. They're amazing. But yeah, I was a solo artist before I met them. I met them a few years back when we were all 16. And I guess I was just kind of used to performing all by myself, but I definitely love having them along with me. And even my single Fallen that came out, they're definitely going to be learning that and hopefully performing soon when everything gets back open. So it's been pretty good.
So on to my very next question. So what has the whole music industry vibe been for you?
Yeah, it's been pretty smooth so far. I've made a lot of connections, even just as a young girl. I was meeting different artists and promoters around my area. And yeah, it's been pretty good so far, but there's definitely its ups and downs, but it's definitely a cool industry to get into.
So on to my very next question. So if you could work with like any top three music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Well, I have a lot of favorite artists, but Chris Stapleton is my all-time probably favorite. Just because of his like deep, strong tone, I really admire that. So I'd love to do a duet with him maybe sometime. But Stevie Nicks too is another one. I love her tone, and probably Dolly Parton, just because I would love to know how she wrote so many songs. She's wrote over like 3,000 songs, so that's crazy.
So on to my very next question. Who inspired you to get into creating music in the first place?
Actually, my babysitter, Becca, she was the one when I was 6. She was a big role model in my life at the time, and she did singing lessons, and I thought she was so cool singing all the time, and I just wanted to be like that. So I went to her vocal teacher and just did recitals and stuff like that just as a young kid, and then worked my way up and started performing everywhere. So that's kind of how it started. But
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID?
honestly, a lot of things. I'm not used to being inside. I'm a social butterfly, and so I learned that I kind of have been taking things for granted, and yeah, I've learned that hopefully when things open up, that I will just be hanging out with a bunch of people and getting that quality time in. But also a good thing about COVID has been my songwriting. I just really could focus on that and focus on myself for a while. So it's good.
So on to my very next question. So what are the positives and negatives into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
I'd say positives are just that you get to spread your music, what you create, with anyone in the world, hopefully, and that's just a great thing about that. But negatives, probably just that it's like a hard industry to get into. There's a lot of competition, but to get through that, you just have to keep putting yourself out there and be true to yourself and not give up on a dream. So, yeah.
So on to my very next question. So where can people find your music on, like, what platform can people find your music?
Well, Fallen was released to all streaming platforms, so Apple Music, Spotify, but I have a lot of other music on my other stuff. So Instagram and YouTube is Sydney Hansen Official, and my Facebook is Sydney Hansen Music.
So on to my very next question and very last question. So what is next for you for 2021 that you would like to announce on the show?
Yeah, I'm so excited for this year. I have a lot of cool things coming up. I was just in Nashville a few weeks ago, and I'm going back on the 16th. 16th, I'm pretty sure. And I've been working with Kent Wells. He's an amazing producer, and he has gotten me with a lot of different writers. I've been co-writing and also showing him my stuff that I've been working on, and hopefully I'll have a lot more to release soon. So I'm very excited about that, and just to perform at festivals once everything opens up. I'm really excited for that too.
Awesome. Well, if you want to take it away and sing your incredible song, Falling,
Yeah,
feel free.
for sure. Gotta get my book over here, my songwriting book. Yes. All right. When we first met, I knew there was something about you. in your soft pale blue eyes, even though I adore those two, you know I do. But baby, your love is like a high, so high up in the sky. Oh, and we're tumbling down. We're falling in love and we feel it now. Falling to the ground. I'm falling, falling, falling for you. I'm falling, falling, I know it's true. I'm falling each day through, and I know there's no doubt, no, there's no doubt, I've fallen for you. So pure and so true, I got a little kid love for you. I know your secrets, you know mine. With you I'd spend all my time, all my time. 'Cause you feel like home, a home I've never known. We're falling in love and we feel it now, falling to the ground. I'm falling, falling, falling for you. I'm falling, falling, I know it's true. I'm falling each day through, and I know there's no doubt, no, there's no doubt, I'm falling for you, falling for you. I'm falling, falling, I know it's true. I'm falling each day through, and I know there's no doubt, no, there's no doubt, I've fallen for you.
Wow,
Thank you.
really incredible. Well,
Thank you.
thank you so much, Sydney, for appearing on my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have any last final thoughts that you would like to give to people?
I don't know. Probably just to check out my song. The link is in my Instagram bio, actually, Sydney Hansen Official. So if they want to check that out, but otherwise, just be safe right now during this COVID situation still, and yeah.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest is this incredible singer and songwriter named Rachel Panchal. Hopefully I said her last name right. But yeah, she's truly sensational. So I'm about to add Rachel into the live now and have a chat with Rachel about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Rachel in and have a chat with Rachel. Hi Rachel.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say, first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah. Hi, Judy, by the way. She joined the live. Yeah, so a little background on what I do. I'm a singer and a songwriter, and I write and produce my own music, and then I've also, my vocals have been used in different, TV shows and films and stuff like that, so I do a little bit of, a bunch of different things, and I teach vocal lessons, so lots of different, things within music, but, yeah, more recently I've been doing a lot of writing and producing my own music from home.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question. So for my very first question, you have actually created this incredible EP song called Afterglow. What was the whole experience creating this incredible song, and what's the meaning behind Afterglow?
So I just had heard that song. It was, it's my kind of cover, my spin on Ed Sheeran's song. And so I think I found it on TikTok because it was like a trending sound. And I just really liked it. I liked the soundscape that he used and what it was about. And I don't know, I just kind of felt it, and I listened to it a bunch of times. That tends to be like, if I find a song I like, I'll just listen to it like a bunch of times in a row. And then I was like, I was kind of looking for something to cover, and I was like, I think I could kind of make this a little bit different. It'll be at least like a female vocal versus a male vocal, and kind of add my own spin on it. So I just decided, I'll try it, and I'll do it. So that's kind of how that came about, and yeah.
Awesome. So for my very next question, so you have also made this other incredible song called Top of the World. What was that whole experience like, getting to do this song?
Yeah, so that EP, it's kind of a group of songs that I did primarily with a producer. It was kind of interesting. It was my first release, and I worked with a few different producers on it, and they really ranged in different levels of producers, meaning one of them was my friend, and at the time he was in college, and we recorded the whole thing in his dorm room. And that's Don't Want to Want You is the song on that we recorded, in kind of just in his dorm room. And then I also on the same EP did three songs with a producer named Jeff Bova, who's worked with Celine Dion and Michael Jackson and all these big people. So and it sounds pretty congruent, but yeah, that was a really cool experience being able to work with all the producers, but specifically with Jeff, just because he's really talented, and you could tell with all of his years in music, I was able to kind of say how I felt, how I wanted the song to feel, and he was able to immediately pull sounds just based on my description that matched my heart behind what I was trying to say and do. So so that was really a neat experience. But that's a little bit about that one. So
awesome. So on to my very next question. So you have also created this other incredible EP song called This Is Me. What was the world? What was that whole experience like?
This Is Me Trying, is that what you said? Oh, okay. Yeah. So that one, again, kind of similar to the Ed Sheeran one. I was listening through, that was during pandemic lockdown time, and when Taylor Swift released her whole album, and I was just kind of listening through, and as I heard that one, I just thought it'd be cool to have a version with a lot of harmonies. I love everything that she did, and it was really cool. And I was like, well, again, I was kind of looking for something to cover, and I was like, this could be interesting with a lot of layered harmonies. So it's I'll just kind of put my own spin on it, and yeah, so that's how that one came about.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, with the covers that you've done, performed before, you have such a sensational vibe of song choices that you do. What has been the most favorite song choice of yours that you've performed?
Well, thank you for saying that. That's very kind. Yes. So I would say probably my favorite cover that I've done on my own is Always Remember Us This Way from A Star Is Born. I just really love that song, and it stood out to me when I saw the movie. And I thought when I saw the movie that it had such a rock ballad feel, and so I kind of saw an opportunity for a soft, intimate piano vocal version of it, because it really, I think, lends itself to that. So that was kind of neat because A, I really love the song, and B, there was like this opportunity to like do something different with it. So I that's always nice when there's kind of an opportunity, because I kind of feel like if I just did the same exact thing as the original, like why not just listen to that one? It's like better than what I could do. So that's why I'm like, okay, if I can like find a way to make it, you know, just like, and you want to do it, listen to it in addition to the original, that's kind of how I like to approach it. But yeah.
So on to my very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Summertime. I actually had to listen to it yesterday, and I was like, wow, this is another incredible song. What was Summertime like? Like, how did you come up with the idea of wanting to create this song?
Yeah, so I love jazz music, and I studied music in college, but where I went to school was very classical. Hi, Teresa. It was just very focused on opera, and there was really no options for pop. But they did have a jazz group. And so it's like, okay, I'll join the jazz group because that's like as close to pop as I can get. And then I kind of really fell in love with jazz music in general. So so I love the song Summertime. And so again, I was like, I've been getting more savvy producing like with full instruments, but it's a process, and what I definitely can do is layer my voice and play with my vocals. So it's like Summertime could be a cool song to do like an a cappella vocal heavy harmony, like interesting sort of arrangement. So it's like, I'll run with it.
Awesome. So that's my very next question. So you have actually done a cover of this sensational song from back in a Disney movie called Aladdin, which was Speechless. Like, your voice with that was truly sensational, and that was such a truly incredible song from Aladdin. What was that like, getting to perform Speechless?
Yeah, it's great. I love that song. I think, oh gosh, hopefully I'm saying this right. I'm fairly certain that maybe the guys from La La Land wrote that. I'm not 100% sure, so I could be wrong. But because it was a while ago now, but I remember they were talking about adding new music to the live version of Aladdin, and I think that they were the writers on it. And so I immediately had to check it out because, of course, I love everything, all the songs from La La Land as well. Yeah, and I just thought it was, really a compelling song, and I was like, yeah, I think I can, do a cool version of this. So yeah, that's kind of what led to that one.
Well, your spin on like Speechless was fantastic. So yeah, I just wanted to say that first up. So on to our next question. So you have actually created a song called 2020. What was that whole experience like, getting to create 2020, the song, and what made you want to create this song?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Like, recently, I've really just kind of been hearing like songs in my head, just like lyrics and melody. Like, it'll just kind of pop into my head randomly, like, and just kind of like a download. And I just kind of sit down and I like write it all down, either on my phone, like on my notes. Actually, usually it's on my notes, but I hear the melody in my head. And even if I don't record it, sometimes I'll still remember it. When I look at the lyrics, I'll remember like the melody that I was singing in my head. And 2020 was like that. It was just, I mean, we lived it. Like, we were all in 2020. And I just was like, I was just writing about like how I felt about it, and hopefully, other people could relate. And as I was writing how I felt about it, I was hearing like a melody in my head that went with it. And then I sat down at the piano and found some chords. And then that was actually the first one that I kind of like produced out on my own. And so, yeah, I did all the sounds. I've since like purchased like higher quality sounds. I think I did that one like all with Logic, like just Logic sounds that pre-exist on there. Since then I've like bought like higher quality sounds, but anyway, that's kind of how that came about. And yeah, it's the first one I released that I like did more production on, other than just like vocals and piano. Yeah.
On to my very next question. So who inspired you to get into singing in the first place?
Um, well, according to my mom, of course I don't remember, but according to her, I was singing in the crib, like, just kind of like vocalizing and playing with my voice ever since I was really little. And then basically she told me like she was trying to find activities for me to do, and I was just horribly unathletic and like uncoordinated at everything. And then she said we were like in a church service and the choir came on, and a girl stepped forward to like sing her solo, and I literally like stood on the chair and I said, I want to do that. And she's like, oh, okay. Like, so I started in church choir, and that it kind of just one thing led to another. So really, in like a lot of my music growing up is contemporary Christian and worship music and country music. That's what I listened to a lot growing up. And yeah, but as I got to reach maybe middle school, like Taylor Swift and Sarah Bareilles and all the like singer-songwriter girls really influenced me, in that time. So yeah.
So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Okay, so I thought about this a little bit, but I only thought of one person that came to the top, but I'll think of it. There's like so many, of course, so it's like, brain, But Ryan Tedder is one of them. So I actually took a production class of his like at the beginning of the year, just online, like anybody could take it, but it was really good. And so if people don't know who he is, he's the lead singer for One Republic, and he's like a prolific songwriter for other people. So he's written for like Beyonce. I was like, I hope I don't say that wrong. Yeah, he wrote Halo, and then like Ellie Goulding and like Jonas Brothers. I think he has something on Justin Bieber's latest album. So yeah, that would be amazing. Actually, Justin Bieber, I really especially liked this last album, but he would be cool. And oh gosh, Olivia Rodrigo, I really like. She would be awesome. And then people I just admire, like Sia, I totally am like put her on a pedestal, and Ellie Goulding as well. So yeah, there's a lot.
So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
Oh my gosh, so much. I feel like, it definitely was like a time to be very introspective. I mean, from a music perspective, it really forced me, hi Nathan, from a music perspective, it really forced me to think about production and learning to produce myself, and it like forced me to do it because it's such like an easy thing to put off, like because the learning curve is like fairly steep, and like you're watching endless YouTube videos about how to like do this really minute thing, and then it goes wrong and everything's, and you're like, oh my gosh, what am I doing with my life? But COVID's like, I literally have no excuse. I have nowhere to be, so I have to just like focus in on it. So I think that was a huge blessing that came out of being, of like, it's like, okay, like you don't have any excuses. It's really time to learn how to, the fullness of your craft, as they say. So yeah.
So for our very next question, so what with the whole music side of things, when you're performing, what does performing music mean to you?
I think right now, so like I think growing up, there's like a level of excitement every time you like get on stage, and there's just like sort of an energy transfer, and there's nervousness too, but I think it's the excitement, and then also that energy exchange between like when you can do something live, there's like a special energy exchange between yourself and like the people who are there. And as I've done it more and more, I get less nervous, and especially in certain situations like singing at church or something like that, I'm not as nervous because I've done it so many times. And it just feels very free. Like it just feels like you're in the zone, you know. It's like you're not thinking about anything else. You're just totally in the moment, which for me is very hard. Like I'm always living in the past, a lot in the past, and then also like a lot in the future of like anxiety and worrying about both things. But when I'm performing, I'm not thinking about anything except for being in the moment. And so that is very freeing. So I think that's what it means to me.
Yeah. So I'll go to the very next question. So what are like the whole positives and negatives into the whole music side of things, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Yeah, so the positives I would say are like getting these unique experiences that maybe not that every person is able to experience, and like that feels super like special or like good memories, you know. So for example, like singing for a TV show, it's like, oh wow, like I get to do this at like, you know, and it's like who made, like there's so many other people that would be just as qualified, but somehow I ended up like in the right place at the right time, and like I get this special moment, right? So that's really cool. And like those moments being on stage, like the energy exchange and everything like that. And then the downside I would say is like with those highs also come like the lows of like being rejected or disappointments, like not, or I would say actually the worst thing is the worst and the best thing is like near wins, where it's like you were like this close to getting something and it was like, yeah, it's green light, green light, green light, green light, red light. And it's like you get ahead in your head, like, oh my gosh, if I got this, it would change this and that, and I would be making this, and I would, you know, and you get so far ahead, and then when you're like this close and it's like yanked away from you, oh, it hurts. It does. It hurts really bad. And I don't know, like getting through it is just kind of like trying to remember in those moments, like the positives. And then for me, like my faith plays a big part in it, of just like, you know, whatever God has for me, he's going to promote me at the right time to whatever that's supposed to be, you know, and I have to, it's my job to like kind of be okay with it, you know, and trust in that plan. So yeah.
Awesome. So on to the very last question. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021, like music wise or project wise that you would like to announce?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you for asking. So I have a new song coming out April 30th, so next Friday, called Fringe, that I co-wrote and co-produced with my friend Henry. Thanks, Teresa. I'm glad you feel that way too. But yes, so that's my next release, Fringe, which is coming out a week from Friday, that I co-wrote with my friend. And actually we met in sort of a pandemic-y way. I played at a open mic, like a virtual open mic during the pandemic, and he like emailed me afterward and was like, oh, you know, I really liked your song. I think it was 2020 actually. It's like, I really like 2020. Do you want to collaborate? So we did some Skype sessions and we wrote Fringe. And then actually after that, there's another song called Rescue that will be coming out like in 6 weeks or whatever, 6 weeks after. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform a song on the show?
Sure, I'd love to. Okay, so I think you mentioned Speechless would be a good one, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll do a little bit of that one. Oops. That's my keyboard that I've had. Literally, I've had this. It's my little Yamaha that I've had since I was 12. My sister. Wow. Sometimes my laptop like accidentally hits the little like beat maker. Okay. Oh, here it is. Here comes a wave meant to wash me away, a tide that is taking me under. swallowing sand left with nothing to say. My voice drowned out in the thunder, but I won't cry, and I won't start to crumble. Whenever they try to shut me or cut me down, I won't be silenced. You can't keep me quiet. Won't tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't grow speechless. 'Cause I'll breathe when they try to suffocate me. Don't you underestimate me, 'cause I know that I won't grow speechless. All I know is I won't grow speechless, speechless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Man, your voice, I have to say again, like your voice is truly sensational and you have such a bright future ahead of yourself. You like really do. Like your talent is super high and wow, like yeah, I'm shocked how like talented you are. So I just want to say you have such a bright future ahead of yourself, Rachel. Never give up of being your amazing and incredible self. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you like to say to people on the show?
Well, thank you for saying that, and thank you for having me. This was really fun, and you asked some great questions, and I feel like I got to kind of open up, which was nice. And yeah, you did a really good job asking all the questions. And yeah, so anyway, I enjoyed it a lot, and thanks for having me.
You consume my mind, can't eat, can't sleep. I hear my phone beep, 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 and think it's you reaching out to me. But it's been 1, 2, 3 weeks since we last spoke, haven't heard a word, it's really over. And it's been 1, 2, 3 weeks since we last kissed, now my life goes a little like this. I want you to look back, but you won't. And I want you to regret, but you don't, you're silent. I scream, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, 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 no. If I knew you had a hard time letting go, it would somehow give me peace. That I wasn't in this alone, that we felt all the same things. But it's been 1, 2, 3 weeks since we last spoke, haven't heard a word, it's really over. And it's been 1, 2, 3 weeks since we last kissed, now my life goes a little like this. I want you to look back, but you won't. And I want you to regret, but you don't, you're silent. I scream, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, 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 no. I thought we meant something, but it's been 1, 2, 3 weeks. I thought we meant something, but it's been 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, no, no. I want you to look back, but you won't. And I want you to regret, but you don't, you're silent. I scream, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No. I want you to look back, but you won't. And I want you to regret, but you don't, you're silent. I scream, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, 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 no.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Taylor Adams. She's from Brisbane, Australia. So I'm about to add Taylor into the live now to have a chat with Taylor about her incredible music that she's created. So yeah, let's add Taylor on and have a chat with Taylor. Hi Taylor, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much, Taylor, for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Taylor. I grew up on the Sunshine Coast on Bribie Island. I don't know if you know where that is. And I moved to Brisbane a couple of years ago for study, and then I moved back last year. The year before, and stayed all through COVID, and then now I'm back in. But yeah, music's always been a huge passion and something I really love doing and want to do in the future. So yeah.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So you've created this incredible song called Come and Go. What was it like creating Come and Go, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
So Come and Go, I wrote that pretty recently with a friend of mine, Kimberly Bowden. She's a great songwriter. She was on The Voice, I think last year or the year before. Yeah, so I wrote that song about someone who I hope isn't watching this live, but a lot of my songs are about him. Yeah, and it was just kind of a fling that I really liked him, and it was, yeah, come and go. Like, he'd come and then he'd like leave for a bit. Yeah. I don't want to give too.
No, it's all good. So on to my very next question. So you've also created a song called Move On. What was it like creating Move On, and what's the whole meaning behind Move On?
Move On I wrote in at the start of when lockdowns were happening last year. And yeah, I was just kind of like, oh, I wonder what he's doing. It was a guy I really liked a few years ago. And he lives pretty close to me. And I'm like, I wonder what he's up to right now, because we're all in lockdown. And it's kind of like, yeah, I think he's moved on kind of thing. So that's what Move On's about. Yeah.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Thank You Is Due. What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Thank You Is Due, I wrote about my parents. I wrote it for my dad's birthday last year. And yeah, I put together like home videos, and that was my birthday present to him. It took so long to make. But I got a verse for my dad, a verse for my mum, and then the chorus is kind of them and showing gratitude, I guess.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called That's Just a Lie. Incredible song, by the way. What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
This song I wrote about a friend of mine who, it was from the perspective of her, and she was being at the time, and I was just trying to put myself in her shoes. I feel how she might have been feeling. Yeah.
So on to our next question. So you have also, what made you decide, hey, like as an artist, I want to start pursuing music in the first place?
So, well, I've sung since I can remember, since I was so little, and as lame as it sounds, I think watching Disney Channel when I was younger, like all the Hannah Montanas and like the Gomez's, and yeah, that's kind of when I fell in love with music, I think, and I started singing a lot. And I wanted to play guitar back in the Hannah Montana days, but my fingers were too small. I think I went to a Taylor Swift concert when I was about 12, and that day I was just like, that's it, I want to learn how to songwrite. I'm gonna. So that was probably 2011, and then after that, I just, yeah, when I could learn guitar, I think I was 12. And then I started songwriting a couple of years ago, and it's just, yeah, that's all I can say. It's gone better from there. So
also our very next question. So who would be your like biggest inspiration in life, music-wise?
At the moment, probably Casey Musgraves or Taylor Swift, always, her song, especially, but Casey Musgraves, I just love her style of music, her songwriting as well. It's so smart and witty, and the way she performs as well, it's really quite chill. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I'm going through a massive Casey Musgraves phase.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Yeah, I love performing music. I've performed for my parents and for my family since I was 12, like since I was 12. And lately, like the last years, I started out at the camp drafts. I don't know if you know what that is. So it's like real country events that my uncle and auntie used to horse ride at. So I brought my amp and my guitar one day and I started playing there. And after that, I started playing more gigs around and the coast. And yeah, I just love it. It's so fun, especially when people know the song, but they actually sit and listen to your original songs too. It feels really cool.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with like any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Casey Musgraves. Who else? I love Morgan Wallen, however you say that. I think he's a great songwriter as well. And anybody. I want to say Taylor Swift, but you know, that's a pipe dream.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learnt about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
COVID, I wrote a lot of songs in COVID actually, because I just had so much time on my hands. I think a lot of musicians did. And yeah, I just learned, I think when you songwrite, you do like learn a lot about yourself anyway, just because it's kind of putting all your thoughts into one like cohesive bit of work. I just learned, you know, what I want, what I don't want. Grateful like for my family and things like that when I wrote Thank You Was Due. Yeah, lots of things.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive and negative sides into creating music, and how do you get through those like negative vibes?
Positives, a lot of positives. I love writing music. I love showing people my new music. My dad's my biggest critic, but my biggest fan as well. So I always love hearing his opinions. The worst part is people hearing it, you don't hear it, who the song's about. Or, yeah, I don't know. There's not really too many downsides. There's a lot of positives for me. I like just having everything, like I said, written down in one bit of work because my brain is so full of things all the time. But having it written down, it kind of feels nice to just get it out, all my thoughts out on paper. Yeah.
So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like goal wise, for like the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you would like to announce?
Yeah, I want to release music. I'm going to record down with a friend next month in July. So I'm going to try to get one single done, and my goal by the end of the year is to have singles out and possibly an EP. See how I go about the EP, because I have enough songs to do it. I just don't know how like the process and how long it's going to take to record them all. But that's my main goal at the moment.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, Taylor?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm going to do Come and Go. I haven't played this one on like social media before, so it's scary.
Don't be scared. It's all good.
All right. Hope it's tuned. In this moment, everything feels right. But when you come, you go. Yeah, you come and you go. Love this drive I play, and the songs we play along the way. You catch my gaze, it makes me wanna show. Love this clear sky, the blue in your eyes, all about me, and I think he knows I know it. Then you take me by the hand, introduce me to friends. I don't mind, I'm just living in the moment. Go on, smile at me that way one more time. We'll dance around for hours till the last song. You don't know the words, you still you come, you go. I usually love your eyes, laying here. It feels bittersweet. I know that you go. I could say that you're mine till the day that you fly away from here. Go on, take my hand. Let's have one last chance. I don't mind, I'm just living in the moment. Go on, smile at me that way one more time. We'll dance around for hours till the last song. You don't know the words, just sing along. In this moment, everything feels right. You come and you go. Yeah, you come and you go. The perfect summer moment, the spark in the air. You tell me I know it's 'cause you're there. Even though you're going, I know you wish you weren't. Maybe I'll be here one day when you return. Love this clear sky, the blue in your eyes is all about me, and I think you know.
Yes, Taylor. Heck yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Taylor, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on, Taylor. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
I just want to thank you for having me. It was like my first interview, actually.
You're very well. Well,
Yeah.
you did such an incredible job, by the way, Taylor. Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Taylor Adams. She's from Brisbane, Australia. So I'm about to add Taylor into the live now to have a chat with Taylor about her incredible music that she's created. So yeah, let's add Taylor on and have a chat with Taylor. Hi Taylor, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much, Taylor, for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Taylor. I grew up on the Sunshine Coast on Bribie Island. I don't know if you know where that is. And I moved to Brisbane a couple of years ago for study, and then I moved back last year. The year before, and stayed all through COVID, and then now I'm back in. But yeah, music's always been a huge passion and something I really love doing and want to do in the future. So yeah.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So you've created this incredible song called Come and Go. What was it like creating Come and Go, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
So Come and Go, I wrote that pretty recently with a friend of mine, Kimberly Bowden. She's a great songwriter. She was on The Voice, I think last year or the year before. Yeah, so I wrote that song about someone who I hope isn't watching this live, but a lot of my songs are about him. Yeah, and it was just kind of a fling that I really liked him, and it was, yeah, come and go. Like he'd come and then he'd like leave for a bit. Yeah. I don't want to give too much.
No, you don't have. It's all good. So on to my very next question. So you've also created a song called Move On. What was it like creating Move On, and what's the whole meaning behind Move On?
Move On I wrote in at the start of when lockdowns were happening last year. And yeah, I was just kind of like, oh, I wonder what he's doing. It was a guy I really liked a few years ago. And he lives pretty close to me. And I'm like, I wonder what he's up to right now. It's all in lockdown, and it's kind of like, yeah, I think he's moved on kind of thing. So that's what Move On's about. Yeah.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created a song called Thank You Is Due. What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Thank You Is Due I wrote about my parents. I wrote it for my dad's birthday last year. And yeah, I put together like home videos, and that was my birthday present to him. It took so long to make. But I got a verse from my dad, a verse from my mum, and then the chorus is kind of them and showing gratitude, I guess.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called That's Just a Lie. Incredible song, by the way. What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
This song I wrote about a friend of mine who, it was from the perspective of her, and she was being cheated on at the time, and I was just trying to put myself in her shoes. I feel how she might have been feeling. Yeah.
So on to our very next question. So you have also, what made you decide, hey, like as an artist, I want to start pursuing music in the first place?
So, well, I've sung since I can remember, since I was so little, and as lame as it sounds, I think watching Disney Channel when I was younger, like all the Hannah Montanas and like the Gomez's, and yeah, that's kind of when I fell in love with music, I think, and I started singing a lot. And I wanted to play guitar back in the Hannah Montana days, but my fingers were too small. I think I went to a Taylor Swift concert when I was about 12, and that day I was just like, that's it, I want to learn guitar. I have a songwriter. I'm gonna. So that was probably 2011, and then after that, I just, yeah, when I could learn guitar, I think I was 12, and then I started songwriting a couple years ago, and it's just, yeah, that's all I can say. It's gone better from there. So
also our very next question. So who would be your like biggest inspiration in life, music wise?
at the moment, probably Casey Musgraves or Taylor Swift. Always her song, her song especially, but Casey Musgraves, I just love her style of music, her songwriting as well. It's so smart and witty, and the way she performs as well, it's really quite chill. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I'm going through a massive Casey Musgraves phase.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Yeah, I love performing music. I've performed for my parents and for my family since I was 12, like since I was, and lately, like the last years, I started out at the camp drafts. I don't know if you know what that is. Sorting, so it's like real country events that my uncle and auntie used to horse ride at. So I brought my amp and my guitar one day and I started playing there. And after that, I started playing more gigs around and the coast. And yeah, I just love it. It's so fun, especially when people know the song, when they actually sit and listen to your original songs too. It feels really cool.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with like any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Casey Musgraves. Who else? I love Morgan Whalen, however you say that. I think he's a great songwriter as well. And anybody. I want to say Taylor Swift, but you know, that's a pipe dream.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learnt about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
COVID, I wrote a lot of songs in COVID actually, because I just had so much time in my hands. I think a lot of musicians did. And yeah, I just learned, I think when you songwrite, you do like learn a lot about yourself anyway, just because it's kind of putting all your thoughts into one like cohesive bit of work. I just learned, you know, what I want, what I don't want. Grateful like for my family and things like that when I wrote Thank You Was Due. Yeah, lots of things.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive and negative sides into creating music, and how do you get through those like negative vibes?
Positives, a lot of positives. I love writing music. I love showing people my new music. My dad's my biggest critic, but my biggest fan as well. So I always love hearing his opinions. The worst part is people hearing it, you don't hear it, who the song's about. Or, yeah, I don't know. There's not really too many downsides. There's a lot of positives for me. I like just having everything, like I said, written down in one bit of work, because my brain is so full of things all the time. But having it written down, it kind of feels nice to just get it out all my thoughts out on paper. Yeah.
So on to my very last question. So what's like next for you, like goal wise, for like the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you would like to announce?
Yeah, I want to release music. I'm going to record down with a friend next month in July. So I'm going to try to get one single done, and my goal by the end of the year is to have singles out and possibly an EP. See how I go about the EP, because I have enough songs to do it. I just don't know how like the process will be and how long it's going to take to record them all. But that's my main goal at the moment.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, Taylor?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm going to do Come and Go. I haven't played this one on like social media before, so it's scary.
Don't be scared. It's all good.
All right. Hope it's tuned. In this moment, everything feels right. But when you come, you go. Yeah, you come and you go. Love this drive actually, and the songs we play along the way. You catch my gaze, it makes me wanna show. Love this clear sky, the blue in your eyes, all about me, and I think he knows I know it. Then you take me by the hand, introduce me to friends. I don't mind, I'm just living in the moment. Go on, smile at me that way one more time. We'll dance around for hours till the last song. You don't know the words, you're still singing along. In this moment, everything feels right when you come. Yeah, you come, you go. I usually love your eyes, laying here by the side. It feels bittersweet, I know that you go. I could say that you're mine till the day that you fly away from here. Go on, take my hand. Let's have one last dance. I don't mind, I'm just living in the moment. Go on, smile at me that way one more time. We'll dance around for hours till the last song. You don't know the words, just singing along. In this moment, everything feels right. You come and you go, yeah, you come and you go. The perfect summer moment, the sparkles in the air. You tell me I know it's 'cause you're there. Even though you're going, I know you wish you weren't. Maybe I'll be here one day when you return. Love this clear sky, the blue in your eyes is all about me, and I think you know.
Yes, Taylor. Heck yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Taylor, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on, Taylor. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
I just want to thank you for having me. It was like my first interview, actually.
You're very well. Well,
Yeah.
you did such an incredible job, by the way, Taylor. Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Teresa Joy. Hope I said her name right. So I'm about to add Teresa into the live now to have a chat with Teresa about her incredible and sensational music. So yeah, let's add her in and here we go. Hello, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you,
Awesome.
Jacob?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on today. Do you have do you want to tell people who don't know about you a bit of backstory about yourself, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, totally. I'm Tears of Joy, and I started writing music around 2014 when I was teaching myself guitar. And then it came to moving out at some point, so I decided to move to Nashville on a whim because I've always wanted to be here since I started songwriting. So I just went for it.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So for my very first question, so you have created this incredible new release song called What I Tell You. What was the whole experience like getting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this new song release?
Oh man. It was a really big one to write. Like, I've had a really difficult time songwriting this year, and this was one of the few ones I was able to finish. I'd started writing it around March, or beginning of March, I would say. And then I once I finished the song, stopped writing it, I was like, okay, dang, I want to see what can happen with it, if I can produce this, because over the past couple of years I've been trying to also learn how to produce on Logic Pro. So I tried. I was like, however far I get into this, I'll just go for it. And I set myself a due date for beginning of May. And this one, I would say, was inspired from a conversation I unfortunately had enough with my dad. And I was just communicating about how I was feeling about some of the neglect, starting to start the conversation. And his response was that's first world problems, Tirza. And I was like, oh, I was not expecting that. And that was months way before I ever wrote this song. I was not expecting to write a song about it. So when similar feelings came up that reminded me of that memory, I was like, oh, I can pull from this. This is exactly how it feels. That in the chorus it says, but you'd say it's first world problems, but it's not first world problems. You try to be insensitive and ignorant to what I indicate, mighty man fighting back and running from the pain, but that's just the problem. I ended up finishing the verse and I was like, whoa, this is it. I've tried to write songs like this for a long time, pinpointing this feeling, and that was the time I did it.
Well, can I just say, such an incredible song, by the way. Your vocal range and your songs that you've done before are truly sensational. I just have to say, you have such a bright, incredible future ahead of yourself. As an artist and as a musician, you really do. And yeah, I love your song. So on to the very next. You're very welcome. So on to the very next question. You have also created this incredible original song called "Make Me Feel." What was getting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind "Make Me Feel"?
Oh man, so with the last song I released that unplanned to write almost the same exact time I ended up moving to Nashville. I had 2 weeks planned being somewhere, and so it was really short. And then ironically I had set the due date that's a week, for a week after I moved to Nashville. So I was like, okay, this works out. So I ended up writing this verse, and it's still like a song I guess I'm working on. I don't know. I just felt like sharing it on Instagram. I sometimes just throw verses on there. I'm just I don't know if I'm going to finish this, but I want to at least show something. And so I had this song where I'm going through this whole process right now, this whole this is a lot of change, I miss my family, but I don't like what you didn't have, and so with this song it was me still processing being here and the experience that I had. I said in the chorus, pour it out of my eyes because you make me feel. You make me feel like what I say isn't right. That you make me feel. You make me feel like who I am will make everyone tired, and like what I say will like it I can't remember exactly, but it's just like I don't feel like what I'm putting in like existing. I feel like existing doesn't matter, and I hate feeling like I'm in this environment. And I love that I finished the chorus with like that you make me feel insignificant. And I think that will be its title, if I'm able to finish it.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created this incredible original song. I hope I say this name right. Called The Boys or The Boys.
Oh, Boys, yes. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, the one with the ukulele. Yeah. I wrote that just before I turned 19. So I had this like crazy long distance obsession with this guy. He was a sweetheart. He was absolutely a sweetheart. But I, because it was like this long distance kind of like conversations we'd have, I was like coming up with these scenarios in my head of like how it could work. So with Boys, it was just like this giddy picture of like if I were to be with them. And so I don't know, I like this song because it's like super innocent. Yeah, I think it's really goofy. I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to write something like that again or really want to, but I'm glad that I did.
Well, it was really good anyway, because I had to listen to it. I was like, wow, this is actually really, really good. And I was like, yep, so good. So on to the very next question. So you have also created an original song called Slow Mo. What was it like getting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind Slow Mo?
Dang, I absolutely love Slow Mo. So I wrote that last year, probably around like February. So February 2020. That was before Corona. And I don't even know, like I think I was pulling from multiple situations, just like growth as a person. I think the biggest thing I was learning before that was that like good things like take time, and like investment in yourself like takes time. Caring about the direction you're going takes some thought. So I mean, there have been experiences I had with like friendships with people, and I'm like, dang, I wish I knew where this was going, and that is toxic, or that it wasn't really good. So I love that in the chorus, I'm like, yeah, like all good things fall in place. It's just a process you have to dare to take. When it's right, it won't feel wrong. Sometimes curveballs will hit you at a bad time, but you can change your mind once or twice, fall in and out of love, or find a new side in you. I know good things will grow even if the pain goes in slow-mo.
So on to our very next question. So you have created such incredible songs. What was it like getting to create this song called Hidden Buried Treasure? And like, what's the whole meaning behind this song?
I love Hidden Buried Treasure because I love this feeling of stars and kind of like Peter Pan vibes. So I think I definitely got that with this song. Like the person that was in my life when I was like thinking about this song, they were really good at like pointing out just like the unique things about you, and like calling that out, and it made you like feel really special. And so like before, for a long period of time, I was feeling just like that significant feeling that what you put into like the room doesn't necessarily matter. So like this was like a moment of time where my brain just kind of like shifted, and I was like, shoot, like in the chorus for that, I was like, if I know now, then I'm precious. I can't remember it actually, but it was just like talking about like, wow, I actually feel significant, and I can't believe like I haven't known really the value of myself this entire time. And I mean, it was about that. I wrote so many songs about that one guy last year, and I in the bridge was like, dang, like, will this person still be here, and what will it be like when they're gone if that happens? Eventually down the line they were, but it was really good for me to write something, like write that particular feeling at the moment, because you realize how much you might depend upon someone for just like how much value you want to feel. So just like, I think it's really important to explain just like your fears sometimes, because then you're like, oh, okay, like I can make it though.
So on to our very next question. So what made you decide, like, as a person, hey, like, I want to start pursuing music in the first place? And who would be your, like, one biggest inspiration, like, music-wise?
That took me a while to figure out, to be honest. It took probably towards the end of last year to really know that. I would say most of all, like, I guess music kind of chose me, because I felt like there's a lot of stuff I felt like I had to do. Either like make your family happy, or because that's where you feel like you belong. But as I got to think about it, my like biggest inspirations probably came around like 2012 kind of music era, or 2011, where like Justin Bieber was huge, Taylor Swift was huge, and then I also really liked Owl City. So just like that particular sound and that like 2010 to like 2012 kind of like frame with those artists, like that's, I feel like, where I pull a lot of like inspiration with like sound. For songwriting, I would say I'm like a songwriter first. It's what I enjoy doing most of all. I mean, I try to like get my hands on everything. I try to learn as many instruments as I can, or I've been trying to learn how to produce. So with songwriting, I think it was a moment in time where I just really needed to, like, I was like maybe 11 or 12, and I needed to just begin to really have a space to like process what it was that was going through, and then it just like developed.
So on to our next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like, especially as an artist?
Wait, say that again?
What does performing music mean to you, like, especially as an artist?
I am trying to get to a place where I feel more comfortable like performing. It's helpful being in Nashville now because like things are like super open, more than like I expected to be at this point. So I hope I can just like get into the leap with that, just take the next step. But for performing, I really enjoy it because you get to like express like every single bit of yourself with like multiple people in the moment. I'm not necessarily afraid showing a song to someone. I'm just afraid of making a mistake. So like for performing, I love like using like my facial expressions. I love showing that I'm like sad about something, or I'm happy or giddy about a moment.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Oh, your biggest dream come true. It's not, I mean, I haven't necessarily looked at, could I talk? I've been trying
It could be anyone.
I've been really wanting lately to like work with like Jack Antonoff, or Lenny Blanco seems really cool too. And then I feel like there's another one that I've been like thinking of lately. I can't remember, but of course I would want to do like a Taylor Swift. Definitely Selena Gomez. She's solid. She's very honest, and I love like her recent projects. Oh man, what was that other one? I don't know. I can't remember. But
Justin Bieber.
Oh, I remember now. Alex Hope, she's like a producer. She seems really cool. Like, she seems really solid too. I hear she works with like Alec Benjamin, super cool artist too. I probably would love to work with him if I ever got to. But with Alex Hope, I mean, like, women producers are really hard to find, I think, in the industry. You don't hear about as much as like artists. But I hear like her like writing sessions are kind of like therapy sessions. I want to cry. I want to cry with someone.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person and as an artist, like especially during COVID?
I feel like at this point in time in my life, when I think about last year and like COVID, I feel like I'm recovering a lot. I mean, I just turned 20. I graduated last year, so I mean, I was homeschooled my last 2 years, but it still was a very strange way to like transition into this like adulthood thing. I started working in like retail. It was super hard. And it's just a lot of new experiences happened. And I wasn't necessarily sure how to like really, I knew how to stand up for myself, but I also had to learn what it looks like to walk away, because you can stand up for yourself and some people just still like won't care. That was a really big lesson for me. And as someone who gets really attached to people sometimes, like that can be very difficult. And I love being an open book. So to just like realize, hey, you're not getting a lot out of this. You need to find something that's better. So even with Nashville, it's like, I think that's a big reason why I ended up just moving, because I was like, I need to actually do what I feel like is best for myself. And even if it's just a normal like job that's like sustainable right now, at least there will be like a few better opportunities than what I had before.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive and negative sides into creating music, and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
Well, it's hard because you like, I'll go with the hard stuff first. I mean, it depends on the person, of course, but with music, you invest so much of like your emotional self, and like you pull out of what you've experienced. So if you're not able to like collect all your thoughts about a situation yet, especially if it's like a manipulative one, you get that like songwriter's block. I don't think like, I felt like a long time I would hear about like songwriting, like songwriter's block, and I'd be like, so is it just this like magical thing in the air that just like attacks you? But I learned to like find out that really it came out of being in like situations where you couldn't really think for yourself, and you didn't know how to feel. So I think that's, I hate it when it happens. That's where I'm at right now, though I'm trying to like get out of it. And I think the biggest thing I need to prioritize is finding a space for myself where I can be inspired, people I can listen to that will inspire me, like audiobooks or like interviews. So that's really important to me right now. Even like my bedroom, I'm trying to like make it like this fancy retro thing at the same time. I love like pink, purple, and blue, especially purple. So that's like a big like having a visual space where you feel comfortable is huge. So with the positives of music, with the positives, I mean, I haven't experienced it a lot just yet because I still feel like I'm in a place where I'm only just starting. But when you hear that people like enjoy what you write, I think that's just like so huge. I mean, you don't always hear that from people. So when they tell you that, that's like such a big thing to receive, because you thought you just wrote it for yourself, and you had no idea where it goes. So I think that's the like biggest benefit overall.
So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you would like to announce on the show?
I with the move, I feel like there's so much I'm still figuring out. So I don't necessarily have anything in the moment where I could be like, oh yeah, I'm working on this. I have a lot of stuff that's like floating in the air. It's like, hello, I'm in your folder. Do you want to work on me today? But I do have a song in mind. I absolutely feel so set on working on next. So I'll just see where that goes. And it's going to be really hard to like share it, but I know it's definitely going to be worth it.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Yes, I almost forgot about that. Hold on. Oh. I'm like so excited. So this one is What I Tell You, but it's like kind of like a different version of it than like the originally recorded one. So I'm gonna say here. I feel like you don't know me, so I try to tell you what's on my mind. And like an anthem with just a one-man band, my words don't collapse. There are answers swept through a void, but when I find them, no, I can't avoid how neglect can make me feel small. And when I tell you, you would say it's first world problems. But it's not first world problems. You try to be insensitive and ignorant to what I indicate. Mighty man, fighting back and running from the pain, but that's just the problem. I feel like it won't matter what I say, yet still I told you. And I would cheer on you through these stands, but I'm just a fan. And all this clamor is just a voice, and when you hear it, you avoid how neglect can make one feel small. And when I tell you, you would say it's first world problems. But it's not first world problems. You try to be insensitive and ignorant to what I indicate. Mighty man, fighting back and running from the pain, but that's just the problem. And I I keep reaching out. What does it mean to you? You like silence, but silence. Oh. Hold up. All right. I keep. Whoa, totally mixed me up.
So good. You got it.
I keep reaching out. What does it mean to you? Oh, okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And I keep reaching out. What does it mean to you? You like silence, but silence won't get us through. I keep hurting, but now I know what to choose. 'Cause I'm past all my thresholds and I'm past you. 'Cause to you I'm first world problems. You try to be insensitive and ignorant to what I indicate. Mighty man, fighting back and running from the pain, but that's just the problem. I'll tell you that's just the problem. That's just the problem.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Like, my feelings right now that I'm feeling is like so emotional, like with that song that you just did. Like, oh man. Like, the talent that, can I just say, the talent that you have is truly sensational, and you've got such a bright future ahead of yourself, like you really do. Everyone definitely go support Teresa. She's truly incredible. Definitely go support her music. Any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Dang. Well, there's a lawnmower, so. But I don't know. I really appreciate being on here. This is my first time like doing an interview, so thank you so much.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest today is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Abby Gathard. So I'm about to add Abby into live now to have a chat with Abby about her incredible music, and yeah, let's add Abby in and have a chat with Abby. Hi Abby, how's it going?
Hi. Sorry, I didn't think it was going to work then. I'm
It
good.
did. Yeah. Pleased to meet you, Gabby, by the way. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on today. So to people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, so thank you for having me as well. Like, no, it's been really lovely. So to start off, I'm Abby Gathard. I'm from Hertfordshire in the UK. So I've been playing guitar since I was about 11, 12. My family are quite musical, so to actually start at 11 or 12, everyone was like, why not before? So I didn't start earlier because I just wasn't interested. My dad did try, and I was just like, no, like, just wanted to play with my Barbies and just wanted to play with the dollies. And then it got to a point where I was listening to a lot more music. I was listening to like Avril Lavigne and Taylor Swift and the Beatles and stuff like that. And I was really interested to know, like, I wanted to play guitar, I wanted to sing, and it got to that stage where I was like, I want to do this. And Dad was like, well, we'll get you a guitar, see if you like go ahead and practice, because that's the main thing. It's more like it might just be a gimmick thing, is not sure. So they gave me a guitar, and I started I actually started to learn, and through the finger hurting from the plucking the strings and stuff like that, and actually learning, I actually really enjoyed it. It was like nice time to spend with my dad as well, because my dad taught me. And so yeah, so it all started from my dad like teaching me to play guitar. Then I started performing at school, and then I grew my confidence with my music teachers at school, saying, "Oh, this is so great! You're doing really well," and it just grew from there. So I started really performing and really getting out there when I was about 16, and writing songs really early, like basic songs when I was 12, and then really getting into songwriting after I left school, mostly because I wanted to go to college and I wanted to study and actually get into it. And I'm really grateful for that, because I then went on to uni and then studied at uni, and now I'm still going. So yeah.
So we'll dive right into the very first question now, Abby. So for my very first question, so you've actually created incredible songs, by the way. So for my very first question, so you've created a song, an original song called Just Stay a Little Longer. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create this song in the first place, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
So it started, sorry, I've still got this cough, so so I decided to write that song when I was speaking to my parents when COVID happened. It was such a shock to everyone, and I was thinking, what could I do? I've got like a message that I can send along to people and somehow help get this message across, because there were still people going out doing things, and I was just like, no, you should all be staying inside doing your part. And I just wanted to, as a musician, like help. So I was like, the only way I know is by writing music and trying to get my message across through that, just helping a little bit for the NHS and stuff. And yeah, so I decided to write a little song, and yeah, that's pretty much what happened. I just decided to write a song, and my parents were like, that would be just such a nice idea to be able to get the message across and somehow help.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created an original song called Fall. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create this song in the first place, and what's the whole meaning behind Fall?
So, right, Fall. Yeah, so most of my music that I write is about like relationships, or it's about what I'm going through at the time. And with Fall, I felt like when I was with someone, I felt like I was playing the fool. I felt they did not feel the same. And I was just like, I felt like I tried twice, like I thought it was going well, and then I'm just looking like a little bit of an idiot now. So it just came up through this song. I started playing my guitar, and it just came to me, and I was like, I played the fool. And yeah, I just started writing it, and then it slowly came across through like a couple of weeks, and I was like, this is it. This is what I want to, this is the song that I feel happy about. It's like my own diary. All my songs are like my diary. It's how I express myself. And Fall was one of them that I felt could relate to people if they've been with someone and they feel like they've been going back to them, and they feel like they're fooling themselves, and actually you're not. You're just like feeling it. But yeah, it's just what I was feeling at the time, and I was really proud of that song because it was one of them, because I'm quite picky when I write songs, and I was like thinking, are people going to like this? Are people not going to like this? As well as it being important to me, I wanted people to be able to relate to it. So I think that was really hard, and people did come up to me after and be like, no, I really like that song, which was really lovely.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created an original song called Taking Chances. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind Taking Chances?
Yeah, so Taking Chances is about just literally going for it. I have spent too many times thinking about just going for something and taking chances on someone that I really did love, and it worked out. And I think that's like really important, that you're not really sure whether it's going to go. Like, you don't go into the relationship thinking, oh, is it really gonna, like, you know, shouldn't I? And I was just like, no, I'm just gonna go for it and see where it goes. And it's, you know, it was really lovely, like, writing that song, because I had written it in my relationship now, I might as well say. And yeah, just taking chances and not knowing where it's gonna go, and it worked out. So that's why I wrote that song, and I wanted to release it on my as well as full Taking Chances, Mr. White and Honesty. So I've decided that I wanted to write all them together because I felt like they had a good connection.
So on to our very next question. So you've, as you mentioned about Mr. Y, what was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Mr. Y in the first place? And what's the whole meaning behind Mr. Y?
Yep, so Mr. Y, again, most of my songs are just what I go through, and Mr. Y was one of them songs that I was getting a bit fed up of just thinking, like, is it going right? Is it not? Is it, what's happening? So I was just like, why are you doing this? Basically, Mr. Why are you doing this? And I just started writing it. And when I had written the song, it actually didn't take as long as my other songs. So that was probably one of the quickest ones I've done. And I like using like sevenths in my songs and making it sound really pretty. So I actually struggle with chords as well sometimes. And when I was actually creating this song, it came to me. It was literally just, it was really powerful to me because it just came to me when I was writing it. Like, this doesn't happen before. What is this? And it just, I carried on writing it. And before I actually like release anything or decide that I actually really like this song and I really want to like play it, perform it, I always ask my dad's advice because he is like my inspiration. And he did get me into music. So I always go to him and say, what do you think of this? He was like, I really like that song. And my dad's really picky. He will tell me if it's not good. He will tell me if he really likes it. Oh, that could be, you know, you could improve on that. And yeah, he was like, I really like that. That's catchy. So that made me really happy to know that he actually approved of that kind of thing. Because he's like my manager, you know. And yeah, so that was pretty much that song.
Well, can I just say, by the way, Abby, I love your vocal range. Like, your vocal range is truly sensational. Like, like all the songs that we've mentioned so far, like, you're as like an artist, you have such talent, by the way. Like, you really, like, to people that haven't listened to Abby's songs, definitely go check out Abby's songs. They're truly sensational, as I mentioned before. And yeah, Abby has such a gift and talent, and yeah, you really do. You have such an amazing, bright, incredible future ahead of yourself. And yeah, I just wanted to say that first up.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That means a lot.
So on to the very, very next question. So you've also created an original song called Honesty. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Honesty? And what's the whole meaning behind Honesty? So
Honesty was one of them. I wasn't really sure if I should release it or not. So it was about, I can be quite forward. I can say if I like something, I don't like something. Sometimes I don't hesitate, depends who it is. So it can be like, you know, a bit awkward sometimes, but yeah, I just feel like you need to be honest. There's no point sitting on the fence or just, I'm not really sure about this. If I like something, I'll say I like it. Or I'm very like driven. I'm very like straightforward, which is like a hit or miss with some people, but I really do believe in like honesty. And if you can't take it, then don't give it. I really do like stand by that, because you've got to admit when you're wrong, and you've also you've also got to stand by it. If you're going to say it, admit that you said it. Don't just, I didn't say that, because you're going to get caught out. So it was really one of them. I was just a bit like, honesty.
So on to our very next question. So you've also created a song called Drifting. What was it like coming up with the idea of creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind Drifting in the first place?
So Drifting Away was actually one of my first songs I had written. And I started writing that when I was at college. So when I was studying music, I was just starting to write, starting to understand like who I was and where I wanted to go with music. Sorry. And I was kind of drifting away from the fact that you had to have like sections, like you had to do this and this and different band works, and I just wanted to do my own thing. I just wanted to have my own music and be able to release my music. And it was so many things college of like promising to go places, promising to do things, and it never really happened. So I was just like, I'm kind of drifting away from the fact of false promises, and I really just want to do my own music. I really just want to be able to have my own style, learn a little bit about me along the way. And yeah, so that was one of the songs that wasn't about a relationship, wasn't about love. It was just generally like what I'm going through and trying to like go forward, basically.
So on to our very next question. So what made you decide, like, as an artist and as a person, like, what made you decide that you wanted to pursue music in the first place? And who would be your, like, all-time favorite inspiration, like, music-wise?
Okay, so my dad is my inspiration. I have to admit, my dad is. He really did bring me up with all these different music things. So he used to listen to Toto and the Beatles, Queen, everything like that, and I loved all them bands. And he always shows me different artists, and he really got me into like Kate Tunstall. And when she was on like Jules Holland, I don't have to say anything, she was amazing. So yeah, so he really inspired me, and I just want to be as good as he is. And I think that was the thing. When I perform and when I do my songs, I'm always like, what did you think? Because yeah, he is my inspiration. He is really talented. He is amazing, and he's done the same as me. He's performed all his life, and I've always gone back to him and got advice. And yeah, so I'm really close to my dad about that. My brother is also really talented. He's a musician as well. He plays guitar, does drum and bass and everything like that. Amazing. So it's like I have these people to look up to, and I just want to make them proud. And for a celebrity, for a musician, you would have to be Taylor Swift, because I think she is very, I think she would be very honest as well. I think she's very driven, and I really like that. She just knows what she wants, and she will like strive to get it. And I really love that about her. And the way she thinks about things, like writing songs and also like pushing other people as well, like you can do it. Yeah, so her like songwriting as well is definitely what I listen to and still listen to now. So my like range of music is just it's just not just like I love pop, I love country, I love rock music, I love R&B, drum and bass, everything like that really. So I've always listened to all different kinds of music and learned from all different things, because I love learning about how I can improve on myself. But I'd have to say overall it'd be Taylor Swift, because one of the first songs that I learned and got taught by my dad was Love Story. So yeah, and I'm glad I did, because it was quite hard at first, and I was just like, my hands are hurting, it's hot. So I was like, push through it, you can do it, and it was just every day learning something different. So all them people together are my inspiration, really.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what does performing like music mean to you, like especially as an artist standpoint?
It means so much. It's engaging with people, trying to, I think you bounce back when you're performing, you bounce off the audience. It's really nice to hear people come up to you and say, oh, that was really good, or actually, can you perform this one, or just feedback. Really, I love it. It's amazing. And having to, I feel like you can connect, like you can, it's like you're talking to the audience when you're singing your song. You're actually showing them that this song means a lot to me, and sometimes like you can feel it back, and it's really good. It's a way to be able to talk to people and get your music out there, and it's really important as a musician because you want to engage with people and you want to be able to sit there and be like, do you like my music? Because it's okay for you liking it. It's also like you have to create like fans, and you want people to like your music just as much as you do, because you're doing it for them to listen to as much as like you're performing and listening to it. So yeah, it's really important.
So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
So that is really tricky. It would definitely be Taylor. I think that is just number one for me. Oh, I don't know. That's really hard. I think it would be Katie Tunstall as well, because I just love how she uses her loop pedal and like how she like creates these different things. I think it's amazing. It really is amazing. And it would either be Shania Twain or Dolly Parton, because I'm obsessed with their music. They're amazing. Oh, that's really hard. I feel like it would be them though. I can't decide between Shania or Dolly though. That's the thing. I can't decide. We're gonna have to pull up an extra chair and we'll all have a little party.
It was good choices anyway. They were good choices. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
Oh, I feel like I've learned a lot about me as a person, as a musician, that it's a lot. I didn't realize how hard it was because I relied on gigs so much and to be able to perform my songs, and I couldn't do that. So I was just like, I'm gonna have to do a lot more things like this, which I was really nervous about before, because I think that I'm so used to hiding behind my guitar, and it's like actually speaking to a phone is really, it's not normal for me. So it was learning how to like adapt and be able to do things like this, which I actually really love now. I love doing like interviews, I love performing across and being able to like challenge myself. I feel like there's been times in COVID where I haven't been able to write. I've had writer's block and it's been really hard, and thinking, is it ever going to come back? Am I ever going to be writing again? Like, and then there's been times where I've just literally had all these ideas and I don't even know where to start. And because I have so much that I've been writing, and most of my songs that will be on my album soon have been since COVID. I've been writing a lot of music and trying to think of something new. I think that's the main thing. And I've learned some random skills that are not music as well, like stitching, spending my time doing other hobbies as well. So yeah, it's been really weird, I must admit.
Awesome. So it's like our very next question. So what are like the positive and negatives into creating your own like music and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
So positive as an artist, I would say being able to write music to get your feelings out, especially if you're not good at talking about them, you can write about them and sing. I think it's a getaway as well. So if you're not in the right like headspace, or you're not really feeling anything, you can distract yourself with music. I think that's really great. You can just go into your own world and just connect through music. And because of social media as well, it's really like easy to be able to get your music out there, and it's really, you can connect with so many people. Like we've connected through social media. Like, it's amazing, and collabing with people. But the negatives, it is quite hard to be able to like get out there as well. It really is, because it's knowing the right people, it's knowing where to start sometimes, and it's also, I also feel like there is a lot of people out there, and you really have to prove to yourself, and you have to stand out, because there's billions of people doing the same thing as you, and you really have to stand out. But then it's also a positive, because there's so many people that you can collab with, and there's so many people that you can help as well. So I think with the negatives, it's more like the positives override, because you can always like solve it. There's other people to write with, and you're always bond over music, or so I feel like the negatives are like for a brief second, and then you kind of overcome them. That's what I think anyway.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. So on to my very last question, Abby. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you'd like to announce on the show?
So I haven't got anything to announce yet, unfortunately, but I have been working on my album. I've written a lot of songs in COVID and lockdown. So many songs come out. So I have recorded them all, but I'm still mixing and going back to them, so they're not completely finished yet. Hopefully, really hopefully, they'll be done by more to the end of the year. But I'm working really hard, and I'm working really hard with my producer, that can help me, get the music out to you all, and be able to get some singles out before the album. So it'd be really good.
Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Yeah, of course, yeah. So I actually set up my mic and stuff before, so I was like, this would be, I want to add some reverb to it. So I just turn it on. So I'm going to perform Mr. Y. This is one of my favourites to perform live. I'm just really proud of the chords and everything. It's going to tilt it down. A bit of the guitar. 1, 2. Still waking you see enemies are battling. Wondering what you've been doing, going crazy with mistake thing. Who tell you think you were looking me up so soon? Mr. Why can't you see I've been a mess for about a week? I know you're busy, but you wouldn't hurt just a Cinderella. I'm still waiting for your call. Who do you think you are? Looking me up so soon. Mr. Why can't you see I've been this for about a week? And I know I've said things like you were all the same. And I know you believe this. I know the bitterness does not remain. And who do you think you are? Looking me up so soon. Mr. Why can't you see I've been a mess for about a week?
Yes, Abby, yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much again, Abby, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on again. Do you have like any last final thoughts like that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Yes, thank you for listening. Thank you for having me. If you would like to hear more, I've got a Facebook under Abby Gathard. I'll link all the things below. I'll put it in the comments or something like that. I've got an Instagram, Twitter. I've also got an EP, which is Taking Chances, on Spotify, Apple Music, and all of that. So if you have a listen, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very last guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Alyssa May. So I'm about to add Alyssa into the live now. So yeah, here we go.
Hi, Alyssa. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to join my show, Alyssa. It's such a pleasure having you on today. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Perfect. Well, my name is Lisa. I am a singer-songwriter. I've been singing ever since I was little. I started really diving into writing when I was in high school. And ever since then, I just have been obsessed with songwriting and everything about music.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So you've created this incredible original song called When You're Not Looking. So what was it like creating this, getting like to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
So I wrote When You're Not Looking when I was 15, and I wrote it about a time in my life, I know I was really young, but a time in my life where I like wasn't really looking for a relationship, wasn't looking for love, because I was just in high school having a great time. And then I met a boy and I felt like, oh my gosh, I guess miracles happen when you're not looking for them. So I wrote a song about that experience.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you have also created a song called Ghosts. What was it like creating this song? And what's the whole meaning behind this song?
So Ghost is probably one of my favorite songs I've ever written. And one of the first lines is the blinking red lights on this street. And I was really inspired one day driving and I saw blinking red lights. And like, that's a really creative line. And from there, I kind of took it and thought about like how sometimes past relationships can feel a little bit spooky, memories of and ghosts, and I put together and created Ghosts.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you have also created a song called Not Enough. What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind Not Enough?
So Not Enough is one of those songs that I wasn't planning on creating or anything, most of the time I write my songs using guitar, but this time I was playing around in Logic Pro, and I created the track first, and then I wrote the lyrics to Not Enough. And it's all about, you know, loving somebody, but knowing it's not enough to like go any further. It's not going to be one of those, I'm going to marry you one day. Just love you, but not enough.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Vision. What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Vision was a song idea in about 2017, and I wanted to release it at the beginning of 2020 because of 20 vision. So I had like concept about vision. I was gonna EP, but then like Corona happened and everything. But vision is just like those happy parts of a relationship. Everything is like bright, vivid, and everything with vision.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Colorblind. Incredible song, by the way. What was it like creating Colorblind, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Okay, so I know that Ghosts was one of my favorites of all time, but Colorblind, oh my goodness, it's just that one song that even after writing it like years ago, I'm just so obsessed with. And it's funny, I wrote it about a guy who I like didn't really date, but we were like kind of a thing. I didn't find out until years later that he was colorblind. And I just thought it kind of all made sense. Like, you're colorblind, and that's why you couldn't see how magic our relationship was. And you couldn't see, because I think love is colors and vivid. And it made sense. Like, oh, you can see how amazing it was because you're colorblind.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Picture It. What was it like getting to create Picture It, and what's the whole meaning behind that?
Picture It. I love that song. I feel like I'm saying this a lot, that I love every single song. But I feel like you have to love your craft if you're going to put it out for the world to see. Picture It, If You Came Back, is one of the songs that I was kind of thinking about, because there's this guy, and we were just friends, but he was a photographer, and I kind of thought about it as like, it would be really cool if like go back in time, it'd be really cool, picture it, and it just kind of metaphor, like photographer, picture it if you came back. So a song all about what would it be like if you came back and we had coffee on Sunday and you came after work, and all of those little lines that I put in the bridge.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created this incredible song called Skyline. What was it like getting to create Skyline, and what's the whole meaning behind Skyline?
Skyline is a special song for me because I wrote it when I was 18. So I'm 26 now, so over a decade ago. And I wrote it one day after I went to my friend 816 downtown in Houston. And we were surrounded by the skyline most of the day. I remember thinking how magical the skyline was. I took that concept and wrote it about a fictional relationship, being young and in love. And I incorporated New York City because New York City is like, everyone knows New York City skyline. And all those references about being, big city dreams don't last. And that's how I wrote Skyline.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what made you decide as a person, hey, I want to start pursuing singing in the first place?
So I knew really little bit to pursue music, and that I wanted to do this for my life. I remember being 5 years old, and they ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? My kindergarten yearbook, it said I wanted to be a rock. And I don't really listen much to rock music. I don't know why I thought rock star was it. I've always had this big dream. I would walk around my house singing songs. I would sing Annie and the Disney, songs. And I was just always wanting to perform in front of people. And by the time I was in 4th grade is when I started kind of writing songs, but high school is when I really took it seriously. And I learned how to play guitar.
I started like booking open mics, and I just love performing my songs and connecting with people through music and just being around. And I just love singing, and I definitely want to do it forever.
So also our next question. So who would be like your biggest inspiration in life, like music wise?
Okay, I feel like that's a really loaded question, but definitely Taylor Swift because she started her career in when I was in junior high. So I feel like that's a really in a lot of people's lives. Like you're 12, 13, 14, kind of lame, trying to figure yourself out. And before I knew of Taylor Swift, I was already writing songs, and people thought it was weird that I wanted to write songs instead of like go hang out with them and sleepovers or wanted to perform in front of people. And so when Taylor Swift came out and I learned that she wrote her own music, I didn't feel as weird, and I connected to all of her songs instantly. I was in that phase of life. She was 5 years older than me, so a lot of her songs followed me. Whatever she was releasing is what I was going through in my life. I was listening to 50, she released 15, when she released. So Taylor Swift is one of the biggest inspirations of that. But on the other hand, my great aunt, she wrote songs for Dolly Parton and Johnny Cash, and she is known as the mother of folk. And she has she passed away in 2015, but she was one of my biggest inspirations. And that just, it's in my blood. I am a songwriter. She's a songwriter. I'm a songwriter. I was meant to do this. So both of them are some of my biggest influences.
So on to the very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
I think performing the best part of doing music, because you actually see people who are listening to music, you get to make that connection with you. And even though you know them, and not a lot of people know me fully besides what I put online, we have that connection still. We go through similar experiences, and I think having live shows and performing those is just like a euphoric experience, and getting to do that every weekend.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So if you could work with like any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Okay, well, Taylor Swift, for sure. I want to open for her one day. I feel like that would be incredible. Another artist that I would love to work with is just Dolly Parton, because she's a queen. Of course, she's amazing. Who wouldn't want to work with Dolly Parton? And then the third would probably be like the 75, just because I love their indie, and I just really love all of the music. I think Maddie, he's super cool. So probably 1975.
So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
I learned that I definitely like to be around people. I don't like being alone and cut off from society. And I learned that it's okay to not be perfect, and it's okay to put things out there even if it's not 100% how you want it to be. I know a lot of times I don't release music because it's, music industry top level, it myself, but I feel like the time is now, and we shouldn't need to wait for things to happen. We should go out and just give what we building and keep going. So I find out with COVID that life is short, and we need to pursue our now rather than, I'll get to it one day.
So on to the very next question. So what are like the positive and negative sides into the the music industry, and how do you get through those like negatives as a person?
The positives are you get to meet incredible people and connect through music, and we're all kind of on the same journey, people in the music industry. Some of the downsides about the music industry is if you don't have really strong connections with major labels or people like power, you can feel kind of like you're hidden and you're never going to, and it's don't have the money, then you're probably not going to ever make it. But so that is a struggle at times, but I know that if you keep pursuing, if you keep going towards your dreams, that eventually you're going to make it. And it's not about what the people in business suits think top of record labels, about what the fans, about what your audience thinks. So I try to keep that in mind. But I would say that that is a negative to the music industry.
So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, for the rest of 2021?
Okay, so yesterday I was asked to release a song called Memory, but I accidentally uploaded the wrong song. I uploaded my song Midnights instead. I think that's only because I had planned to release Midnights earlier in May, and I had already like paid and had everything for distribution. But then I changed my mind to Memories. So anyways, long story short, Memories and Midnights will be both released by the end of the year, or by the end of the month, actually. And then in a couple of months, I'm releasing an EP called Now It's Just Memory. So I have songs 100% produced and I did that just to show my worth in the music industry. Look, I'm someone awesome that you can work with. I wrote all these songs, I produced all these songs, I can make demos if we want to work on songs. So I'm planning that, and then I am working with a friend to another album that's actually going to be professionally produced and mixed, and I'm hoping that's going to be for 2022. So lots of new music.
So Alyssa, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
I can. I wasn't planning on it, but I can.
Awesome.
Okay. I'm probably gonna do my song "So Done" because that's one of my old country songs. It's really popular. I feel like it's good to end on "So Done." You are the best, most beautiful, and it's about things. Cause I got the mouth, word, at least none or ground. Volumes bowing down while I'm standing up. Your ego strong, cause I'm so done being the one that said sorry. Dream the light, lady, if you want me to stick around. This is not run me like it's your kingdom. Do not give you the right to be the one to command my life. You whine, you scream over everything, can't I? You're breaking up, have a smile, didn't want to. Cause you're up, down, no calm, and as far as I can see. Step off before I leave you. Cause I'm so done being the one that says sorry. In the light, lady, if you want me to stick around. This is not run me like your kingdom. Do that again if you're the right to be the one to command my life. I'm so done with your love. I'm so done with your love. I'm so done, so done. I'm so done with your love. So done with your love. I'm so done, so done. Not the best, there's no disputing. Trying it, I don't want things to stay here. I'm so
Yes, Alyssa, yes. Well, can I say thank you so much again, Alyssa, for appearing on my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you like to say to people on the show?
Just thank you for watching, thank you for listening to me talk about my songs and for playing along. Be sure that you follow me on Instagram and Spotify and check out music on anywhere where you can get music.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest today is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Demi Flack. So I'm about to add Demi into the live now and have a chat with Demi about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Demi in and have a chat with Demi. Hi Demi, how's it going?
Hi, good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Demi. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Okay. I am 22. I'm a musician. I'm from upstate New York. By day, I do social media marketing and data analytics for an online auto parts retailer. And then music is just kind of a side passion of mine.
So we'll dive right into the very first question. So for my very first question, you have created this incredible cover called how if I say this right? Called You and I. What was it like getting to create this cover of You and I? And like what was your thoughts going through your head? Why did you want to create this cover?
All right, so this was like probably like I want to say 6 or 7 years ago. I was back in high school, and I had always loved Ingrid Michaelson. She's one of my idols. We love her. So I, and to this day, actually, that song is the one that I pull out of my back pocket when I start talking to a boy and I like want to make him fall in love. But I think it was just kind of, it was a cute little love song, and probably same reasoning. I probably had a crush on a boy, and I probably wanted him to hear it.
Awesome. So on to your next question. So you have also created a cover called Distance. What was it like creating a cover of Distance? Such an incredible song of Christina Perri's. What was it like getting to do a Christina Perri cover?
I've always loved her. She was actually my the very first concert that I ever went to was a Christina Perri concert. So I actually think it was shortly after I went to said concert that I made that one. And I was actually just listening to that song before we hopped on here because I hadn't heard it in years. But it's I used to really have a thing for like the sad emotional ballads. So it was definitely a lot of fun to create, and that was when I was first getting into guitar and learning kind of how to record myself. And I think that was also when I went through my phase of I was making like black and white slideshow music videos and everything. So very dramatic.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created a cover of Cut Your Teeth. Incredible song, sensational song. You've performed it really well. What was it like getting to perform a cover of Cut Your Teeth?
It was a super fun one. I think that was like right after the song had just come out, and me and all my girlfriends have been screaming it for weeks. So it was definitely a ton of fun. It was really catchy. It was one of those songs that when it comes out, you're like, what is this laced with? It's so good. So it was definitely a lot of fun.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also done a cover of Florida Kilos. What was it like getting to create a cover of this? And yeah, what was running through your mind of wanting to create this cover?
So I was 16 at the time. I didn't know what the song was about. That knowledge came later in life. But it was definitely a lot of fun. I'm a huge Lana fan. My older sister is like a diehard Lana fan. So I'm pretty sure at the time that one was heavily under her suggestion, but I love that song to this day.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created a music video, such an incredible music video, by the way, called When You Cry. What was the experience like getting to create this music video, and what was the whole meaning behind this music video?
Okay, so that one was an art project for my sister when she was in college. And I was home on winter break from boarding school. And I think we were just really, really bored. And I think she had a cinematography project to do. And we're both diehard Lana fans. So it was definitely a ton of fun. It was the first time I'd ever done something like that. I dabbled in modeling when I was younger, so it wasn't like, you know, a complete shock to be, you know, in front of the camera, but I definitely hadn't done like video before. So it was a really fun time. I think we had countless laughs while trying to create that. So it was definitely a ton.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you have also created a cover of Sweet Dreams. What was it like getting to create this cover of Sweet Dreams, and like what was running through your head of wanting to create this cover in the first place?
So, you know, it's one of those songs that the original is fantastic, but also you hear covers and like for some reason all of them sound good. So, and I really enjoyed it. Pretty sure that was, I think there's a music video to that one too. It was years and years and years ago. And my sister and I had dug out, we had like an old fog machine from the basement. We're like, okay, perfect. We know what we're doing today. So I think it was kind of one of those situations where we were just having fun.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what made you decide as a person, hey, I want to start pursuing music in the first place? And who would be your like inspiration in life, like music wise?
So I think I've just always really been like musically inclined. Like as a kid, you know, no one could ever get me to stop singing or shut up. So, and then as I got older, I started to kind of teach myself instruments and work on that skill. And I've always really liked performing. I think some of my inspirations would be Stevie Nicks, you know, my little hippie chick, and you know, Janis Joplin. She's fantastic. A lot of women in those vein where it's, you know, just powerful, influential women who kind of changed the game in a way.
So on to the very next question. So what does performing music like mean to you, like especially as an artist?
I think that it's definitely a big release, and it's something that it's kind of, it puts me in my flow state, if that makes sense, where, you know, you're not in your head, you're not worrying about what do I need to do for work, what do I need to do for this. It's just, you know, you're in the moment, you're really present, which is something that I really enjoy, and it's just always something that's kind of makes my heart happy.
So on to the very next question. So if you could like work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Stevie Nicks, because she is God. ZZ Ward, I have always adored her voice. And Taylor Momsen from Pretty Reckless, just because I grew up, you know, Pretty Reckless was all through my angsty stage, and to this day, Nothing Left to Lose is, you know, the song I can't help from like turning up on speakers. And I've just always thought she was like super cool. When I was like 13, I'm pretty sure I got my hair cut like her multiple times. She fed me through my scene phase and out the other side.
So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person, like especially during COVID?
So during COVID, I had like a really bad breakup mid-COVID, and I was living, you know, with my significant other at the time, and then I moved in, and I wasn't really doing music or anything at that time, and then I moved into my own place, and then really was secluded for a long time. And during that time, I learned so much about myself as a person, as a musician. I got back into my interests. I ended up actually taking up piano. I used to only play guitar, and now I learned how to play piano during COVID. Just kind of, you know, there's nothing else to do, and it was definitely a lot of fun, and it really gave me the time to kind of reflect and realize, you know, I started posting more. I usually post covers on my TikTok account, and it kind of made me release the fear of like judgment or something, because I used to not post something, be like, oh, I don't know if it's good enough, you know, yada yada yada. But when it's kind of like you and yourself all day, you get pretty good.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what are like the positive and negative sides into creating music, and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
I think that one of the big things is, you know, that every musician goes through is fear of judgment, or especially, you know, when you're putting out a cover and you're just like, okay, I'll just record it one more time, you know, it'll be better the next time. Kind of get into that perfectionist mode. which is definitely one of the struggles. I forgot the rest of the question.
So how do you get through those like negative kind of moments and like the positive sides?
I think that's something that it took me a while to realize is that, you know, putting yourself out there with craft is never going to hurt you. And then the only people who are going to judge you are people who don't really have a craft themselves, because, you know, what I've learned from, you know, working with other musicians, I recently, you know, one of my best friends, and she's a musician, the other day, you know, we were just kind of like jamming in my apartment, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, this is rough. She was like, why would I care? And, you know, and that's something that I've kind of, you know, learned to like let go of the fear of any sort of judgment or anything like that.
So on my very last question, so what's like next for you, like music wise, for like the rest of 2021 that you would like to announce on the show?
I guess so. I've been starting to put together a bunch of originals, which is something that I used to never release. I've always written music, but I never released it. So I'm finally getting to the point where I'm ready to release those songs, and I've just been writing a ton, and I'm really excited to see how people react to them.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way, Demi?
Sure.
Awesome.
Let's see. Honey, I'm ready. Oh, backpack, it's time to hit the road. The horizon been calling my name, and I'm tired of living the same. Mama, please don't cry. I'll be back someday. Dry your eyes. Dad, I promise to keep my eyes on the road, but my gypsy heart has to go. There's so much of this world I haven't seen. This small town wasn't made for me. I heard the West Coast feels like home to those of us who feel all alone. And I'll come back around to tell you about those West Coast towns with new ink pounded in my skin, telling stories about adventures yet to begin. There's so much of this world I haven't seen. This small town wasn't made for me. I heard the West Coast feels like home to those of us who feel all alone. And I'll be safe along my way, and we will meet again someday.
Yes, Demi, yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Demi, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on today. Do you have like any last final thoughts or anything that you'd like to say on the show to people?
I guess I'll announce my my TikTok handle, which is where I post most of my covers, which is just Demi Flack 867. But no, this has been really fun. I've never done an interview before, so this has been a new experience, and thank you so much for having me. Sweet dreams made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something.
keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Emily Frankie. So I'm about to add Emily into the live now and have a chat with Emily about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Emily in and have a chat with Emily.
Hi Emily, how's it going?
Hi, it's good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Emily. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Sure, yeah. Thank you for having me on.
Very well.
A singer-songwriter from the Chicagoland area. And yeah, I just recently graduated from college, and I'm just trying to figure it out.
So we'll dive right into the questions now, Emily. So for my very first question, so you have actually created an incredible song coming out June 25th, called Supernova. Such an incredible name, by the way.
Thank you.
What got you wanting to create Supernova in like the first place, and like what's the whole meaning behind Supernova?
So I took a songwriting class with this college music collective called Quadio. And one of the prompts was something unexpected but natural, and I kind of just like supernova became a thing because I mean that's the way a star dies, and it happens to every star, but it's like an unexpected thing and you don't really know when it's gonna go down. So I kind of took that metaphor and put it to like the ending of a relationship, like when you kind of knew it was gonna end and you knew it was gonna be this big explosion, but you didn't quite know when or how, and then they kind of just move on without you. So it was this like unexpected but natural happening. And it was a little bit of a different process than usual because I usually write everything acoustic, like with a guitar. I consider myself a folk artist mainly. And this one, I was listening to a lot of Lorde and got some inspiration from her. And it was more of a just like dance pop song. So it was really different, but it was a lot of fun to make.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created an original song called Reputation.
You're good.
So what was it like creating Reputation, and what's the whole meaning behind Reputation?
I'll be honest, that one was a long time ago. That was like in high school. So it was just like high school drama, and I was just kind of getting comfortable like sharing my music, and I wasn't producing at all then. So I was just like me starting to write more of like flushed out tunes, I guess.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created an original song called Coastline. What was it like getting to create Coastline, and what's the whole meaning behind Coastline?
That's a similar song where I created it like way back in high school. I had just started producing then, so I wrote that song about like a long distance relationship, and I remember recording it and like not knowing what I was doing and trying to get it into a garage band and like figure it all out, and it like was just the beginning of trying to produce stuff.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Maggie. What was it like getting to create Maggie, and what's the whole meaning behind Maggie?
So Magi, actually it's called Magi, but Maggie essentially because it's about Maggie Rogers. And it was a song that I wrote 2 summers ago about Maggie Rogers and how her music like influenced my writing, and how her album Heard It in a Past Life really like it just like totally opened my eyes to a different side of music and music production, and I love her whole project, and it was just kind of a song about her project and what it did for me.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Mother Nature. Incredible song.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So what was it like getting to create Mother Nature, and what's the whole meaning behind the song Mother Nature?
I love that song. I'm very proud of that song, and it's pretty new, as you know, and that song I definitely felt more comfortable like production wise, and so I tried to do some new things on it, things that were like a little out of my comfort zone. I had my friend Sammy Haig play trumpet on it, and he wrote some amazing trumpet parts, and I was just proud of how it came out, like the final product, I guess. But the song was about a tree that fell on my house last summer. I was living in a house with some of my college roommates, and a tree fell on it and just like crushed it, and we had to move twice, and it was this whole thing. But that kind of aligned as like a perfect metaphor, and because at the same time I was losing this friendship that I'd had for a while, which was like really heartbreaking for me at the time and really hard, and it just lined up perfectly. The metaphor I used in the song was the skeleton of the house and the skeleton of that friendship, both kind of like crumbling under the pressure essentially. And it was kind of like an angry let out song. Like everything was just mad and got let out in that song, but I really like how it turned out.
So on to our very next question. So what made you decide as a person that you wanted to like pursue singing in the first place?
Taylor Swift, for sure. I was a huge Swiftie in like elementary school, and then by junior high I was like, I want to learn how to play guitar. I want to play guitar like Taylor Swift, and then it turns out I want to write music like Taylor Swift and like write songs like her. And I taught myself how to play guitar in 7th grade, and then it just kind of like went on from there.
So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
I think it's all about being a storyteller. I just graduated from Illinois State, and I was an acting major, so that was like a lot of what I did there too was like storytelling, and theater was all about storytelling. And I think I really like that about songwriting too, is that you can create stories if you want, or like share personal stories, and they can be anecdotes to other people who hear them and like find them comforting or helpful, or they just find solace in that like song. It feels selfish sometimes, I think, but like in a good way.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and where?
Taylor Swift, Maggie Rogers, and Phoebe Bridgers, for sure. I think Maggie Rogers, for sure, production-wise, just because seeing someone who like is a songwriter and a female producer too is such a great role model, and just someone I want to be like. And she's also really cool. I think she'd be so fun to work with. And then Taylor Swift and Phoebe Bridgers' lyricism is like next level. They can paint with their words, and I want to learn how.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
Unfortunately, I think the biggest thing that I learned was that I should have done something else in college. COVID really just like hit the theater industry especially, and the music industry, like, you know, like a ton of bricks. And I wish that I had done something else with my college time, I guess. But yeah, you know, here we are.
Yeah, awesome. So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive and negative sides into creating music? And how do you get through those like negative moments, like as an artist?
I think the positive side, like going back to the storytelling, is being able to share a story, like a personal story or something that's happening to you, and have people relate to it. I think that's such a cool thing, and finding people who like personally relate to what's going on in your life. When I released The Summer That Stood Still Reality, which was my last EP that I put out, I had quite a few people, like more than I was expecting, reach out to me and be like, I'm also experiencing losing a friendship. Like, this really hit home for me and I totally relate. And that was really surprising. It made me feel like comforted. It was really cool just to see that it impacted people in that way when I was releasing it and expecting it to be this kind of selfish project. But it wasn't, and that was really cool. But I think some of the negatives would be, well, I don't know. I guess the negatives are negatives if you let them affect you. And some people take songs too seriously. I think the negatives can be people's reactions to them, but then again, you can kind of turn around and make it a positive. And then I guess another negative would just be like self-judgment. And I think that's in everything that everyone does. But like listening back to music and I'm like, wow, this sucks. And just like, it's like hearing your own voice on tape kind of thing. You just don't really ever get used to it. But yeah.
So on to my very last question. So what's like next for you, like music-wise, that you would like to announce?
I'm playing quite a few like little gigs this summer, so that's really fun. I'll be at the like farmers markets around me here, and I'm doing some gigs like downtown Chicago, which is really exciting. And then I have the song Supernova coming out on June 25th. And actually, I have a song called Pretty Pissed coming out July 16th as well, which is brand new. So I'm really excited for that one too.
Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
I would love to.
Awesome.
I'm going to play Mother Nature. Yeah.
We were too naive to see it. Mother Nature called us out and emblematize future dying friendships. With a tree through the house, who isn't breaking branches. Roof falls above your head. Structure built for 3 years crumbles down quickly instead. But the skeletons were never sound. Wish we knew to get out. Wish we knew to get out. Get out. Pictures of an ex quietly taken down. Feeling guilty, no concrete reason why. Had their chance to atone. Now misery's got me in a chokehold. To take no prisoners rule. Once my mind turned dissonant. So fast it made me cruel. I've never felt this night. But the skeletons were never sound. Wish we knew to get out. Wish we knew to get out. Get out. Won't make the fake smiles and voodoo. I've no need to mollify. Not afraid of your whiplash responses, acting like we told you to go out and hide. Snuff out the flames from the fire. Gaslighting to 421. Is he someone you died for? Is he someone you lied for? Nothing a fake, now you ruined it all yourself. But the skeletons were never sound. Wish we knew to get out. Mother Nature called us. I would emblematize future dying friendships with a tree of house.
Yes. Let's say thank you so much, Emily, for making the time to appear on my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on the show today.
Thank you for
do you
having
have,
me.
You're very welcome. Do you have any last final thoughts or anything that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Pre-save Supernova. It's at the link in my bio, and it comes out June 25th.
Awesome. Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Emily O'Neill. So I'm about to add Emily into the live now and I have a chat with Emily about her sensational music. So yeah, let's add Emily in and have a chat with Emily. Hi Emily, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much, Emily, for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Emily. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, so I'm a singer-songwriter. I'm originally from Florida, but a little less than a year ago, I moved to Nashville. So I'm doing music, but I'm also in school, so I'm still in college. So I'm studying songwriting now, so it's same thing.
So we'll dive right into the very first questions now, Emily. So for my very first question, so you have this incredible song called Catching Feelings, which is incredible. What was it like getting to create Catching Feelings, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Yeah, so Catch Feelings, I think I came up with the idea for it while I was driving in the car. I had to sing it over and over again until I got home so I could write it down. But I wrote it 2 summers ago, and I was going through a phase in my life where I was actually watching a lot of The Bachelor and The Bachelorette and stuff of those types of shows. And I kind of realized that there was this kind of common thread that I saw in lots of people's stories about how they fell in love and then eventually got hurt, and then they were scared to get into another relationship because of that. And so I just thought that was kind of something that would be cool to write about. So I wrote that song and then got with a producer, and he liked it, and so he produced it for me, and so it was a great experience.
So on to my very next question. So what was it like getting to shoot for the music video for Catch Feelings? And yeah, what was that experience like?
It was really cool. My best friend Alina was pretty much the only person who was filming for me, so it was really homemade. I did most of the video at my old college. And it was cool coming up with all the outfits that were all 80s inspired and everything, and just putting it all together. So yeah, it was probably my the most fun I've had doing a music video for sure.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created a song called Paint Me. What was it like getting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind Paint Me?
Yeah, so I wrote Paint Me a while ago, and it's essentially just about not really knowing who you are and where you fit in in your life. And I think society tells us a lot of what we should be, and whether that's just by the media or just by people in our lives. And so I think sometimes that song's really just about desperation and just kind of saying whatever person that I should be to make you like me, I'll just be that person. And ultimately that's how I feel sometimes. But I think I've grown up a lot, especially since I've written that song, and now I'm confident in myself and I don't need external validation. But definitely, especially as a high schooler, I think we search for that a lot. So that's essentially what that song's about.
So on to the very next question. So you also created a music video for Paint Me. What was it like getting to create the music video?
It was cool. I mean, I came up with the whole concept by myself. It was, we're still sort of in the COVID era, so I actually did that at my house. So it's in my kind of attic bonus room area, and my mom had this awesome mirror, and so I used it as the main prop in the video. And it was really fun. My mom essentially filmed it and I edited it. It's all very homemade.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you have also created a song called revolves around you. What was it like getting to create this song and like coming up with the whole idea for this song?
Yeah, that song was so long ago. I think I was 16 when I wrote that song. So I don't actually like remember writing it, but you know, I've been performing it around for like probably 2 years, and then I kind of realized like it was a little off, so I kind of had to rewrite it again. And yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it's one of my favorite songs I've ever put out, and it's just about, you know, people that we have and, you know, relationships we have in our lives where whether it's like in friendships or whatever, that it sometimes feels one-sided, and like you're kind of doing all of the work in that friendship or whatever. And so I just wrote it about that experience.
So I'm so very next question. So what got you as a person into wanting to pursue music in the first place?
Oh, well, my mom like put me in piano lessons when I was like 6, I think, and I kind of really actually didn't like it, and so but I really fell in love with the singing, and so I remember like getting a solo at school in like 4th grade, and I liked doing that, and so I just decided like around probably when I was like in middle school that I wanted to try singing, but I also had stage fright, and so I had to like perform as much as I could just to get over that, but it worked, so I'm okay now. But but yeah, I loved the singing part.
Awesome. So on to your very next question. So who inspired you as a person like to get into singing in the first place, or who would you look up to music wise that inspired you?
When I first got started, I was really inspired by Ariana Grande. Like, she was my number one. As I've grown up, that's obviously like matured, and I don't see a lot of her influence anymore in the type of music that I make. But yeah, her music was like a huge reason why I even wanted to start singing in the first place. So still love her though.
So on to your very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
It's so awesome, you know, like especially now that I've been releasing my own music, like it's nice to release it like on streaming platforms, and but you can't like physically see anyone actually listening to your music. So playing live is just really awesome to see everyone's, you know, immediate reactions and to feed off their energy. So I love performing live, and we're just now getting back to be able to do that again. So I'm really excited about that.
So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
I would say this probably will change depending on the day, but today, number one and always will probably be Taylor Swift. I would just like die if I got a chance to write with her. But I'm also really into Hayley Williams right now. I think she's so awesome. And then also I'm really into Olivia Rodrigo right now, and we're like the same age, so that would be so cool to write with her.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person, like especially during COVID?
You know, I've always been an introvert. Like I mentioned the stage fright thing, like being around people and being in front of people has always been something I've been like scared to do. And then when COVID starts, like, and I can't see people at all, then that's kind of made it worse. I like didn't want to see people like at all anymore. And so now I'm kind of like working back into that. And you know, like kind of getting over that social anxiety that I had already gotten over years before, but then it kind of redeveloped when I was spending all of this time alone again. So yeah, I've been learning to work through that again, but it's been not too bad so far. So not as bad as the first time around.
Yeah. So on to our next question. So what are like the positive and negative sides into creating music, and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
I would say like it's I guess the negatives are just that it's a lot of work, and like sometimes you do things and you may not see like immediate, I guess, results, but like ultimately I kind of like came to this conclusion that whether anybody listened to it or anybody watched the videos, I would do this anyways, just because I love it. And so it's just kind of a bonus that people are listening and people are liking it. So I think when you get in that mindset, it doesn't bother you as much. And like I said, I would be doing this anyway, so it's not really hard for me to like push through essentially because I'm just having so much fun the whole way.
So on to our very next question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, for like the rest of 2021 that you'd like to announce?
Well, I will have another single coming out like within the next couple of months, and then I'm thinking probably a couple more songs by the end of the year. So I'm really excited about that.
So Emily, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Sure, I have my guitar right here. It's been sitting right here. I'll sing Two Little Fairies since that was my latest single. So yeah, this is called Two Little Fairies. I know you can't see it, but I promise it's down here.
Yes.
Living in treehouse fantasies, we were two little fairies. Skipping rope, playing in the sun, that's where I go my dreams. Grew up holding your hand. We had our whole lives together, then forever friend. We fly on trips to the mainland, was the night we'd say. Parties in July for both of our birthdays. Summertime we played. Couldn't stop us in the rain. Taking branches off the trees so we could climb them. Taking turns at each other's houses every weekend. Taking turns on the swing, pushing each other just to see who could fly higher. Living in treehouse fantasies, two little fairies. Skipping rope, playing in the sun, that's where I go in my dreams. It was the best day of my life. If I had wings, I'd fly back to summer on high. You and me were two little fairies. In the sand. It was way more fun to play pretend. In the place. I didn't know back then how much I missed this. And when we grew up, you left with half of my heart, and it's still true. We're older now, but I'll always come back to you. Treehouse fantasies, two little fairies. Skipping rope, playing in the sun, that's where I go in my dreams. It was the best day of my life. If I had wings, I'd fly back to summer on high. You and me were two little fairies. It was just you and me. And it was just you and me. Living in treehouse fantasies, we were two fairies. Watching your long blonde hair fly through the breeze. It was the best day of my life. If I had wings, I'd fly right back to that time. You and me were two little fairies.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Emily, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on, Emily. Do you have any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Just thank you so much for listening. My single, Two Little Fairies, is out now if you want to stream it. I have other music too. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much it.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Karen Dunn. Hi Karen.
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show, Karen. It's such a pleasure having you on today.
To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Sure thing. Well, first of all, thank you for rescheduling with me as well.
You're very welcome.
So I'm a singer-songwriter from Ireland. I'm also a music educator, so I teach piano, guitar, ukulele, all that stuff. I released an EP a few years ago. It's on Spotify, and I released a couple of singles last year as well. So at the moment, I am delving into the TikTok world and enjoying it. So yeah, that's pretty much me. Yeah, Karen Alice Music, if anybody wants to find out where my stuff is across the board.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now, Karen. So you've actually created this incredible original song called Anybody Listening. What was it like getting to create this song, and like what's the whole meaning behind Anybody Listening?
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad you like it. So this was a really weird one because this is a song that came to me in a dream. I know that sounds wacky, but it did. It came to me in a dream. I had this dream that the singer, his name is Stuart Adamson. He's from the band Big Country, this 80s band. I had a dream that he was singing this particular song in this really dark, dingy cellar. And I don't remember what the verse was like, but I remember the chorus, anybody listening, oh. And then I ended up writing the song, and it ended up being about kind of, I suppose, what it's like being in lockdown for the last year for everybody, where we feel like we're on our own, but everybody's on their own, but we're all in it together. So that's kind of where I went with that. Yeah. So that was where it came from. Sorry, I'm getting lots of love on my end here from my friends who've joined. So thanks, guys.
So on to the very next question, Karen. So you've also created an original song called Speak. Such an incredible song, another incredible song of yours. What was it like getting to create Speak, and what's the whole meaning behind Speak?
Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you like that one as well. So I wrote those quite close together this winter, and that one was the product of reading this book called The Silent Patient. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's one of those books that you literally inhale because it's so addictive. But it was about this girl, and I'm not giving anything away because this is in the plot of the book anyway, on the back of it. So it's not a spoiler, but she commits this crime, but they can't convict her because she doesn't speak ever after it happens. So this particular therapist thinks that he can get her to open up by letting her paint because she's an artist. And there's one scene where she gets her hands on some paints and she just goes nuts. And as I was reading that chapter, the words speak out, cry loud came into my head, and then I just went with it from there. So I wrote the book is about her journey, so and about trying to express how you feel. I suppose it's where it came from. So yeah, awesome. I was happy with that one.
So on to the very next question, Karen. So you've also created an incredible single called Almost. What was it like getting to create Almost, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Almost seems to be a bit of a favorite, especially on TikTok. It just seems to have been like, everyone just seems to like it. I think everyone likes a breakup song. So yeah, I wrote that last year, and last January, I think, before all this lockdown stuff happened. And it was at the time, it was my way of processing a breakup. And it was about a relationship that was almost perfect, almost everything, but there was something not quite, there was something missing. And it's about that kind of, that almost there, it's almost perfect feeling. And yeah, I didn't produce it. I got to record it in the studio, and it's gotten some great response from people. So yeah, there's people here singing the lyrics. It's gas, sorry.
Oh, that's so cool. So on to the very next question. So you have also created an original song called Marionette, another incredible song of yours. What was it like getting to create Marionette, and like what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Oh, thank you. You picked my favorite songs that I've written to talk about, so thank you. Yeah, so Marionette, I wrote that, oh God, it was in 2013 or 14 I wrote that, and that's probably the song that I'm most proud of, that probably has the most significant kind of meaning, I suppose. And the lyrics are, don't forget I'm not your marionette, don't forget I'm no one's second best. And when I was writing it, I suppose I wanted to get across that you don't have to, I was feeling pulled in all these different directions, and I felt like I was people pleasing and doing things just because other people wanted me to. And I suppose this song is kind of a message to just don't be afraid to stand on your own and be who you are and not be dictated by other people. So yeah,
Well,
that's what I wrote that.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created an original song called Never Alone. What was it like getting to create Never Alone, and what's the whole meaning behind Never Alone?
Oh wow, I didn't know, I didn't realize that you found that one as well. So that one, again, that was one I wrote in lockdown last year. A lot of the songs actually that we're talking about were written in during lockdown, and I literally that was when everything was really scary in Ireland, especially because we didn't really know what was going on, and we all just felt so isolated. And I wanted to write a song that said we're not alone, we still have each other, kind of thing. And yeah, I did a little kind of a home production of it, and everybody seemed to really resonate with it because we were all feeling the same way. So yeah, I'm really happy with that. Oh, thanks guys. Sorry, reading my comments here.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created an original song called Wings. What was it like getting to create Wings, and what's the whole meaning behind Wings?
Wings. So that's an old song. I wrote that not old, but it's like I wrote that at around 2013, 2014, around the same time as Marionette. And I wrote it because at a time when I was feeling stuck, and I wanted to get the message across that, you know, it's better to just take a chance and take a risk on something rather than feeling stuck and trapped forever. And it's better to take a risk and have it fail because it'll lead to something, rather than being too scared to actually use your wings. So yeah, so I haven't thought about that song in a while, actually. Yeah.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what made you decide as like as an artist and as like yourself, like what made you just decide, hey, I want to start pursuing music in the first place? And who would be your like most inspirational music like artist music wise?
Okay. Oh, great question. So I played piano from the time I was really young. Never ever thought I'd be a singer. Ever, ever, ever. I loved singing, but I never sang really outside of doing musicals and stuff. And one of my friends has just written Swift, and that's so true, because my voice, I never thought I was a strong enough singer to be a singer-songwriter. But when I was about 18 or 19, I was really into Jewel, the singer-songwriter, and I loved her way with words, and I was really into her poetry, and she has this incredible voice. And I said, okay, I started writing songs, and I was really happy with the songs, but I said, oh, I don't really have the voice to go along with it. And then Taylor Swift came out, and I was like, well, her voice isn't like this big belter voice, so maybe I can do that too. And yeah, and then there was Dido was out around the same time as well, and some other singers like that had really nice voices, but they weren't like the Mariah Careys or whatever. And yeah, it snowballed from there. Yeah.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what does performing like music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Oh, it's a great question. Well, for me, it's so tied in with my identity, with who I am, and it's a form of expression. You know, even though it's my job now, it's definitely such a massive part of who I am, and it's, I suppose, my way of leaving my mark on the world. And it's also, especially through the last year and a half, it's been a huge coping mechanism for me. So yeah, I would say it's just, I honestly don't know who I'd be without it, or where I'd be. So it's very, very integral part of my life and who I am. So
on to the very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Oh, that was such a hard question. Okay, so I would have to say Jewel, because she's where it all started for me. I would just love to pick her brain. Her lyrics are just, oh my God, amazing. And I would also love her to teach me how to yodel as well, because I would love to be able to yodel and I can't. The second one is Bruce Springsteen, just because he's such a legend, and again, from a songwriting perspective, I'd love to pick his brain and just, yeah, he'd be amazing. And then the third one is not Taylor Swift, who I know most people here will think, it's actually Casey Musgraves. I would love to work with her because she's so, even though I do love country music, she's so different to me in that she's a lot more out there than I am. Maybe it's my Irishness that's makes me a bit more reserved, I don't know, but I would love to work with her because I think she would pull me out of my comfort zone. So yeah, Casey, Jewel, and Bruce Springsteen.
So on to the next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
Oh my God, so many things. The biggest thing I learned about myself is that I'm such a homebody. I'm such an introvert. Like, even though my job, you know, forces me to be extroverted, I'm very introverted, and I need a lot of time on my own, and I'm very comfortable with that time on my own to be home. And another thing is that I am addicted to true crime. That's the second thing. So yeah, introvert and true crime, addicted, podcasts all day, documentaries, whatever. I can't get enough of it.
So on to my very next question. So what are like the positive and negative sides into creating music in the music industry, and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
God, that's a really good question. So I can only speak from my own experience and from living in Ireland. For me, like, it is a negative would be, it's very difficult here in Ireland to make a living from original music, which is why very early on I decided to do cover gigs, weddings, to teach, to get my income from doing music in other ways, so that I could pursue original music and have it just be about the love of it, and not have it be not have that pressure of financial aspect of it. And I suppose having that gives me the freedom to kind of pursue original music and promote it at more of a leisurely kind of pace. And the positives are, there's so many positives. Like, I love it. I get to meet people. I get to travel. Again, this is when COVID didn't exist. I absolutely, genuinely just love my job so much, and I couldn't imagine doing anything else. So the positives much more outweigh the negatives, definitely.
Awesome. So on to the very last question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, like for the rest of 2021 that you would like to announce on the show?
Well, the biggest thing at the moment is I have a gig. This is obviously for our Irish listeners, our viewers. I have a show, an original music show in a theatre, Gory Little Theatre, in August. I'll have dates for that on my page. I will hopefully be getting back into the studio, probably not till the winter, but I am going to release another single. And yeah, I do live streams on TikTok all the time at the moment. So if people want to follow me there, I'm very present on social media, so that's the best place to find me at the moment. So
awesome.
Yeah.
So would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way, Karen?
You didn't tell me I was going to be doing that. Yeah, I sure will.
Awesome.
I just have to get my guitar. Give me a minute. Okay. Of course. Okay. So, is there any in particular you would like to hear?
Any original song would be amazing.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I'll do Almost, my single, which is on Spotify, and Yeah, do you want me to sing the whole thing?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah.
Okay, everybody in here is saying almost, so I guess that's decided for me anyway. I don't know if you can see these comments, can you?
I can, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, so this is almost. I can barely bring myself to write this. I fell off, but nothing's ever been like this. But you didn't run to me and I couldn't come to you. That's when I knew it was almost worth it. Perfect on paper, but not when it came to it. Almost always we would be together from now to forever, but we both know it was almost. I didn't want to be the girl who cried. Whoa. It's irrelevant now that I miss you so much. And I love our story, so part of me thinks it's not over. It was almost worth it. Perfect on paper, but not when it came to it. Almost always we would be together from now to forever, but we both know it was almost. You didn't run to me, I couldn't come to you. You didn't run to me, I couldn't come to you. You didn't run to me, I couldn't come to you. You didn't run to me, I couldn't come to you. That's when I knew it was almost worth it. Perfect on paper, but not when it came to it. Almost always we would be together from now to forever. Almost worth it. Perfect on paper, but not when it came to it. Almost always we would be together from now to forever, but we both know. Yeah, we both know it was almost.
Yes, Karen, yes. Well, can I just say, thank you so much, Karen. It's been such a pleasure having you on the show today. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to your viewers on the show?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Jacob, for having me on here. I love talking, so I'll always agree to it. Do I have any final thoughts? Just if there's something that you really want to do, just do it. That's something that I really feel like saying to people at the moment. If there's something that you feel passionate about, don't worry about if it's good enough or what people will think. Just do it. Just, life is way too short. Please just do it. And also, yeah, find me on TikTok, YouTube, Spotify, everything like that. Yeah, so that's it.
Welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Sammy Cartwright. So I'm about to add Sammy into the live now and talk to Sammy about her incredible sensational music. So yeah, let's add Sammy in and have a chat with Sammy.
Hello.
Hi Sammy.
Ooh, hello, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much, Sammy, for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on the show today. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory into yourself, and yeah, then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, for sure. So I started singing when I was really little, probably about 4 years old. I think that's when I wrote my first song, so it's kind of always been in my life. And yeah, I've been singing at like open mic nights when I was like 8 years old and kind of doing little local gigs when I was younger, and then started to get into it more professionally as I got older.
So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So with my very first question, you've actually created this incredible song, new release, came out a couple of months ago, called Floodgates. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Floodgates in the first place? What's the meaning behind this song?
Yeah, I'm sure if you've seen the video or listened to the lyrics, you can probably tell it's a bit deep or it's a bit intense. That song means a lot to me. I basically wrote it when I was in a really dark place and struggling with self-image quite a bit. Growing up, I was kind of bullied and kind of just had a lot of external influences which made me see myself in such a negative light. So I kind of wrote the song about coming to terms with that and breaking free from that and kind of coming into my confidence as an adult as well. So yeah, it's really personal, and it's kind of like my journey into becoming who I am today.
So on to the very next question. So what made you decide as a person and as an artist, like that you wanted to pursue music in like the first place? And who would be your like all-time like music inspiration that like you look up to music wise?
Oh, so the reason I got into music is probably my parents. My mum and my dad are both musicians. My dad previously toured all over Australia in like a rock band. He played with Jimmy Barnes's brother, Swanee. Yeah, around Australia for lots of years. So he's been in the industry for as long as I've been alive, and you know, many, many, many years before that as well. So growing up, he was always playing guitar and singing around the house, and my mum also writes and sings as well. So being around parents that are really into music in that way really just been a push for me to do it as well, and having their support has really inspired me to become a musician as well. And then as for my biggest inspiration or who I want to kind of like work with or be like, probably Ed Sheeran and Taylor Swift were the two artists that really I connected to or I related to when I was younger. They really inspired me, and their writing styles are kind of really similar to what I write now as well. So it's kind of like folk pop, or not really country, but it's more like folk pop or a little bit of influence as well. So yeah, those two artists are definitely my favorite and my biggest inspirations.
So on to my very next question. So what does like music mean to you? Like, especially as an artist, like what does performing music mean to you?
Everything. I think when you write your own music and you care a lot about your career and who you are as an artist, just being able to perform that live and show everybody how much it means to you, like it's huge. Music is really personal. Well, to me it is. It's not just like I'm going out to put on a show. I'm going to sing and pour my heart out because it's something that literally is life or death for me. Like it means literally everything. So yeah, I couldn't express how much it means. It's really hard to say.
So on to my very next question. So if you could team up, like if you could work with any like top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
I'd have to start with Ed Sheeran, obviously, for obvious reasons. He is such an incredible talent. His ability to loop and write and his lyrics, just everything that he does is so inspirational. So I would love to work with him, obviously, one day. JP Sachs is another one. He's quite new. Not many people really know much about him. I think he's dating Julia Michaels at the moment, who is a big songwriter for like Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez. And they have like a really alternative approach to writing pop music. It's kind of, it's really interesting. Like they play with timings and lyrics differently to how any pop artists are doing it today. So they're really unique, and I really aspire to be like them. So I'd love to work with them. I just actually entered a competition on TikTok to write with JP Sachs, so that would be awesome. But there's a lot of talented people entering as well, so we'll have to wait and see what's there. But yeah, he's amazing. So I'd love to work with him and Ed Sheeran, definitely.
So I'll play our next question. So because you like live in New South Wales, Australia,
Yes.
how have you been dealing with the fact that you guys are dealing with like this COVID situation, and like how have you been coping with all that?
I'll be really honest and say not well. I don't think anybody is. It's awful, especially being artists and being in the arts industry. There's no support, and that's really hard because you know, I was going from playing weekly gigs, pretty much every week I was playing a show, to having nothing and that income not being compensated because it's not counted as an income. It's a hobby to them. So yeah, it's hit the music industry massively. And I think a lot of artists have been speaking out about that, especially Peking Duck. They recently did a big post about how COVID has affected the music industry and how it's been really hard for us to keep going. So yeah, it's been difficult, but you know, you just kind of have to push through. Everyone's in the same boat. We're all struggling, and we're all just hopeful that it'll be over. And yeah, I mean, seeing the rest of the world open up again, definitely there's hope there. So fingers crossed that we're shortly behind them, but we just have to kind of wait and see and hope that it comes to an end.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positives and negatives into creating your own music, and like how do you get through those like negative moments when you create your own music?
Yeah, good question. Writing your own music is really interesting because you kind of get to the deepest parts of your brain and the deepest parts of where you're kind of self-conscious, and you have to fight those thoughts and those feelings. So, you know, every time you write a song, you don't love it straight away. I mean, I don't. It takes me probably 4 or 5 revisions sometimes to actually go, yes, that's how I want it to sound. So it's just about persevering and being consistent and just keep writing. I mean, I could write 20 songs and 2 of them could be great. But the fact is I got 2 amazing songs out of those 20. And then, you know, who knows, in a year you go back and you revisit those songs that you thought were not great. And then you realize there's actually really good qualities about those songs or parts that you can take and put into other songs. So you kind of just have to be open-minded and look at your music as a work in progress and never kind of just go, oh, I don't like that, and put it away. Yeah, it's always important to kind of revisit it and to keep trying, and then you never know what you're going to come up with a fresh mind.
So our very last question. So what's like next for you, like music-wise, like any music releases coming out for the rest of 2021?
Yeah, so this year's been kind of the first year I've ever released music, which has been a long work in progress. Anybody that knows me will know that I've been attempting to kind of release for a long time. So to have 2 songs finally out, Deep Blue Sea and Floodgates, that's amazing. And I'm hoping to release the next song, which is called Happy. And that is coming out in about 2 months or 2 or 3 months. So no exact date yet. I can't guarantee anything or tell anybody anything yet because it's kind of under wraps, but yeah, there's definitely a song coming out and it is called Happiness.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Sammy, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on the show today. Do you have like last final thoughts or anything that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Yeah, anybody that's listened or has been listening or is going to listen, if you want to follow my journey, it's Sammy Cartwright I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music. I've got a video clip up on YouTube as well for Floodgates. So if you want to give that a listen, that would be great. I'm also on Triple J on Earth. So anybody that listens to Triple J, if you go to the Triple J website and type in Sammy Cartwright, either Floodgates or DBC will come up. And yeah, I'd love it if they had a listen on there because that helps me with getting into the Australian eye and getting a bit more of a name in the Australian industry and radio industry as well.
Afraid when I look in the mirror, I'm not sure I see my face, and I don't know what it's like to live this way, accept the brutal nature of my course and take my place. But I can't sit still or shut my mouth, and I can't pretend this isn't going down. Are you listening now? Speak up before it's too late. Speak now, we gotta make a change. It's time to open up the floodgates. Don't let the anger fade. Speak up before it's too late. Speak now, we gotta make a change. It's time to open up the floodgates. Don't let the anger fade. It's time to make
A Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very today's guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Vanessa. So I'm about to add Vanessa into the live now to have a chat with Vanessa about her sensational music that she's created. So yeah, let's add Vanessa in and have a chat with Vanessa about her music. Here we go. Hi Vanessa, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on today. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much, by the way. That's so sweet. It's such a pleasure to be here and that you asked me to be here. I really appreciate the platform and the opportunity. So I'm an artist who was born and raised in Los Angeles, California. I started off doing a lot of opera and musical theater. That was really my niche growing up. Started training professionally vocally at the age of 11, and then now I'm 21. I live in New York City and I'm a recording artist. I do studio singing. I started off going to school for opera at NYU, and then now I'm at NYU for recorded music, and I'm just on the path of becoming a recording artist and performer full time.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So you've created incredible original songs. So with the first original song that I'm going to say to everyone, so you've created a new release called Scars. What was it like getting to create like this song called Scars, and like what's the whole meaning behind Scars like in the first place?
Yeah, so thank you. I appreciate that again. Creating Scars was a really like vulnerable experience for me. I created it for my writing the hit song class actually in the fall of 2020. And I was really inspired to do something like more acoustic and really more raw. I was thinking Adele at the time when I was creating it. So it's just piano and vocal. And then also thinking of my past as a choral singer as well in musical theater. And so I really drew on all of those inspirations basically and created that song. It's about being in a relationship basically, and like it's a very toxic relationship. You kind of become blinded by the love that you have. You know, I think we've all been at a point where we realize we've become too codependent on a partner, or our partners become dependent on us. And so it's kind of about like letting go of that. Like you guys are fused into one person. They don't even see your scars anymore, your differences, anything, and like let go of that, be free, kind of let yourself live and be on yourself, especially if it's a toxic relationship, and just like get out of it. So that's what Scars is about, and it was a great experience to create that.
So on to my very next question. So you have also created an original song called Devil's Vice. Incredible song, by the way. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Devil's Vice, and what's the meaning behind Devil's Vice?
Yeah, so this one I actually first wrote my junior year of high school. So that was 2017, and I was still at the point in my life where it was like opera was at the forefront of everything. And so I wasn't looking to get a producer. I didn't have the means to. I didn't know who to talk to, how to figure it out, or anything like that. But when I was in my freshman year of college studying opera, and I decided, you know what, I need to go full blown with this recording artist thing. That's what I want to do. For my audition to the recorded music program, I had to have, you know, original content. And I was like, okay, I'm going to get this produced finally. And so I found one of my colleagues that I work with, Elmo Zapp. He's incredible. He's a New York City producer, arranger, songwriter, amazing man. And we knew each other from some connections back in LA. He reached out to me, and we basically got it done for that. So that's why I created it in the end and like fully got it produced. But this song is, I promise not all my songs are about relationships and like having a bad relationship, but this is also about somebody who comes into your life and you know they're not good for you, and it's like the devil and the angel on your shoulder. So the devil, it's his vice, like it's his habit. He wants to so badly like infiltrate into you, and like, you know, like if you want the bad boy or the bad girl or like whatever it is, that's kind of what it is. It's like he's luring you into the pits of hell with this other person, causing a ton of trouble. So yeah, another vulnerable song about relationships, but it takes a spin and metaphorical kind of spin on it into hell, which is very dark, but it was my hard rock phase. I'm still in it, but like that was the height
You're
of it.
fine. It was good.
Thanks.
You're very welcome. So on to my very next question. So you have also created an original song called Skeletons. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind Skeletons?
Yeah, so I did a re-release of Devil's Vice paired with Skeletons in August of 2020. Skeletons was a new song then, so that was like the main thing in the release, and it was because I changed my artist name from my real name's Grace, but from Grace House to Venus, because that's how I feel I am, you know, like that's just a great artist name for me. So when changing my name, I wanted to re-release Devil's Vice, and so I created the rock pack with Skeletons because it's also a like hard rock song. And this song has a lot to do with my fear of death, but also with like not letting that stop me. You know, we can all be highly anxious about death and like what that meaning is, what's our meaning here on this world. But it basically says at the end of this, we're all just skeletons. So just kind of like live your life. I'm not going to wait for these chances to come and find me. Like I'm going to find them. I'm going to do everything as best as I can and follow my dreams, because like, I don't know what happens after this. Maybe we're reincarnated. Maybe it's black. Maybe, I don't know. But at the end of the day, we're all skeletons. We're all the same. So find something that makes you unique and just like do the thing that you want to do, basically.
So on to my very next question. So what made you decide as a person and as an artist, like to pursue music in the first place? And who would be your like all-time favorite inspiration, like music-wise?
Yeah. So the reason that I pursued music was, well, when I was 7 years old, my grandmother passed away, and her and I's favorite activity was to watch American Idol. Like that was all we did, and then we would listen to the records of the contestants on there and just dance and sing to it. And so when she passed away, I was like moved. It sounds corny, but it's true. I was moved in tribute of her passing away, and also just my sadness and feeling, to start writing songs. I mean, it was poetry at the time, and I didn't even realize what I was doing, but I was just like singing how I felt and, you know, writing how I felt. And that's when I found my love for music, because it was a way that I could connect with myself and connect with other people. And I thought I was good at it. I mean, I was 7, I was probably terrible, but like I thought it was good.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
No, your music, I have to say, your music is truly sensational, by the way. To people that haven't listened to Venus's music, it's truly sensational. Your voice is amazing. You have so much talent ahead of yourself. You really do. And yeah, everyone definitely go check out Venus's music. It's truly sensational. And you have such a gift ahead. You really do.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. My grandma would be proud of that, I think, too, because with her love of stars and stuff. But yeah, that's really what got me into it, was her love of music and her imparting that onto me. And so then, like I said, started getting vocally trained at the age of 11. And with vocal coaches, they were pushing me towards opera to maintain vocal health. I became coined in high school as the opera singer, and I was not for it. So again, at the end of this, we're all just skeletons. So I'm gonna live my life and do what I want. And so my biggest inspiration then, it was interesting because I didn't grow up in a very musical family, like at all. And so I would just listen to like the random 80s music my mom would put on the radio. So I really had to find my inspiration and like educate myself purely on musicians and music in general, music history. But I have come to love Lady Gaga. She is my absolute favorite artist. Anybody who knows me knows that. I literally have like a shrine over there to her. It's bad, but I really, really am inspired by her and everything she means, and what she's done in this music industry and what she's done for women in the music industry, specifically LGBTQ plus people in the music industry, such as myself. So yeah, she's my favorite. Very inspiring.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Yeah, for me, I touched on it a little bit earlier, but it's crazy how music can really help you connect with yourself and other people, and your music can have one meaning to you but a completely different meaning to somebody else. I was in a PR meeting yesterday with these girls I'm working with for PR for my release, and we were listening through all my EP songs together. I'm like, what does this make you guys feel and think of? Like, we need something, we need an aesthetic here. And both of them had different answers. And I was like, and completely different from me. I'm like, I did not picture that. I did not even meet, like, what? But it wasn't like disappointing. It was so inspiring and so cool because like they had their own meaning, and like it had its own purpose to them. So I just love the way that it is an art form that people can take away something completely different from it, positive, negative, anything. It's just like up to the listener and observer. I love it.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Okay, so obviously Lady Gaga is one of them, and it is because I think her music is insane. Like, it's sensational. One of my favorite albums ever is Art Pop. I say you guys should all listen to it. That's where my name comes from, actually. It's the song Venus, but I do spell it differently because I have, like, an affinity for snakes, so I wanted the hiss sound at the end. But yeah, it's a great album. I think her music's incredible, so just even purely music based, I would want to create a song with her for sure. Next would be B. Miller. I really like B. Miller. She was on X Factor in America, and I think she's like early 20s now too. I just love her music, and her music is what inspired a lot of the music that's coming out on my EP soon. It's like more dark pop, but not as dark pop as Billie Eilish, and some experimental factors to it. So B. Miller for that. And then if I could bring somebody back from the dead and collaborate with them, it would definitely be George Michael. 1,000,000%. That is one of the artists that my parents did pass on to me. And my dad's like George Michael is to my dad as Lady Gaga is to me, basically. And I could not be more thankful that he gave me George Michael, basically. He's just such an incredible writer. I've studied his work from a songwriter's perspective a lot, and he's just a true talent and very incredible. So I'd love to be in a room with him writing a song.
Awesome. I love the choices.
Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome. So on to my very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person and as an artist, like especially during COVID?
Yeah, COVID was a wild ride, obviously. I learned that I'm also a producer, which is really nice because, like, before I said I didn't, when I was starting off with making music or, writing music, I didn't really know how to work, like, digital audio workspaces, which is, like, what an artist would, or a producer would work on to actually create the music you hear, like putting in drum patterns, putting in the piano, all that stuff. I did not know how to work a single thing on there. So I then was like, you know what? I'm done with, like, I learned this stuff at school now. I'm done with relying on other people because COVID made you not able to rely on anybody. I wasn't able to sit in sessions with somebody. Zoom was awful for this. So I was like, I'm going to start producing. And so I learned that I'm a good producer. Like, one of the songs that's coming out as a single and then on the EP is everybody's favorite that they listen to, and they're humming it constantly and everything. And I'm like, okay, I have something here. So I definitely learned that I don't need somebody holding my hand the entire time, or I don't need the assistance of somebody. And I think as a woman in the industry, I've talked about this like on my Instagram quite a bit. It's really hard, especially in like a male-dominated industry, and where producers are mostly male. Like, only 2% of females are producers, or producers are females in the industry. Paid producers. I mean, obviously there are more, but paid. So that was another reason I was like, I don't want to get into this. Like, nobody's going to take me seriously. And I do have my fair share of that, 100%. And that's, always been an issue being a woman artist. But I mean, I learned that I can do it, and I'm like, screw it. Like, I'm going to do it. I don't care. I'm going to learn. It may not be as good as one person, but like, I'm proud of what I make. So, yeah.
Female empowerment.
Exactly. Let's go.
So, on to my very next question. So, what are like the positive and negatives into the whole creating music side of the industry?
And how do you like through those like negative moments as an artist?
Kind of what I touched on. I mean, for being a female in the industry, it can be very hard to get your full plan across and your point and your vision. Because you're working with male producers, you're working with male managers. Not all of them are male, and not all of them are bad. I have amazing male friends in the industry. It's not kind of me shitting on them or anything like that. It's just that it's very difficult to like hold your own and be taken seriously. Like your word is going to get talked over way more than your male counterpart's word. So the way I deal with it is like I have a lot of women on my team, like a lot of women on my PR team, a lot of women on my music video team. I like to surround myself more with women producers and creatives and everything like that. So it's kind of like I want to really control my environment and control who I'm, letting myself into. Thank you, Amin, my friend Amin. But kind of control who I have in my space. And aside from that, I think especially being an independent artist, whether you're male or female, it's very difficult to like get your break into stuff because like you can reach out to 50 record labels and 50 managers and anything, and it's like at the end of the day, it's like Spotify streams or TikTok followers. I'm grinding on TikTok and I get nothing. And like, I am doing okay with streams, better than I thought, but still it's like, how do you get noticed, So you just try and try, but I guess getting through it, I mean, you just have to keep doing it and hope something pans and just stay positive and realize like why you're doing it. And for me, it's because I really love to, and I see it working out hopefully. So yeah.
So on to my very last question. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you'd like to announce on the show?
Yes, so I would like to announce my EP 180 Degrees, and that's going to be coming out probably early September. I'm very excited. It's going to be 5 songs. There are going to be 2 singles. So the singles will come out before then, and we're working on the release date right now. I should have a release date next week for the first single, but I'm really excited for that. Like, we're putting a lot of time and work into it to make it really like shine and be something that I like, a big representation of who I am as an artist and as just a regular individual going to the grocery store type of thing. And then I have a music video that's going to be coming out like a month after for one of the EP songs. And then my senior year of college, in my program and just, grinding and trying to get more shows as restrictions lift, and yeah, just grinding. But I'm very excited for everybody to hear the EP, and hopefully some merch will be coming along with it. But yeah, that's pretty much my 2021 for you guys.
I'd like to give any thoughts or opinions to like, do you have like any thoughts or opinions for anyone for like that viewers on the show?
Oh, what'd you say? Do I have an opinion?
Do you have like any thoughts or opinions that you would like to give at the end?
Any goals? Well, is that what you said, goals?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my goal is to, by the end of, or I would say May of 2022, really be in talks with a manager and hopefully a record label, does indie or major, I don't care. Well, I do care, but you know what I mean? Like, I have my preferences, but really be in talks with that so that I can get my vision seen by more people and be able to connect with more people, because my biggest thing as an artist is to be able to connect with more people. So connecting, and also, guys, please keep in mind of our environment right now. That's something I want to say. Environment, people's rights, like, just love each other, peace and love. Like, we don't need any hate out in the world. Just listen to each other. Try to understand one another. That's all I can hope for. And just hope to connect. Like, that's what I want with my music too. It's a safe space for anybody at all. Any belief system, color, creed, anything. Come in, sit with us, connect, and like, be sure to listen to other people.
Saying you love me is like pretending to see in the dark. It's no wonder you can never point out my scars. Every day it's like we meet again. You don't know me at all, 'cause you never started listening. Maybe this is my wake-up call. Doesn't make us feel alive to drive our sanity into the wall. I don't think I can survive the high of this upcoming fall. If I take out the gap, then the words will fall out of my mouth, planting the white flag, surrendering now. Maybe it's time I set out to follow my heart. Set out to follow my heart. Convince myself, then find a way to start. I'm staring in the mirror again, but I can't see my reflection at all. I'm not even my own friend. Maybe this is my wake-up call. Why did it take so long to leave? Don't know what that says about me. Why is it still hard to breathe? I let you define me. If I take out the gag, then the words will fall out of my mouth, planting the white flag, surrendering now. Doesn't make us feel alive to drive our sanity into the wall. I don't think I can survive the height of this upcoming fall.
A Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Chloe. So I'm about to add Chloe into the live now to have a chat with Chloe about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Chloe in and have a chat with Chloe. Hi Chloe, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much, Chloe, for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on the show today.
Thank you.
For people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
So I am a singer-songwriter and producer. I write under the name Cal & Co. And this year I really started releasing my own music and doing it all myself. I was born in America, but I have grown up in London and I'm still based here. Hence the slightly weird accent.
You don't have a
But yeah. So yeah.
Cool. So on to our very next question. So we'll dive right into the questions. So you've created numerous of incredible songs, and for the very first song that I'll mention, 3 Alarms, truly incredible. What was it like getting to create 3 Alarms in the first place, and like what's the whole meaning behind 3 Alarms?
Well, 3 Alarms is a song that I wrote when the UK went back into lockdown the 3rd time. There was definitely a sense of history repeating itself. And above all, I had a lot of time to spend at home and write, record, produce it on my own. So I'd just come back from a slightly failed stint as an au pair in Paris, and I think my mental health was not that great, probably also because of COVID. And I know that a lot of my friends and other people were experiencing kind of a similar thing. So 3 Alarms is about accepting that sometimes life is kind of crazy and not that great. I think we've all seen that in the past year. But there's nothing we can do about it except for, find solidarity with other people. It is very much a pandemic song. So maybe I've created something that will last. I hope so. Musically, it's supposed to be very 90s alternative rock inspired. I also had recently bought an electric guitar, so this was the first song that really allowed me to experiment with that. So yeah, I really enjoyed making it. It's definitely been the most fun one so far.
So that's our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Lemonades. It's called Lessons. What was it like getting to create Lessons, this incredible other EP song that you've created?
Well, Lessons is actually an interesting one because it's an album, but it was the first thing I released because in the first lockdown a year ago, I set myself kind of a goal that I would write this and record this whole album and release it all at once. In hindsight, I kind of wish I'd done a bit more promotion, maybe released some singles since it's my biggest body of work, but I didn't know that. I'd never done anything like this before. So that was it was a great experience. I mean, I wrote all of it. I started writing it in 2 years before, but it's actually a concept album, which you might not know on first listen, but it tells the story of a relationship in order. So that it's slightly from personal experience, but there is also a bit of artistic license in there. But it did help me kind of process my breakup. But the biggest aspect, I would say, is that I learned to produce with that album. It's entirely recorded using GarageBand, which I've progressed since then. Now I use Logic and Pro Tools. So listening back, there are definitely some things I would change. Actually, I'm planning on remastering everything because I didn't really know what I was doing at the time, but it was really fun. So yeah, that's what Lessons is.
Awesome. So that's our very next question. So you've also created another incredible EP song called Pink Lemonade. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Pink Lemonade in the first place, and what's the meaning behind it?
Well, Pink Lemonade is my attempt at a song of the summer. So far, our weather here is not very summer-like, so hasn't really, I don't know, we've got a month left. Maybe it'll take off. But it was directly inspired by my experiences in London last summer because usually I spend 6 weeks in the States seeing my family. So with the pandemic, that was really my first experience of being in the city during the summer. So I spent a lot of time in various like parks and stuff because everything else was closed. And I thought the way that you could go somewhere and all the young people were there together doing the same thing, listening to music on their Bluetooth speakers. I wanted to write a song that was about that, but also could be played by one of those groups of people listening to music on their speakers. So yeah, it really has a dual focus of summer and London. I'm very attached to my home. So yeah.
Awesome. So that's our very next question. So you've also created another incredible EP song called Questions. Such an incredible song. What was it like getting to create Questions, and what's like the meaning behind Questions?
So Questions is the second song off of Lessons, the album. But I re-released it this year because I felt like I hadn't done enough like single type promotion. I actually wrote it in 2018. Like in its full state, and it's about the very beginnings of a relationship when it's really fun and happy and you just really want to get to know somebody. I performed it with the band that I was in for a long time in 2019, but still I wasn't hearing the musical stuff being realized the way I wanted it to. So when I got to produce it myself, that was so fun because I played all of the instruments in the song. So I kind of I recorded one track at a time, basically. So it was like I could be the whole band. So everything is exactly how I wanted it. And that was really fun. There's a kind of psychedelic guitar solo at the end, which is definitely inspired by music I had been listening to when I was recording it in the first lockdown, which was a lot of the Grateful Dead. But there are actually 2 guitars at once at the end of the song, and that's just because I recorded 2 takes of the solo that I liked, and then they happened to fit together really well, so they're just both there. But yeah, musically, that's definitely, I think that's my favorite song off the album. So yeah, it was really fun. It was a great experience.
I'll tell you our next question. So, what made you decide as a person, and especially as an artist standpoint, that you wanted to get into music in the first place? And who would be like inspirational person or music artist that you look up to in the music industry?
Well, I'm actually classically trained as a musician. I've been studying piano since I was 6, and I've played in various orchestras, and I'm going to study music at university. So it's always been a huge part of my life. I grew up listening. There's always a radio playing in the house. Um, when I was in primary school, I joined a Saturday club called Kids in Rock. And it was basically a band of kids my age, like 9-year-olds, playing exclusively 80s tribute songs. So a lot of Bon Jovi, Guns N' Roses, AC/DC, that kind of stuff. And that definitely taught me a lot that I know about chord progressions and song structure in a less academic setting. And that got me into songwriting. I don't think I would be the songwriter I am today if it wasn't for having had that experience. So maybe you could say Bon Jovi, but anyone that knows me will also know that for a while I went through a phase of wanting to be Taylor Swift. She was a huge inspiration to me, and actually I focused on country music from about the ages of 11 to 15. I went around doing little open mics with my acoustic guitar and singing bad country songs that I'd written, all about love, even though obviously I was 12. I had no idea what that was. So yeah, I guess Taylor Swift is probably the biggest inspiration to me. But my parents, my mom really, like, she didn't push me, but she made it very clear that it was something I could pursue. So yeah.
Sounds like our next question. So, what does performing music mean to you, like, especially as an artist?
I love to perform. I love to watch the audience kind of get into what they're listening to. And I've lately started performing my own music at gigs and a bit of open mics and things like that. But I've been performing classically for a long time. I played harp in a few different orchestras. So you'd think I'd be used to the stage fright, but I'm not. I get very nervous. I struggle a little bit with stage presence, I think, but I'm hoping that will come to me. But the experience of performing, it's just that's the point of music, is for other people to listen to it. And you get to have a more personal connection with your listener when you're playing to them in real life, as opposed to having them stream your songs.
On to our next question. So, if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
So, firstly, I think I would love to work with Annie Clark. She writes under St. Vincent, because she's an amazing artist in her own right. Especially, I'm in love with her new album. I love it so much. But she also is, like, she works with lots of other artists. She is a songwriting credit on a lot of Olivia Rodrigo's album, for example. I don't think anyone else could find something to rhyme with subpoenaed besides her. So she's really talented. I'd love to work with her. Secondly, Conor Oberst. He's also known as Bright Eyes, and I think I've been listening to him for such a long time that it would just be such an amazing experience to meet someone that I look up to. And his lyricism it's almost like poetry, and I'd love to work on that for myself. So that would be interesting. Jack Antonoff, I would say. Everyone says that, but he works with in so many different styles. I mean, just in Taylor Swift's catalog, he produced a lot of Reputation and Lover, which are pop albums, but then all of her 2 most recent folk kind of oriented albums. So his reach and talent is amazing. He can do anything he puts his mind to. So, but if I worked with him, I think it would be more of a like apprenticeship situation rather than him producing my stuff. Like, I'd love to know what he knows.
Yes. Awesome. So on to our next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person and especially as an artist, like during COVID?
I mean, COVID's taught me that it's really important to be able to spend time alone, like not in a lonely way, but in a being comfortable with yourself kind of way. I think as a person, that's helped me be more introspective, which is reflected in my lyrics. It's also taught me to value my time, because
You kind of cut out. Yeah. Yeah, you can't. We can't hear you. You can't. We can't hear you. I'll add it back in. It's all good. We'll get it back in. I don't know what happened there, but it's all good. We'll get it back in. Don't worry, everyone. Here we go.
What happened there is I have a time limit set for Instagram, and it decided to show up in the middle of our interview.
Technology.
Should we move on to the next question?
I don't think we got the what you were saying before.
Oh yeah, the time stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't have had time to do everything I'm doing now before COVID. I had school all day, and I did 1,000 extracurriculars, and I think having time to sit back and spend my hours doing this has shown me I need to, in the future, set aside time for it. But yeah, that's what COVID has taught me.
On to our very next question. So what's like the positive and negatives into creating your own music, and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
One thing about doing it yourself is you don't have to deal with, I mean, I've never had a record label speaking to me, but you don't have to deal with pleasing them and doing what they want to do. It's all down to your own opinions and ideas. The music industry is a crazy place, but it's changing. I mean, it's definitely easier now for indie artists to promote themselves. Social media is more important than ever, and in some ways I consider that to be a little bit of a negative, because I find social media a little bit overwhelming. It feels a bit like a popularity contest at times, and it's gotten to the point where sometimes I feel that the artist's image is almost not more important than their work, but equally important, especially when you're starting out. But I get over that by, just reminding myself that the music is what matters, and that's what I'm good at. So I hope it'll work out.
So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you for the rest of 2021, like music-wise, that you would like to announce on the show?
I've got a gig on Friday the 6th of August, so any people who are in England, feel free to come. There's actually a link in my Instagram bio with tickets. I've got a few songs lined up. I'm considering releasing an EP in winter, and a song called Ethereal should be coming out in September. But definitely the biggest project will be remixing and mastering lessons. It's a huge body of work. Well, to me, a big body of work. And I think their current states don't really reflect how good the songs are. I need to definitely go through and fix those. But I'm also going to university in October, so I'm hoping to find a band. So my music that I play live hopefully will evolve to be more group oriented. So yeah, I want to do a bit more of my radio show as well.
That's cool. So thank you so much, Chloe, for taking the time to join my show, having you on the show. Everyone, definitely go support Chloe and her incredible music. Chloe has so much talent and such a gift ahead of herself. She really does. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Well, I'd like to say to anyone that does listen to my music, thank you so much. I mean, right now it's not that many people, but it means that every single person that does matters. I can see it. It makes me feel, it's amazing that anyone would actually care what I have to say besides my close friends. And to you, thank you so much for having me on the show. I mean, what an amazing opportunity. I'd love to do this again.
You're very welcome on the show anytime, Chloe. Well, stay safe, and yeah, keep up the amazing work with your incredible music.
Hello, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest of today is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Carlu. So she has this new release out called Love Sick. So I'm about to add Carlu into the live now to have a chat with Carlu about her incredible new release song. So yeah, let's add Carlu in, and here we go.
Hello.
Hi, Carly, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on the show today. To people that you're very welcome. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory into yourself, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Awesome. Yeah, well, I'm pretty much just a local sunny coaster at the moment. So I'm living on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. I've been doing music for pretty much my whole life. And just like singing, writing, all that sort of stuff. And then I came up with this project probably, I think it was like late 2019. And I just kind of wanted to do something a bit more like indie pop style. So that's where I came up with the Carly project. And I just started writing some pop songs, started producing them and releasing them. And I guess that's just what brought me to here. So yeah, it's just been an amazing journey so far. I'm just loving every step of it.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question. So you've actually created this incredible new song release. Congratulations, by the way, called Love Sick. What was it like getting to create Love Sick in the first place? And like, what's the whole meaning behind Love Sick?
Yeah, for sure. Well, pretty much I walked into the studio with, I think it was like a half-written song. Like I had a basic idea of what I wanted to write and kind of how it was going to go. And then my producer just helped me rework the song, and we kind of co-wrote most of it together. And yeah, it was just really nice. It's just like about pretty much just explaining just like a depth of like pure love and like a romance. And it's just a love song, really. Like it's just really, it's personal and refreshing at the same time. Like being able to put yourself out there and be all into something, like fully invested, and know that's what you want to do. So yeah, that's what the song's about.
Well, I saw the music video. What was it like getting to create the music video, by the way? It was truly sensational music video.
Thank you. Oh, thanks so much. It was so much fun. Yeah, I really wanted to create something that was kind of like an LGBT plus video. So I just wanted to show all the love and like all the different relationships and how other people work. And it was really special having to put my own relationship in that video and kind of like, put it out there for the world to see. Like, it's always scary, but it's just like, it's about time, like, you kind of own who you are and you know who you are. And I don't know, I just feel like you should be proud of what you have. And if that's what you want to do, like, love who you love. Love is love. So yeah, it's nice to express that in the music video.
So on to my very next question. So you've also created incredible songs in the past, like a song called Bad Choices. What was it like getting to create this song called Bad Choices, and what's the meaning behind Bad Choices?
Yeah, well, so this one was it was a song that I wrote when I was quite young, like not that young, but I felt like as soon as I turned 18, I felt like I'd missed my youthful years. Like most of the kids my age were like going out clubbing, they were drinking, they're having fun, and I was kind of just like not really that social. Like I'd be going to gigs every weekend. That would fill my entire life, and so I felt like I had this little piece missing where I just wanted to go out and I wanted to have fun and party, and that's what Bad Choices was about. Was like setting it and being like, okay, well, let's go out. And so we made like a music video around that, and it was really sweet because I got to get like this little tattoo, my first tattoo ever. It actually says like Bad Choices. And like my family's fully against tattoos. So I was like, I'm gonna get a tattoo and I'm gonna put it in the video. I'm gonna FaceTime my mom and get her reaction. So it was actually really funny, and it's all in the music video now, but it was just a good laugh, and yeah, it's great. I loved it.
So on to my very next question. So you've also created a song called Closer. What was it like getting to create this song, and what does Closer mean to you?
Yeah, well, it's a very personal track. It's just pretty much about just going through a really hard time, and yeah, just facing my battles with mental health, and really addressing that message that you know, it's okay to not be okay. Sometimes you might be feeling down, but you know, there's always someone around the corner, and I had a friend who was there for me, and that's what that song was about, just someone having my back. And yeah, I don't know, it's just such a personal song, and I just hope like people relate to that the same way that, you know, I felt when I wrote that song.
So on to my very next question. So on to my very next question. So what made you decide as a person, and like especially as an artist, to like get into music in the first place? Like, and who would be your like all-time favorite music inspiration?
Ooh, that's like such a tough question. I don't know. I mean, like I've been doing music for quite a while now. I started when I was quite young. I got my first guitar when I was 9, and I started playing. And throughout the years, I've had different musical influences, but there was one that's really stuck with me for the entire time that I've been doing this whole thing, and that would have to be John Mayer. I love John Mayer. Yeah, hands down. I just think he's one of the most terrific guitar players and musicians. Like the way that he crafts his songs is just unreal. So I'd really say John Mayer. Another one that I really love is this guy called Lav, which is Lauv. He's kind of like a pop sort of guy. It's just really like cool pop, production sweet. It's like simple, and you just sort of jam to it. Like it's just feel good stuff. So I love that. And then my third choice, I have to say Vera Blue from Australia. I think Vera Blue is amazing, and she's such a performer. I've seen her live, I don't know, like maybe 3 times, but yeah, I think she's phenomenal, and yeah, just a showman, like amazing work. So they would be my top 3. There's like a definitely like big long list that I could go through, but yeah, I'll stay with those ones.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist deep down?
Yeah. Well, I feel like songwriting in general is therapy. And I was just saying to one of the people that I spoke to today about how, you know, we write all these songs. Sometimes you might have really good ones. Sometimes they might be a little bit shit. But at the end of the day, like they all have a different meaning. And, you know, you have songs that you write for yourself, and then you have songs that you share with people. And when you perform your songs, it's so lovely to connect the people in the room about what the story's about, what the influence is. And yeah, just like letting them in on your life. Like it's literally a therapy session. So I love getting to perform my songs. I think it's beautiful. Like it's just art. So yeah, it's wonderful.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So if you could like work with any top 3 like music artists in the music industry, who do you reckon they'll be and why?
Oh, I don't know. That's such a tough question. You got me stumped on this one. I'd probably say like Vera Blue. Definitely, I would want to work with her. I've also like been super keen on something totally different. I would love to work with Flume. I just think he's so cool. So if I got to collab with Flume one day, I would be over the moon. And the third one, I would say maybe John Mayer, just to like hang out and jam, learn a few tricks.
So on to my very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person and as an artist, like especially during COVID? Because COVID has been such a crap part of everyone's year last year, and especially now this year with what's going on with Australia and stuff. How has it affected you?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like everyone's sort of in this together, especially in the music industry. Like, at the start, it was absolutely devastating. I was so upset the first time that I had to cancel one of my shows. I thought it was the end of the world. So I've come a long way since then, a long way. And I guess what it's taught me is that you've just got to appreciate and celebrate the little wins. And that might not be all those streams. It might not be selling all these tickets. Like, you do worry about it, but I guess you've got to kind of look at the grand scheme of things and like celebrate the things that are, you know, like achievements and be happy about that. So I don't know, it's just like taking a step back and just kind of relaxing a little bit on that. I feel like not as anxious as I was before COVID, because like, you know, I've had to cancel those shows. I've had to like give up different opportunities to make everything work. So yeah, I feel like that's definitely what I've learned from it. It's definitely a learning experience that I think everyone would be like going through the same thing. So it's good to know that everyone's in it together.
That's awesome. So on to our next question. So what are like the positive and negatives into creating your own music, and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
Yeah, well, I think songwriting is a positive and a negative in itself. Because sometimes you're like so stuck on an idea, or maybe like you just want to write, but you have nothing to write about, and songwriting blocks just get me down. If I'm in the mood to write and I can't write a song, I'm just like so stressed out. So yeah, I'd probably say songwriting is definitely on the fence, like good and bad, but it's really good because lately I've been doing a lot of co-writing, like with different artists and all that, which I haven't really done that much in the past. And it's just been so nice to kind of like collaborate with other people and just see a different vision of a song, maybe that you're already working on, or something that you're coming up fresh. So I love that aspect of it. I think it's really beautiful to be able to share, like, you know, that moment, that creation, and like hope that it goes further than that, like goes to the next step. You go into the studio and record it. But yeah, I think that, and then maybe sharing the music. I think that's another really nice thing. Being able to express it and just put it out there. Yeah, I can't really think of any like negative things at the moment. I think all of it's like just a win. Just love it.
So it's like my very last question. So what's like next for you, like goal-wise for the rest of 2021 that you would like to announce on the show?
Yeah, well, I hope to be releasing more music. I'm actually getting into the studio very soon, so that's good. So I'll have some new music out. I just recently got announced to play the Clown Music Festival in, I believe it's October. So I'm really excited about that. They've got a killer lineup so far, and I think there's like another announcement to come out, but it looks amazing. I'm just honored to be on that list of people. And then I've also got a show coming up on the Sunshine Coast next weekend, and it's still going ahead at this stage, fingers crossed. And yeah, it's going to be a nice little local show. I'm going to have my drummer there. It's just going to be a bit of a vibe. Hopefully we can dance. Not sure, but we'll see. And yeah, just kind of, I just want to do some more shows, maybe some touring or something like that. We'll see what comes of it.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, it's been such a pleasure having you on the show. Would you like to do a performance of one of your songs, if you can?
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm not sure how it's going to go because I have been a little bit under the weather, but we'll see how it goes. My voice breaks. You'll know why. Okay. I might do the new song. I might do Lovesick. Okay. Here we go. Packing up my stuff, the baggage that I dropped, just to carry it on suitcase. Coffee and keep coming. Time, spend all that time wishing on lost hope. If I give up my pride, left it behind, I knew about you. Love is sick, I'm lovesick. Love is sick, I'm lovesick. Love is sick, I'm lovesick. Love is sick, your breath's in my head. You got this finesse, caught up a bed. Every lost kiss, distracting my mind. No need to try, someone I miss on a love like this. I'm lovesick, give you my hours. You tell me we're timeless, counting on lifetime. No need for money or fuss, cause baby, it's time. Spend all the time wishing on a lost hope. If I give up my pride, left it behind, I knew I'd find you. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, your friends in my head. You got this finesse, caught up a bed. Every last kiss distracting my mind. No need to try, I don't wanna miss on love like this. I'm lovesick. Lovesick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. You're very welcome. Well, can I just say thank you so much again. It's been such a pleasure having you on the show. Everyone, definitely go support this incredible artist. You've been such a pleasure to have on the show today. Definitely go support, check out the song Lovesick. As I said, truly sensational. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
I just want to say thank you all so much for supporting me so far and just checking out my music. And thank you to you for having me on the show. I really appreciate it.
Packing up my stuff, baggage that I've dropped, just a carry-on suitcase, coffee in a key cup. Time, spend all that time wishing on a lost hope. If I gave up my pride and left it behind, I knew I'd find you. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, your rent's in my head. You got this finesse, caught up a bed for every lost kiss, distracting my mind. No need to try, I don't wanna miss on love like this. I'm lovesick, give you my hours if you tell me we're timeless. Counting on a lifetime. No need for money or false cars, baby. Time, spend all that time wishing on a lost hope. If I gave up my pride and left it behind, I knew I'd find you. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, I'm lovesick. Lovesick, your rent's in my head. You got this finesse, caught up my bed for every lost kiss, distracting my mind. No need to try, I don't wanna miss on love like this. Your rent's in my head. You got this finesse, caught up my bed for every lost kiss, distracting my mind. No need to try, I don't wanna miss on love like this. I'm lovesick. Lovesick. Oh, I'm lovesick.
So for my very next guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Sarah Bernardo. She's also in a girl group and in a band. So I'm about to add Sarah into the live now to have a chat with Sarah about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Sarah in and have a chat with Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. How's it going?
Hey, good. How are you? I'm going to put a filter on my face, I reckon, because I did way too much makeup. And now it's just, it's so, oh, that one's good. Let's go with this one.
That's it. Well, thank you so much, Sarah, for coming onto the show tonight. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, Sarah, if you can give like a bit of backstory into yourself, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Cool. So my name is Sarah Bernardo. I am originally from Canada, but now I live in Australia. I've been doing music for probably the last, since I was in high school, like grade 9, I started writing songs and just kind of developed some bands and stuff from there. And here I am trying to slay it.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So for my very first question, you're in this incredible band called so you started such an incredible band called Your Own Cult. What was it like getting to start your own band? Like,
So
surely-
the band is actually called Start Your Own Cult.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a crazy ride to get to where we are today with these guys. We originally started playing together in a band called Dirty Spells. And then we kind of just went from there, just had a bunch of like musical changes and whatnot. And we just decided that Dirty Spells wasn't what we were representing anymore. So we wanted to start something new and fresh that we were proud of. Thus came Start Your Own Cult. We released our first single in January, and we've been loving the feedback that we've been getting since then.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, like, Start Your Own Cult, I've like seen all your videos for Start Your Own Cult, and I have to say, like, I'm really impressed with like how much work and dedication you guys put into Start Your Own Cult. To people that haven't seen Start Your Own Cult, why do you recommend people check out Start Your Own Cult?
I just think that we're trying to do some really new, fun, cool things, but also inspired by a lot of our influences. My Chemical Romance, Bring the Horizon. Alex loves his 70s style music and stuff. So we try to dabble in so many different genres and bring it into this one really cool thing. So yeah, definitely check it out if you haven't, and let us know what you think of the sound.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what's the meaning behind Start Your Own Cult? Like, how did you form the name of Start Your Own Cult?
So I think the main kind of reason is we were looking for a name change, and we felt that the genre that we were playing before, it didn't quite fit into the indie scene in Sydney, and it didn't quite fit into the heavy scene in Sydney. So we were never really in the groups of the musos. We're like, you know what, we'll start our own thing. And we really like the cult imagery and all that kind of stuff. So Start Your Own Cult came about by that.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you're also in a girl group, such an incredible girl group, by the way, called Southbound. To people that haven't seen Southbound, definitely go support Southbound. So what was it like getting to form the group for Southbound?
So Southbound first kind of came about as an idea by one of the band members, and I got asked on an Instagram message if I was interested in starting up this country girls group called Southbound. And I didn't really like country music at the time. I've had this vendetta about country music for the longest time, but everybody's like, oh, you have such good a country voice. So I thought, what do I have to lose? So I went to the meeting. Everything sounded great. They showed me some demos and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Cool. Like, we'll give this a try. And it's done amazingly well for the first year and a half that we've been a band. And yeah, we're just really looking forward to what's to come, especially after lockdown with tours, and more single releases and shows. So yeah.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what girl groups inspired Southbound to form in the first place?
Oh, see, it wasn't my idea to start Southbound. So I think like what they were kind of looking at in the industry is that there's just such a big lack of like female country musicians, and especially in a band. And we want it to be that like no cares, like rock and roll bunch of girls that just drink and party, and yeah, we're always like the fun in the room.
Awesome. So I'll tell you the next question. So to people that haven't seen Southbound, why do you recommend Southbound for people that haven't seen Southbound?
Because we're like a couple hot chicks, and and we rock. We honestly put on such a good show, and we're only getting better as we practice together and get to know each other. And the band has just formed together so nicely in the last few months, especially.
So I'll tell you the next question. So what made you decide as a person, and especially as an artist, like to get into singing in the first place? And who would be your like all-time inspirational person or music artist in the music industry?
So getting into music, I was always kind of raised in a musical family. My dad's one of those people that he can pick up an instrument and play it like flawlessly right off the bat. So kind of got into that, was in like church choirs, musicals, and then my dad gave me my first guitar in grade 6. I did a guitar project for a class, so I learned all about the guitar, and then I started writing songs in grade 9, and it's just kind of grown from there. was always just like a singer with a guitar, but I wanted more. And all the music that I listened to, it was like heavy metal. I was like raised in mosh pits, getting punched in the face. So I was always trying to source that sound and learn how to make that sound and meet people with similar interests. So yeah, it's been a really wild ride from where I started in my music stuff. Some of the videos that you'd seen earlier on, like the Point of No Return and stuff, it's like me and my sister singing together, to now What's Come of Start Your Own Cult and Southbound. Yeah, it's pretty cool. For influences, Amy Lee from Evanescence has always been a huge one for me. I am a massive fan of Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance. That has been like my favorite band of all time since I was in grade 5. I remember my dad, he took me to a My Chemical Romance concert when they came to London, Ontario. And the sound wasn't the best because it was in this big arena, but it was just such a good show. And at one point, I think this is where showmanship started for me, is Gerard Way said the F word about 1 million times in the set, but at one point he was just like, I want to see everybody's fingers in the air. And I'm in grade 5 just looking at my dad like, and he's like, don't tell your mom. And we're like, and it was, yeah, it was definitely a memory that sticks with me. And yeah, and probably my last huge influence, Brendan Urie, Panic at the Disco. Because I've seen them when they were doing their first album. I saw a concert of them, and it was just a huge show. They had circus performers. It was all theatrics, and he's such an amazing vocalist. Like, he's just so widely talented, and that definitely is one of the people that drives me to explore different avenues of music and explore different genres and bring them all into one thing.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist standpoint?
Performing music, I think the difference of like writing a song and showing to the world is one thing. That's kind of like an expression of self, an expression of experience, and drawing experience from other things. But actually performing it's more of a reward, because you go to a show and you're like, oh, nobody will know me. And then all of a sudden there's like faces there that you've never seen before. And they're there for your band. And there's people that know the words to your song. And it's just all surreal. And it's just kind of that big tap on the back. And what we haven't been able to see, especially during lockdown, like with Southbound, we've had 2 #1 country radio singles. And we haven't been able to go and do those big shows and do those festivals where there's people that are like, oh my God, like it's Southbound. And they're like, na, 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 na. So yeah, but I think we'll get there. And yeah, I love performing on a stage. It's almost like you black out when you walk onto that stage. And by the end of it, you're just like, oh, that was cool. And you want to do it again.
That's awesome. So on to my very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Like, okay, probably Ollie Sykes, Bring Me the Horizon, because I think he's mad. And then, yeah, Gerard Way. I obviously have followed him throughout my whole growing of music, and just like hearing his interviews. And I don't even know what I would say to him. He's probably one of my biggest heroes, but I don't feel like I'd have anything to say to him that he wouldn't be like, that he hasn't heard before. I don't even know if I'd want to meet him, to be honest, because I wouldn't want to be a disappointment. Yeah. And third. Who do I love? I love so many artists. Like, it's really hard. Yeah, probably Brendan Urie. Like, he's such a wild character, and someone who's also stuck with me throughout my kind of whole growing of music. And I just think it'd be so amazing to pick his head, because like, he's definitely weird. I'm super weird, and I feel like we're just like, so that'd be really cool.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, and especially as an artist, like during COVID?
Okay, what have I learned about myself as a person? That I can drink a lot. And no. I think I've learned to grow out of my comfort zone On my Instagram, you'll be able to see I did about 10 songs. I did like 10 days where I wrote a song every day. And I noticed that I was kind of like stepping over certain like words and melodies and stuff. And just to kind of like push past that and keep pushing and keep pushing and pushing yourself to write every day. And I guess I've just like learned how much resilience I have to like certain environments and whatnot. And sorry, what was the other part of the question?
What have you learned about yourself, like as a person and especially as an artist, like during COVID?
The artist thing. That I'm not defined by one thing. And I've always been told, I put out an EP a couple of years ago, just a solo EP. It's called Red Wine. There's 5 songs on it and they're all vastly different. And the main feedback that I got from like industry professionals and stuff was like, oh, well, like the songs aren't all like in the same genre. And I'm like, yeah, I know, because I like different genres and I like to do different things. And that's what I love about Start Your Own Cult is we are bringing in so many different elements to the cult. And I'm able to express differently into this one thing. And we're not letting people be like, well, that's actually not this genre, so I'm going to go pass. And then as well, just like not caring so much what people think. A couple years ago, when I first moved to Australia, I was working in this bar and right beside it was a cafe. And this one guy that worked there, he said to me that he's like, you're really cool. I just think that you care too much about what other people think about you. And that really stuck with me for like, since then, I've just kind of like, yeah, why am I trying to please other people when if they're not going to like me like this, who I am, or like who I'm pretending to be or whatever, then they're not going to like me later down the road. So just like, this is who I am. This is what I do. You're either going to like it or you're not going to. It's your choice to come along for the ride.
Awesome. Sounds like a very next question. So what are like the positive and negatives into creating your own music? And how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
Writer's block is definitely one of them, where you just feel defeated. I think I hit that about day 5 in the songwriting thing. I'm sitting there and I'm writing and I'm just like, what am I talking about? And you're like, I don't have anything left in me to give. But then you stand up, you do a little walk around, you're like, that's the idea. And then you just kind of run with it. Negatives to being an artist as well, especially being a female in the industry, you're always kind of like, look this way, be this skinny, do all these things to get the fans and get people's attention. And it kind of is a little bit soul-sucking because you want to be able to look at a photo of yourself and not think, oh, I'm not as skinny as this artist, or oh, I'm not as pretty as this artist. So just trying to get those negative thoughts out of your head. Probably the last negative thing, social media.
Yeah.
Like if I didn't do music, I probably wouldn't have social media, to be honest. I just don't like, personally, I don't think that I have anything in my personal life that I care about sharing to the world. But as a musician, you have to be on Instagram and Facebook and all these things, and you're constantly posting on a release day. It's just like the worst day for you because you're like reposting, posting this, putting it on this platform, putting it on this platform. And it's like, it's exciting, but at the same time, it's just like, oh my God, I don't want to look at my phone anymore. But yeah, there's so many other positives that come along with being an artist as well. And like I said before with the shows, you step on that stage and you see those people singing your song. Walking into one of my mates today, he said to me that he was in a Coles in Merrickville and he heard one of our Southbound songs, This Is Us, like on the thing. And I was just like, that is so cool. Cause I heard my song once when I was shopping in World Square. I was in like a clothing shop and I was just like, that's me. Yeah, so like little wins, little exciting things. They all come along with the negatives though, but you just keep battling through it.
Yes, awesome. So it's like maybe last question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, that you would like to announce on the show for the rest of 2021?
Okay, so Southbound definitely has another single coming out very soon, coming to your ears. And so to Start Your Own Cult, we're looking to release another single very close down the road to this one that we released week. We're also planning a music video. Lockdown, these restrictions have kind of pushed us back on filming and whatnot, but we definitely have some plans in place. In terms of shows and tours, Southbound has a Queensland date for Savannah and the Round in October. And then Start Your Own Cult is also planning a Queensland tour in October as well, and a couple more shows on there. So stay tuned on my socials. I'll be posting everything up there, and hopefully we can see you at a show.
So, well, would you like to perform a song on the show, by the way, Sarah?
Oh my God. Yeah, I have to get my guitar. Give me a minute.
Okay.
All right, 1 second. Okay. I'm kind of thinking what song I should do. I might actually unplug my headphones for this, if that's all right.
Yeah.
So I think it might come through my phone. Okay. I just need to find out how to even play this song. Yeah, cool. I'll play charades because off the top of my head, I completely forgot that I was performing today. This is how professional I am. I'm like all music's out. I've been on TikTok like all day. It's crazy. Okay, this is one of my songs off my EP, Red Wine. It's called Charades. Got the words, so got the actions, never lacked in satisfaction, playing games with the ones you love. Play the land, I'll play the big C. You got your cards, I've got my weapon, and I'm falling in love with the way it works. I don't care if it's all a feature. As long as I have money, I'm willing to play the game. Say the word and I'll play this part. Already full of my little heart is alive with you. I've got a plan to see this whole world be my mate, and I'll be your girl. Together always will learn how to get right. I'll break the big sea. Together we can cross the country, and we'll fall in love with the way it works. I don't care if it's all a fiction. As long as I have money, I'm willing to play the game. Say the word and I'll play this part. Already full of mine, a little heart is right. The world stops, no more spinning. It's only just beginning. Now love forms so quickly. When you fall in love, it's easy. So it's you be you, I'll be me. We'll both be oh so happy. Love forms so quickly. When you fall in love, it's easy. And I don't care if it's all a big charade. As long as I have money, shining a light with you.
Yes. Yes, Sarah. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Sarah, for coming onto my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on the show tonight. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to give to people on the show?
No, just if you're an artist as well out there, and the little bits like me, just keep going strong. Like, we need music in the world, and I know this is a really hard time to try to be a musician and try to express yourself when you just keep getting kicked back, but keep going forward, because there's going to be great things at the end of this.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest are these two incredible singers and songwriters known by the name of the band Chris. So I'm about to add them both into the live now and have a chat with the band Chris about their incredible music that they've made. So yeah, let's add the band Chris in and have a chat with the band Chris.
Hey,
hello. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much, ladies, for taking the time to join the show. It's such a pleasure having you both on the show today.
Oh my God, thank you for having us. Thank you for having us. We're so excited.
Yes.
It's so exciting. We've been looking forward to that.
You're very welcome. So to people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory into yourselves, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yes. So we are the band Chris. We're sisters. And we are a music duo, a pop music duo, and our band is based off is inspired by our brother, who's also a musician. He passed away, unfortunately, so we're letting his name, Chris, live on through our music. So that's why we're the band Chris.
Yes.
It's not our last name. Yeah, we have to always let people know it's not our last name. So yeah, that's our brother Chris, and he played totally different music, but we're, you know, we wanted his name to live on through our music because, I mean, he was not here to live out his dream, and so we are already going to pursue it. I'm like, we should, you know let him make it really a family band. Yeah. So yeah, and then that's us in a nutshell. I mean, we play pop music and we write our own music. We write a lot of songs. And yeah. Oh, and I'm Danny. And I'm Jeannie.
Pleased to meet you, ladies. Well, so we'll go right into the very first questions now. So with my very first question, you've created numerous of incredible songs in the past.
Thank you.
And what was it like getting to create this song called Jacket? Because incredible song, Jacket.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, what was it like creating Jacket?
Jacket was created back in 2014, I think. Yeah, right? 2014? Yeah, you're still in... I was still in high school. I think we wrote them I was in 8th grade at the time. It was a long time ago. But it was fun. I feel like the whole thing was, we thought it would be fun to like put like the confidence of like, oh, you know, the jacket looked better on me. Like it was like kind of, I feel like it was inspired by that. And it was taking that leap to be more confident in our music. And then it ended up going around her high school because someone thought it was about them. And we had just recorded it acoustically. And then someone thought it was about them. I remember like walking past the room.
We're like, we wrote about it
way
before you, but
then
we kind of just let it go on.
Yeah. And that wasn't even supposed to be our single. And then when we were creating an EP at the time, we had a different one planned to be the single. And then that one we were like, well, honestly, if people think like if this guy thinks it's about him and people are talking about it, let's ride that hype, you know? And that's what we did. That's Jacket.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you've also created a song called Red Flags. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create red flags in the first place? And what's the meaning behind Red Flags?
Oh yeah. So Red Flags is about my ex. He was awful. He had every red flag you could imagine. I saw it from the beginning. Yeah, and so it took a little longer. It took me a little longer. The final red flag that made me finally break up with him was him becoming between us two, and the band like was breaking up, and I was like, hey, now this is the final draw. So that made me break up with him. And this song, I feel like, it was like, thank you for, you know, giving me like that final reason to leave. It's like, you know, like that I like ignored all the red flags, but then say, okay, once you're separating me with my family, it was like too far. And so that's the story behind Red Flags. Yes. Yeah.
On to our next question. So you've also created an incredible song called Social Anxiety. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create social anxiety in the first place, and what's the meaning behind it?
Oh, social anxiety. Well, first of all, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I love that you know all these.
Yes. So, social anxiety is actually, we wrote that one after
I
I went out one night, and I definitely, with my social anxiety, I probably drank a little more than I would have, and I embarrassed myself a little. And I came back and, talked to Jamie the next day. I was like, gosh, please tell me. I'm like, this is normal. Like, I'm so embarrassed. And then,
like, well, yeah, no, it's embarrassing. That's what social anxiety
yeah,
is.
we're like, we just blame social anxiety.
So we're like, let's just write a song and post it, so everyone that was there will know. Don't hold it to me. I'm just have really bad social anxiety.
And that's why that first line where it says, I made my once in every 2-year debut, because we were saying like we never go out, so then it's like that one time like I'm like once in 2 years, and I ruined it.
Yep,
that's probably about that one.
Yeah.
So on to our next question. So you've also created an incredible song called, I hope I say this right, called He Thinks I'm Obsessed with Him. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create He Thinks I'm Obsessed with Him, and what's the meaning behind this?
Oh, yeah,
this
one.
It's about this guy that actually he goes to this. So we're about to start Chapman University this upcoming fall, and it's a guy that goes there. So he like made everyone think that Jeannie is obsessed with him.
So it's probably like a common theme that I'm constantly embarrassing myself.
But she's just overly nice. Sometimes I think that it comes off the wrong way, maybe.
And they take it the wrong way.
And, he let it get to his head.
And then he started thinking I'm obsessed with him. So, of course, and
not to mention he has a girlfriend. So, like,
we were like, what are you talking
about? Really bad life.
Yeah, and we were like, I'm just a nice friend. Like, that's not, So then we decided to,
like, we need to get that out there to, make sure.
It's like, no, he thinks I'm obsessed with him, but I'm not. And so then that's why, and I mean, he also was like an awful person. So then we ended up, like, even in that song where we say, ain't it nice how I still go and write about a guy who means so little to me, and that was like very like, because we're like, well, I mean, it kind of sounds like we're obsessed with him if we're writing about him. So we had to emphasize that part.
So on to our next question. So you've also created a song called "Want to Know Me Better." What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create "Want to Know Me Better," and what's the meaning behind this one?
So this one, funny story. This one is the same person. This was before the girlfriend, before he got a girlfriend, and before that guy
he
was
showed
a bad
interest in Danny. So.
Yeah. So that's about that same guy.
But then it was, it obviously went downhill from there.
So that was before the big storm. But
the song is really about just like, do you want to get to know me better or not? Kind of like.
Yeah, which he didn't. No, we didn't want to know better either.
Awesome.
Our songs are very honest.
Yes. So on to our next question. So you've also created a song called "Everybody Cries at Night." Such a fantastic song.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. So what was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create this song, and what's like the meaning behind this one?
Yeah, Everybody Cries at Night is about you're like
I didn't know if you're gonna say there's always someone else to lead.
Well, you can lead
it. Well, Everybody Cries at Night
is cry more. I'm just kidding.
We actually, I mean, when we wrote this song, it was after we were both just having an awful day. I don't really think anything was really,
just like those off days that you have.
You're just off, and you just like kind of want to cry, but you have to
like camp because it's like 2 p.m.
And I feel like some people get confused with when we say like, why can't we cry at night? And it's like, no, I mean, why do we have to wait till we cry at night? And I think the thing is, like, we know that everyone likes to cry at night because you don't want people, you want to keep in your emotions. We're saying though, like, when it's hard, hard when you're feeling so much that you literally cannot wait to be alone. You want to cry.
Or like if you're in a restaurant and you are that's happened to me too. And you just want to start crying and you can't because you're in public.
It sounds so silly, but
it's really like when your throat's like closing up because you are holding back tears. It's like about that. It's like I can't wait till nighttime.
Yeah, we're like we're too
emotional.
I
gotta go home and cry.
So that's what that one was. So that's why that song was just based off the simple fact that we sometimes just cannot keep our emotions until nighttime.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I have to say, with all the songs that I've just named before, so your vocal ranges, I love your performances that you've done before. Like your vocal ranges are truly sensational.
Wow. Thank you really much.
You guys are so talented. Whoever hasn't seen the band Chris, definitely go check out their songs. They're both truly amazing, as you can see in the interview. You guys have such a gift and talent, and I highly recommend people go check them out. On to my very next question.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Madeline. That was so kind of you to say.
Wow,
thank you.
So on to my very next question. So what made you decide, both as like people and artists, to get into singing in the first place? And who would be your like all-time inspirational person or like music artist in the industry, and why?
So I definitely believe that who got us into music would be our brother, just growing up. I mean, he would pass away before I was born, but growing up, hearing about him, it was like, oh, that's so cool. Like, he was such a cool guitar, like a guitarist, and we're like, oh, and he was in a band. Like, that's so cool. We want to do that, you know. And then it obviously turned into our own passion, though. And then I would say in the industry, who's our biggest inspiration is Taylor Swift. Like, hands down, that's who. She's like, she's the reason you picked up a guitar. Yeah, she is. She's it's Taylor Swift. I mean, I'm not kidding. I taught myself guitar by printing out lyric sheets and chord sheets of her songs, and that's how I taught myself guitar, because I was just like, well, if she could teach herself, I'm gonna teach myself. And then it was like, you know, I just copied everything she did and sang with her. So Taylor Swift, hands down. Yeah.
So on to my very next question. So what does performing music mean to you both, like especially as an artist standpoint?
I mean, music is our life. Like, it's like one thing that gets us through. Like, I mean, every bad day, it's always music. I mean, that especially like, also like going through waves of struggle with depression. Like, it's one thing that has never changed. I would say our mental health is up and down all the time, but the one thing that's our constant is music. So I mean, it's the one thing. I mean, like, it literally means everything to us, because I mean, even anytime something bad happens or we're struggling, let's write a song about it. It's just our it's our outlet, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's the reason we have been able to get through every hard time in our life. And good times. And good times, yeah. For sure. Never. No.
Awesome. So that's my very next question. So if you could work with like any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would you team up with and why?
Oh, I like this question. Yeah, Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. Shocker. Yeah. Love. We love. So Love. I like Love. I mean, like, there was something with, he has a lot of, you know, radio hits. So it's like, I feel like people, that's what he's known for. But then we started going to, you know, listen to his albums and, you know, dissecting his lyrics. He's so like honest, and he writes whatever like he wants. It feels like, because he's like, if you like look at his lyrics and his albums, they're like the most random things, and you're like, wow, that's really relatable. Yeah. So, and then our third would be Julia Michaels, which is his ex-girlfriend. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. Maybe we could, you know, our dreams come true and we get to work with these artists. We'll try to do it separately. Yeah, not together.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you both learned about yourselves, like as a person and especially as artists, like especially during COVID?
So during, as an artist, like together, or as a band, I would say, especially during COVID, we learned so much during COVID, you know, just because, I mean, you know, being a musician, it's go play live and get your music out. Kind of made us realize we had to like find different ways to, you know, get our music going. So it helped us actually, I feel like, learn new ways to, you know, get us out there, which it's just like really like challenge the way. It's like, okay, well, are you just going to take this as like, there's no other like, we really had to take every opportunity to continue pursuing music. So it's like, okay, we can't go play live. Are you going to go now use social media and connect with people and network just through online? And so I feel like it actually honestly helped us take advantage of the whole online social media, like, and it helped us take advantage of it more. Yeah. And then I feel like as people, as individuals, I would say, I mean, I learned a lot during COVID and through music, because I mean, we moved to Nashville in 2018, and during that time, I mean, it was going good, but you know, our life kind of like switched, you know, flipped when we got quarantined in California. And so, and I feel like that was up, so we never went back. And I feel like that was a big learning lesson for myself and as a musician, because it was like, hey, how are you gonna adjust to this? And it also taught me just to honestly not care so much what people are thinking. What are
We've
they?
heard a lot before.
Yeah, like are people wondering if we're Nashville or they? And it's like,
oh, did they give up on their dream? And it was like, we just had to
stop caring and just focus on what I'm doing and what we're doing. And so I learned a lot during COVID and as a musician.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive and negatives into creating your like own music, and how do you get through those like negative moments as a band and artist?
Getting through the negative, I would say we write a song about it.
Put it down. We write a song about it. Someone says something.
Yeah,
we
we
write a song about it.
But
I would say positive is definitely, I mean, writing your own music, you're constantly learning from others as in how they do react to your music. And then you're also learning how to, I mean, comparing it to your own music, you know, like, okay, am I moving forward and writing better music, or am I kind of like staying in the same?
It's a constant, like, you have to constantly, you know, keep yourself in check and make sure you're on the right path, or if you're going
just
the wrong way.
Yeah, or if you're not improving, I'd say. I definitely feel another negative of writing your own music though would be kind of, it just does get, sometimes, you know, writer's block really does, it's real, you know, and I feel like, and then you start, you know, like, okay, wait, is my creativity ever going to come back? Yeah, so that is definitely a negative. And getting through that, I mean, we just keep being persistent with it. Just get behind the instruments and be like, okay, let's just keep trying, even if it sounds awful. Just try.
Yeah, that's been a challenge. Just like okay, just literally get it down on paper, and if this song sucks, then like, you know,
just
move
keep
on.
trying until the creativity starts, you know, working again.
Awesome. So that's our very last question. So what's like next for you both, like for the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you both would like to announce on the show?
Oh, yes, we got some.
Yes, we do have some fun things coming.
Yeah, we have like actually a few different projects right now
with multiple different
people for songs. So we have new music coming out. It's exciting.
So I would say right now there's we just recorded vocals with John Townsend, and so that was last Wednesday, I believe.
Yes,
right? And so I'm really excited for that one. That will probably be, you know, coming out before you know it. I mean,
hopefully sooner than later.
Yeah, so what's up for 2021 for us is new music.
Yeah, and we have some
Professional
shows too.
Oh yeah, we do have some shows.
We are playing North Hollywood next Wednesday, and then
more shows in August.
More shows in August, and
so that will also
music,
be coming up.
New music, and finally playing
live.
Again.
It'll be our first show.
Yeah,
during COVID.
Because it's been a long time.
So let's hope it goes well.
Well,
my anxiety.
Yeah, especially this next Wednesday. That will be the first. That will be the big reveal of how we'll do.
Okay, I'm gonna throw this a spanner into the works here. So if you guys could like perform anywhere and go like on any tour around the world, which place would you want to go to, and where would you want to tour?
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, so here's the only problem with this is that
she's got to get over it.
I have really bad plane anxiety, so where I would want to go, I mean,
no, but you gotta think, okay, we're gonna have our plane anxiety medicine.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so where do we want to go? I want to go to, I would like to go to Europe.
I would like to go to Europe.
We have friends in Europe, so that'd be cool.
I think Europe would be really fun and awesome.
I'd love to.
I'm trying to think of other places.
She's like, this is a big question because she's never thought about.
Oh, Canada,
and Australia.
Yes.
I'm actually from Australia.
I want to go everywhere.
We're just naming everywhere. And I guess it's something that I'm just waiting to happen because the plane anxiety, just every time I go into that thought, I'm like, oh, that plane ride is awful.
But no,
I'm going to get over it. But I mean, like, I have
picked this career. You got to do it.
Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Oh, I mean, yeah, definitely. I don't have my piano in here, so I will have to go get it. But yes, we totally can. I would love to. Yeah. Should we set up?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want, yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. I'll be right back. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. 1 moment.
Okay.
My piano's in the other room. Smell this. Were you recovered? Let's do that. All right. To play Your Coward or Smallest?
You're a coward.
Let's play that.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we should have been prepared.
You're fine.
We've just been talking. We're okay. Well, here's the piano. So, got the piano ready. Oops. Okay. Luckily, we live right next to each other in our rooms, so it wasn't too hard to bring the piano in. Okay. Sorry, gotta plug it in. All right. Sorry. Had to get it all in there. And then. So the song that we're going to play is going to be a song called You're a Coward. So this one is
About a coward.
About a coward. So we, so this one is a song we wrote after someone ghosted me, and then
She was like, "Oh, Jamie, I went and called him a coward into his face at a party." I was like, "Great, let's write a song and name it You're a Coward," so he sees it. And so he saw it. We know he saw it. He unfollowed us on Instagram, so he heard it. That means mission accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So yeah, so.
You call me in the late night hour. Does that make you feel empowered? Not the type to bring me flowers. Does that make you feel empowered? Well, okay, I swore I wouldn't make a scene. I swore I wouldn't intervene. But here you are in front of me. Face to face, we're at this party. Boy, I promise you'll be sorry. Yes, I see you over there in the corner of the room, acting like I don't care, but you know that I do. You're just like everyone else, don't deserve someone like myself. And I think you're just a coward. Let me say that a little louder. I think you're just a coward. You probably have a reason. Not that I believe. And no matter the reason, you still ended up leaving. So okay, I swore I wouldn't make a scene. I swore I wouldn't intervene. But here you are in front of me. Face to face, we're at this party. Boy, I promise you'll be sorry. Yes, you see me over here in the center of the room, acting like you don't care, but I know that you do. You're just like everyone else, don't deserve someone like myself. And I think you're just a coward. Let me say that a little louder. I think you're just a coward. I think you're just a coward. Let me say that a little louder. I think you're just a coward. Yes, I see you over there in the corner of the room, acting like I don't care, but you know that I do. Yeah, you know that I do. Yes, I see me over here in the center of the room, acting like you don't care, but I know that you do. Yeah, I know that you do. And I think you're just a coward. Let me say that a little louder. I think you're just a coward. I think you're just a coward. Let me say that a little louder. I think you're just a coward.
Yeah. Yes. Well, thank you so much, ladies, for appearing on my show. It's been such a pleasure having you both on the show today. Do you have any last final thoughts that you both would like to say to people on the show?
Well, first of all, thank you so much. We had a great time.
This was so fun.
This has
You're welcome.
been such a pleasure for us. And final thoughts would be just thank you everyone for tuning in.
Yes,
And we appreciate every single one of you, including you. And to, I mean, we have a show coming up. Anyone in California?
Yeah, so anyone in California, Hollywood area, we're
LA.
going to be putting out Republic of Pie in North Hollywood.
Next Wednesday. And
6 to 7. So any California people,
let us know.
I
And
think they live stream the event anyway.
I do think that, yes, they do. So
So,
we'll also include the link.
And then, so thank you for having us.
Yeah,
This is
thank you so
fun.
much.
Very
Thank you
welcome.
so much.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Catherine Luxford. So I'm about to add Catherine into the live now to have a chat with Catherine about her incredible songs. So yeah, let's add Catherine in and have a chat with Catherine.
Hi, Catherine. How's it going?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on the show today. To people that don't know who you are, Catherine, if you can give like a bit of backstory into yourself, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, my name is Catherine Luxford. I am a singer-songwriter from northern New South Wales, but I moved to Sydney this year to study music and get some more gigs. But you know, COVID hasn't really helped that. But yeah, so that's me basically in a nutshell.
So we'll dive right into the very first question now, Catherine. So you've created such incredible music songs in the past and present, and you've also created a song called "Shut Me Down" along with a music video for "Shut Me Down." What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create "Shut Me Down" in the first place, and what's the meaning behind this song?
Yeah, well, Shut Me Down is actually a song I wrote when I was in high school still, and you know, it just felt very like I was shut into a box, and I felt like I needed to get out of that, and I felt like I wasn't allowed to do as much music as I wanted to. So I was kind of like rebelling a little bit and like writing a song about it. And then when I made the music video, we did that in isolation. So it was just me and my dad just around town filming, because I'm from a really small town. So it was an experience. It was super fun, and I would do it all again if I could.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you've also created an EP song called 24 Hearts of Love. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create this in the first place? And what's the meaning behind it?
Well, 24 Hearts of Love was a song I wrote when I was like 10 or 11 or something. So I got the idea for that one. I was in maths and I was just scribbling up the top of my page, and I was drawing like all these little parts, and I counted them, and it was 24, and I was like, I'm just going to turn that into a song.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you've also created another EP song called Call Home. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Call Home, and what's the meaning behind Call Home?
So Call Home is another one that I wrote when I was like 11. And my family's also always been very involved with like the army and stuff like that. My brother was in the army, he just finished. So it was kind of like a thank you to all of our Anzac soldiers. Like, it's always been something that my family has taught me to really respect and be very knowledgeable about. So I thought that since I'm a musician, there's no better way to, you know, say thank you than write a song for them.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you've also created another EP song called Walk Alone. What was it like coming up with the idea of creating Walk Alone, and what's the meaning behind Walk Alone?
Walk Alone was I feel like that was one that I woke up one morning and I was like, I just want to write a song. I was really young when that EP was done. So, you know, I wrote that, and I don't even remember. I remember writing part of it, and then my guitar teacher was like, just write out a bunch of stuff that you think could work in this song and make lyrics out of it. So I kind of got the idea of like walking around in like a forest late at night with the moonlight and stuff like that. And yeah, that's all I really remember of that one. It was a really weird way that I wrote that song. So
awesome. So on to our very next question. So you've also created another EP song called Sorry I Missed You. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Sorry I Missed You, and what's the meaning behind this?
Sorry I Missed You was, I was at my farm and Mum and I were walking up to we have these little picnic rocks that are just like up high and you can see the whole property, and it's so nice. So we were walking up there and I just got like this melody stuck in my head, and I was like, Mum, we need to go back to the house, like I need to write this song. And I kind of wrote it about like an imaginary scenario of like if you had a fan and you ignored them for like whatever reason and then feel very bad about it. And that song's like the most popular off the EP. So crazy, because I did not think that would happen.
Awesome. Sounds like our very next question. So you've also created another EP song called This Song I'm Not Letting You Know. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create this song, and what's the meaning behind this one?
This song I'm letting you know is a song I wrote about a boy. I was in year 7 and I really liked this boy, but he didn't like me back. And I was like, you know, absolutely heartbroken as a 12-year-old girl. Just, oh my gosh, love is never going to happen for me. So I wrote a song about it. It's a little bit over dramatic, I'm not going to lie. And I feel like all my friends know who it's about, and it's so embarrassing now, but oh well.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So who inspired you as a person, and especially as an artist standpoint, to get into music in the first place? And who would be your all-time inspirational person or artist that you look up to music wise?
I think the artist that started it all was probably Pink. My mum loves Pink, and when I started kindergarten, my parents made fun of me all the time because they ask you, you know, what do you want to be? And I was like, I want to be like Pink, so everyone stares at me. And so I think Pink started it, and then you know, Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande, all those amazing artists. But right now it's a band called AJR. I'm like their biggest fan. Everyone that knows me is just gonna be like losing it right now because they're always like, Catherine, shut up about AJR. We don't care. But yeah, I love those guys. I think they're insanely talented.
So very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, as an artist standpoint?
Well, I mean, performing is everything that you work for as a musician, I think. Which I think is why we've all taken the past couple of years really tough with COVID. But, you know, it's kind of just like being able to show people what you love and share that with them. And then they also get a great experience out of it as well. It's just like this whole different experience that I don't think you could get with any other job. It's just like this very unique thing that we all get to experience in our own way. And I don't know, it's just like, it just makes you feel good. You just get that adrenaline rush and you just love it. And yeah, I really miss it.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Oh, that's really tough. I'd love to work production wise and songwriting wise with the AJR guys. I think they're super cool. I don't know, I'd love to write with Taylor Swift. I think she's so talented. Her songwriting is insane. Maybe Harry Styles. I think that would be cool to do a song with him. But yeah, I would say Ariana Grande, but she's incredible and I just sound like absolute crap next to her.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person and especially as an artist during COVID, these hard times?
Probably just that I'm very determined. I thought that I would just give up and just be like, okay, well, this job's gone. But you know, I've surprised myself. I've just forced myself to keep going. And I think I've learned that you know, you just have to keep going. You can't just sit back and relax and expect everything to fall in your lap. I've seen a few people do that, and it's really disheartening to see that because they're so talented and they could do so much, but they just, you know, so they just don't really care that much. So I think that COVID has really helped to kind of push the artists that really want it a lot more.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, on an artist standpoint, your voice is truly insane and truly sensational. I've seen your TikTok. Whoever hasn't seen Catherine's TikTok, definitely go to Catherine's TikTok right now. Check out her music. It's insane. Your voice is truly incredible. And yeah, don't give up. You're truly sensational. And to people that haven't, as I said, go check out Catherine's TikTok right now. Go check it out. Her songs, truly incredible. And you have such a gift and talent. You really do.
Thank you so
Very
much.
well. So I'll start with your next question. So what are like the positive and negative into creating your own music, and how do you get like through those like negative moments as an artist?
I mean, as a positive, you always have like a way to get your feelings out. You always have that diary of a song that you put out and share with people, or you can keep it to yourself. Like, it's literally all up to you, and you can say whatever you want. No one has to hear it if you don't want them to. But you know, you always kind of get like in those writer's block moments, and you just feel like so bad because you're like, I can't do music, I can't write anything, and I know that every single artist goes through that, and it sucks. It's really tough when you get stuck in that rut. But once you get out of it, it's the best feeling again. So it's like, you know, there's always pros and cons to everything, but it's just weighing them up, and it's just like a no-brainer that you want to keep doing it.
So on to our very next question and very last question. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021, like music-wise, that you would like to announce on the show?
Well, I am working on a lot of music. I actually was working on some stuff with a producer this morning. So hopefully there'll be a new song very, very soon. But other than that, you know, I'll just be on the social media, just posting every week.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, Catherine?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Okay, I'll do that song that I was working on this morning. So you might hear this sooner than expected. It's called Before I Fell. And I just wrote it when I was stuck in a rut. And I was like, I need to write something. And I forced myself to write this. And yeah, here goes. I remember when I was 4, when I thought I could do it all. I wish I had confidence now. Yeah, I could do it some. I remember when I was 6, when I thought that I'd make it. But I think I thought I'd make it by now. So now I'm sitting in my room and I'm struggling to find. Let's just say that I'm trying. But I'm trying. Yeah, I'm really trying. I know it's never easy, but I guess I kind of wish that someone could tell me what happens. How much longer do I hold on? 'Cause I'm sick and tired of me, and I need to know if somebody's gonna like me in the end. How much time till it's time to breathe, and my friends will say they're proud of me. I knew me back before, yeah, way back when. 'Cause I always thought that I was meant to fly before I fell. I missed your birthday again this year. I remembered I'm just not there. I'll call you later though. I just gotta do the show to no one, 'cause like no one's ever watching me, but I'm working my ass off. I'm just trusting it'll all pay off. And I know it's never easy, but I guess I kinda wish that someone could tell me what happens. How much longer do I have to hold on? 'Cause I'm just so sick and tired of me, and I need to know if somebody's gonna like me in the end. How much time till it's time to breathe, and my friends will say they're proud of me. You me back before, yeah, way back when. 'Cause I always thought that I was meant to fly. And I know it's never easy, but I guess I kinda wish that someone could tell me what happens. How much longer do I hold on? It's getting harder to believe that someday everyone will see that I was worth the investment. I'm just trusting it'll all pay off. But I'm just so sick and tired of me, and I need to know if anyone's gonna like me in the end. How much time till it's time to breathe? I want my friends to be proud of me, 'cause they knew me before, yeah, way back when. And I always thought that I was meant to fly before I fell. I remember when I was 6, when I thought that I'd make it, but I thought I'd make it by now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow. Oh my gosh, like my hands, like right now, if you can see them, they're like full on shaking right now because you are so talented. You really are. Like that song just proves it right there. Like everyone, go support Catherine right now. She's truly insane. You got so much talent. you really do. Such a bright future ahead of yourself. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Just thank you so much for having me and reaching out. It was a really unexpected message. Thank you for supporting artists like me. We really appreciate it. So, thank
You're very welcome.
Who am I? Who are you? What do you want? Why do you push me until I drop? Can I get some time off to try to breathe? I know you're trying to help to get me started, but I don't need no department, so I'll take some time off to play my guitar. Just watch me, I'll be a star. I won't change for you, I won't change for them, I only change for me, I won't change for him. There's nothing wrong with being who I am, who I am, who I am, am. I can sit it still, I can shut my mouth, I can let it happen, see how it plays out. But I'm here to tell you, I'll be loud, and you won't shut me down. I am me, you do what you want, do what you love until you drop. Can I get some time off to try to breathe? I need a little push to get me started. Just don't forget that I am the artist. I'll take some time off to write my songs, and you'll sing along. I won't change for you, I won't change for them, I only change for me, I won't change for him. There's nothing wrong with being who I am, who I am, who I am, am. I can sit it still, I can shut my mouth, I can let it happen, see how it plays out. But I'm here to tell you, I'll be loud, and you won't shut me down. Shut me down, shut me out, shut me down, down. Shut me down, shut me out, shut me down, down. Shut me down, shut me out, shut me down, down. You won't shut me 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 down. I won't change for you, I won't change for them, I'll only change for me, I won't change for him. There's nothing wrong with being who I am, who I am, who I am, am. I can sit it still, I can shut my mouth, I can let it happen, see how it plays out. But I'm here to tell you, I'll be loud. You won't shut me down. Shut me down, shut me out, shut me down, down. Shut me down, shut me out, shut me down, down. Shut me down, shut me out, shut me down, down. No, you won't shut me down. I won't change for you, I won't change for them, I only change for me, I won't change for him. There's nothing wrong with being who I am, who I am, who I am. I can sit it still, I can shut my mouth, I can let it happen, see how it plays out. But I'm here to tell you, I'll be loud, and you won't shut me down.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest is this incredible singer and songwriter who has just started out in the music industry. So I'm about to add her into the live now. Her name is Ines. So yeah, I'm about to add her into the live now and have a chat with Ines about her incredible journey into the music industry and her covers that she's performed. So yeah, let's add Ines in and have a chat with Ines.
Hello.
Hi Ines, how's it going?
Good.
That's
and you?
good. Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, Ines, thank you so much, Ines, for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on the show today. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about yourself, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Okay, so my name is Ines. That's my name is Ines Belayuni, my last name, and I'm trying to not use that. I just want to keep Ines. She's very original because I haven't heard about any other named Ines singer. And I'm from Tunisia, which is a country in North Africa. I moved here 3 years ago from Tunisia, and I've been trying to make it in the music business since then. So it's been a hard journey, but I'm hanging on.
So we'll dive right into the very first question now, Ines. So you, as you mentioned, you just started out in the music industry, trying to make a career out of it.
Yes.
What has your journey been like being in the music scene?
So when I was in Tunisia, I was performing a lot. I started when I was 18, Then around 2013, I became famous over there, but singing like in Arabic, like having duets with other like famous people over there. So since then, I got a lot of opportunities to perform at very like high-end events with ambassadors, and I performed at the U.S. Embassy twice for the 4th of July. So these people, when they saw me, the ambassadors, they pushed me, and they said, I think you have a voice that can make it international. You should try, you should leave. Because unfortunately in my country, there's no production and the dominating market is in Arabic. And I didn't want to sing in Arabic. I wanted English. I also, something about, I'm trilingual. I speak French, Arabic, and English, but I sing in 5 languages. I sing in French, English, Arabic, Italian, and Spanish, which I'm trying to learn. Also, I'm trying to learn Spanish now. So yeah, so I started performing there when I became famous. That's what happened. So I moved to the States. In the States, I mean, when I came to LA, I knew one person that helped me. He's a dear friend of mine. But starting from zero, from scratch, is really challenging. It was a bold move for me, but I was like, I need to get out of my comfort zone. I cannot stay there and not just keep doing the same TV shows, the same radios, not getting music out there. So I was like, I need to go and try and see what happens. Yeah.
So you've performed numerous of incredible covers like Lady Gaga, Edge of Glory. What was it like performing Edge of Glory by like Lady Gaga?
So I've been a fan of Lady Gaga for the longest I've known. I truly started like super liking her and being into her with Bad Romance when that song came out. It was like, oh, I love this. And so I always, when I perform songs, I had a band, like a pop band before. We did like any genre you can imagine. I had a jazz band. What I want is like to give a different flavor to the song. And so Edge of Glory is very like pop and dance and stuff. And I was like, okay, I want to do a piano version. That's what I started doing on Instagram. I was like, I'm going to start doing a piano version so people, when they listen to it, it's different. I'm not doing the same thing. And maybe if they did covers before, then the way I sing it would be different. So that's it. It's a hard song. It's not easy. Yeah. You know, it's so weird that I recorded it with a friend of mine, Zach. He's a pianist. He's a really talented pianist. He asked me, he's like, do you want to collaborate? I said, yes. And I said, okay, we're doing Edge of Glory. I love that song, and I've never sang it before. I want to do a piano version, because I feel like the melody is so beautiful. And I wanted to give it that, you know, there's a wide range of way of singing it when you do piano, because you have more flexibility, you know what I mean? Unless of following a beat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. You've also performed Titanium, which is another incredible cover song.
Yeah.
What was it like getting to perform Titanium?
Titanium, I've been singing that song for also like in karaoke with my friends and stuff. Also, it's the same thing. I always try to get songs that are upbeat and making them piano super slow, so I can give it like another flavor. And so Titanium was challenging too. It's very like vocally is very demanding. But you know, when I record myself, people think maybe it's one take. No, it's like 5 takes until you get that perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect until I'm like, okay, I like myself singing here. But it's so much, you know, and then you're tired sometimes, and it's just, but I'm like, I'm determined. I'm like, when I'm determined, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this song today. I'm going to do 10 takes. I'm going to get it. Yeah.
So on to our next question. So you've also performed other incredible covers. If you could like make your own original, what like would you want out of like an original song if you could make your own original song?
Well, I do like pop music the most, for me. I believe in the fusion of genres, but I love like pop music has been like the one that I like. Everybody, when I was in Tunis, I've done multiple like festivals and stuff, and people always like, oh, you have such a jazzy voice. I do like jazz a lot, and even jazz men are like ones that were very known. They were like, you have naturally jazz in you, and you have something in your voice that makes it good the way you sing it. But I do like I like pop, you know. So yeah, that's it. That would be it. Like maybe not pop, like let's say very, very dance and very like young pop, and more like indie pop, more, you know. Yeah, that would be.
Awesome.
That would be.
So on to my very next question. So you've also performed such an incredible cover called Call My Name.
Call Out My Name by The Weeknd.
Yeah. What was it
Big
like?
influence,
Yeah. What was it like?
I absolutely adore him.
Yes.
Yeah, that one was, I saw a live version. I don't remember which show it was. Not The Voice, another one. And I saw this girl, she sang it, and I was like, oh my God, yeah, I want to do that. That's such a good cover. Because before that, when I used to listen to The Weeknd, for some reason, I never like tried to do any covers of him, or you know, like I just sang it at the club and dancing, and you vibe to it. But that song specifically triggered that in me. I was like, oh, I want to do that.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what made you decide, like as a person and as an artist, like to pursue music in the first place? And who would be your like all-time favorite inspirational person or artist in the music industry that you look up to?
So my biggest idol is Whitney Houston. I listened to her, the first time I heard her was when I was 8 years old, and I fell in love with her voice. Of course, it was I Will Always Love You. And then I started asking my dad when he traveled to bring me cassettes, because back then we had cassettes. He brought me her album Whitney from 1986 or 85, I'm not sure. And that's when I went back to how Whitney started and started like to listen to her music. She's my biggest influence, of course. What was the rest of the question? Sorry, you said.
So like with being in the music industry, like what made you decide you wanted to like get into the music industry and pursue music in the first place?
So I started singing when I was 3 years old, and then I started singing in Arabic with my dad. He started teaching me how to sing. And but then I said I fell in love with Whitney Houston, and then I started exploring that side of pop music in America and all that stuff. And since then, I knew I sang, but I didn't know that I had a beautiful voice. It's that when I was in elementary school, the teacher was like, "You sing really well. We should put you in the choir, and you should sing songs, and you have a choir behind," which I started doing it at the end of the celebration, you know, the end of the year celebration. And I enjoyed it, but still I liked Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson. And so I'm like, oh, I like singing this, but no, that's definitely going to be my career. I want to do that. And so I studied, I worked in Tunisia, and then all of a sudden I was doing it like both of them. And then I stopped. I started being like a full-time singer in 2013. And yeah, that's what made me like all these idols and me singing every day. Like, this is my favorite pastime. Like, I would be sitting in my room, I'd be singing. That's all I do. So faking concerts, you know, you just know that that's your roots. That's what you want to do. Yeah.
Listen, so on to my very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist standpoint?
Performing music, it's an expression of who I am. That's what it would be. Even sometimes when you perform covers, it's true you never wrote that, but still you need to find a way to appropriate this song, you know, like you make it your own. Yeah, it's a form of expression of everything: art, yourself, freedom. For me, in my case, it gives me a lot of confidence when I'm on stage. I feel like I'm giving people happiness, and it's just, I feel like I'm doing something good. I'm giving good, and it comes back to me in a very good way. And yeah, it's just an expression of emancipation for me in all the ways. Yeah.
So on to my very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
So the first one I would pick is Mark Ronson. I really like Mark Ronson. I'm a huge fan of Amy Winehouse. I discovered her when she first started doing that cover, Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow, and I fell in love with her voice. And I later with Valerie and the album Back to Black, and I really loved what that producer did, and that would be a dream to work with him. I feel like he's the type of person that would understand the way I want to sing, what I want to say. It's just some people are just perfect for what you're looking for. Second one, The Weeknd. I feel like The Weeknd, in a way, I've said it, like if somebody could write the perfect song for me, lyrics, it would be him. The way he writes, I just love it. I just love the lyrics, and I'm like, if one day he writes a song for me, I'd be the happiest person in the world. That's a dream. Second dream. Third would be Lady Gaga. Yes. I love Lady Gaga. I feel, and everything. We're both Aries. We're born the same year. She's 2 weeks older than me. 2 weeks. And so, I don't know. I'm Tunisian. She's Italian. There's and her voice, you know, I like that type of voice. Yeah, that huge, like very deep voice, powerful. I like that. Like Whitney Houston, Amy Winehouse, Lady Gaga. So yeah, a duet one day, a dream.
Yes. Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person and especially as an artist, like during COVID?
During COVID? Oh, it was hard. During COVID, well, how do I say that? It was more, I was very frustrated during COVID because before that, I just had started to make like connections and perform at events, opening galleries and stuff. I just started making connections. Like it's hard when you come here, you don't know anybody, starting from scratch. It takes time. And the moment I started having that, COVID hit and I had to quarantine. So it was hard. It was very frustrating. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. So to be honest, I just did like covers. I worked on writing. I don't compose. I just write lyrics. Yeah, not all the time. Like most of the time, it was just me and my roommate. We were quarantined. It was a hard and a nice time at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. You know, yeah. It's just, it is what it is. I'm just saying it wasn't good for an artist, for me, because that didn't help me. It actually stopped and blocked everything I was probably going to achieve that year. But that's it. We have to accept the reality. Maybe it was for a good cause. You know, sometimes bad things happen because good things are going to happen later. So I don't know. Awesome. Well, we'll see.
So, yeah. So on to my very next question. So what are like the positives and negatives into creating your own music, and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
So I started working on my music 2019. I met a producer. We started working together. An amazing person. We actually have a total of 8 songs, but 4 demos, like really like full, like finished songs, but that we haven't recorded yet. And that's been, and because COVID came and because he's very busy also with other artists, it's just, you know, sometimes it just doesn't happen right away. It doesn't happen when you want it. Good thing about it is that we worked during the quarantine, like during COVID, like August 2020, we finished those demos. Like the backbone of the songs, it just waits to go into the studio and record them with a band, which is taking time, which is a little frustrating, but I know I'm going to get there. We're going to do it.
You will.
The bad things that I react to, I've been in very good situations since I came here. To be honest, I met wonderful people. I had people that always were pushing me, making me like meet other people. Yeah, let's go, let's do this. They would take me to like parties and be like, just start singing. You know, they would put me on the spot and I just do it because, yeah, I love singing. You never know who you're going to meet in Los Angeles. You should never say no. And maybe I wouldn't say it's negative. I would say there are tough decisions to make when you're in front of a situation that you probably don't like or don't accept, disrespectful people, people that take you for granted, people that maybe want you to do things you don't agree with. I'm not afraid to say no. It's 2020. We're not in the 80s. You know, nobody's holding the sky above my head. And that's how I see it. I don't see it as something negative. I see it like, this doesn't suit me right now, and I have this right to say no without us being in a fight or having something bad going on. I accept your opinion. You have to accept my decision. And that's it. I think that's how business should be. You know, you don't have to work together. We work together for a short time, work together for longest time. We just have to help each other anyways, regardless of what happens. So I don't think negativity should be there. You know, that's it. Yeah. There's a way to approach situations, and you should always think before you act to make the right decision. Yeah.
So to people that haven't seen Ines, I have to say this first up. Ines, you have such a bright, incredible future ahead of yourself. You really do. Like, to people that haven't seen Ines's like covers that you've performed, definitely go check out Ines's covers. Your vocal range is out of this world. It really is. Like, you have such a bright, incredible talent and like amazing future. You really do. Like,
I hope so. Thank you.
You really do. And I recommend people definitely go support Ines. Definitely go check out her music. Coming very soon, hopefully.
Hopefully, but yeah. I'm gonna work on it. Like, by the end of the year, we have to have recorded like at least one song. I'm gonna make sure that happens.
Awesome. So on to my very last question, Ines. So what's like next for you for like the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you would like to announce?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I've been working on this EP, which I'm hoping we're gonna record soon. That's the newest thing that I have. Like, that's what I'm here for. I know events, performing here and there, but this is my focus. This is what I'm here for. I traveled this far to start doing my own music because I've never done it in my country. And so this is my focus right now. The rest is just because it's good. It gives you exposure. You live off of it, and it's good. But my main concern, I want to make it really far, and you have to have your music out there. That's what makes you an artist. You know, you can do covers and stuff, but that's the most important thing, because that's when people know who you are, the way you sing, and what the message you want to convey. You want to give to the people. That my priority is getting my music released. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome. So I just want to say thank you so much, Ines, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on the show today. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
I want to thank the people that watched me today, encouraged me with thank you so much. I'm reading like some of the comments. I'm really surprised that people in Tunisia are still awake. It's 2 a.m. And also, like, because we just had like a big second revolution like 3 days ago. It was crazy. So thank you for the support. Thank you for always sharing everything that I'm posting. And I want to thank the people that have been following me, the new people that are going to follow me, anybody that's going to support me in this journey. Thank you, because it's thanks to you that I'm actually able to be an artist and do this. And thanks to you. That's it. Thank you. Thank you to the people that support me.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Freddie. So I'm about to add Freddie into the live now to have a chat with Freddie about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Freddie in and have a chat with Freddie.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks, Freddie. I just want to say, first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on the show today. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about yourself, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. One, I'm so excited for you. This is so awesome. And I'm a singer and I'm a writer from LA, trying desperately to be in Nashville more and more. And yeah, just happy to share what I'm doing.
So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So you've created numerous of songs, and with the very first song, you've created a song called Drunk Again. What was it like getting to create Drunk Again, and what's the meaning behind Drunk Again?
Drunk Again pretty much is what the title is. I don't know how classy your show is, but it's a shit show of a song. That was the only song I have released so far this year, and it was I just needed something like fun and free and fresh, and like I had just been coming home from Nashville, and I just randomly started thinking about this chick that I saw on the street who like deserved a medal for like just how trash she was, and she was still going, like barf in the hair but still chucking it. And I was just like, I need to write in detail about this moment, like as though I was this girl.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you've also created a song called Done With You. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Done With You, and what's the meaning behind Done With You?
Done With You is just a really, really like fun, free dance song. It's just, I think like everyone had quite a year in 2020, and I didn't want to get heavy and intense. I think everyone was just kind of done with it. And so the last song that I wanted to put out, I wanted it to just be like free and fun and just like letting it go and like putting everything in the past behind. But I guess more personally coming up with it, I was dealing with just too much. And I just felt like pressure from everyone I was dealing with, and I don't know, just it wasn't a great time. And instead of, I guess, like wallowing in it, I wanted to kind of like celebrate a kind of strength of being over the people, over the situation that I was dealing with.
So on to our very next question. So you've also created a song called After the Rain. Such an incredible song, by the way. What was it like getting to create After the Rain, and what's the meaning behind After the Rain?
After the Rain, I guess, could be like a second cousin to Done With You, because it's just kind of another power anthem, which I think women need more of, people need more of. But After the Rain was like particularly fun because it was the first like step into this country realm that I wanted to live in, because I had been exploring just a lot of different sounds before. And this one, out of everything I've ever done, just felt the most me. Just felt super organic, and like I loved the production of it. And then lyrically, it was just another, I don't need anyone's bullshit. I am good on my own, and just kind of like lighting that fire in yourself and going with it, running with it, you know?
So on to our very next question. So you've also created a song called Good Girl. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Good Girl, and what's the meaning behind this song?
Good Girl's another just like country, like another step in the country direction, but it's about my man. It's about my boyfriend. I was kind of walking a similar line to that chick in Nashville, and I was just kind of all over the place and wild and partying a lot and going out. And through this relationship, we've been together 8 years now, he just kind of, I don't know, he lets me be me, but at the same time has just like leveled me out, just brought out a more angelic side of me. And I wanted to write a little story about that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that, by the way.
Thank you.
Very welcome. So on to our very next question. So you've also created a song called I hope I said this right. Called you have also called, oh my god, tongue twisters here.
No worries.
Yeah. So you also created a song called Party of One. There you go. What was it like creating Party of One?
Party of One is probably my most personal song. I guess it's like super, super, super fucking vulnerable. And so many people told me not to put it out just because it's this really lengthy story. It's just this really lengthy personal story, but it was just at the time like killed me, rocked my life. Like this, it's so funny that something from high school can seem so mega, so massive, and just take over your everything years later. And thank God I'm over it now, everything's gone, but just like love is crazy. Relationships are crazy. The love within friendships are crazy. And I had to tell that story. And I think it sounds cliche. I feel like when an artist or a songwriter says this, but like I needed it for therapy. Like I needed to write it to just get it out and move on.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, like the songs that we've mentioned so far, your vocal ranges and your talent is insane. By the way, Freddie.
Thank you.
Like it really is. Like to people that haven't heard Freddie's songs, definitely go check out Freddie's songs. She has such a bright gift and talent, and to people that haven't seen her songs, definitely go check out Freddie's songs. Highly recommend people go support Freddie. As I mentioned,
appreciate it.
You really do. You have such a gift, and it really shows. It really does show.
Thank you.
Yeah. So on to my very next question. So with the music industry and with getting into the music industry, what made you decide as a person and especially as an artist, like that you wanted to get into creating music in the first place? And who would be like all-time favorite inspirational person or artist in the industry that influenced you?
Okay, so I guess part A, like the industry, oh my God, I don't think I ever wanted to get into the music industry. I still am like, it's a lot. It's a lot of silence, and it's a lot of rejection, and then it's a lot of huge triumphs. But I think ultimately what makes you want to do it is the work, the performing. For me, like I just love to perform. I love to perform, and I have a back and forth relationship with songwriting, and I'm learning to love it, but it's hard. Like you got to go through shit to tell the truth and get vulnerable. And I guess that's why I want to be in the industry, because I want to share my music on a massive scale. But at the same time, I just want to be true to myself and express what I'm going through. And I've sang forever. I like feel like I sang in the womb. So like I'm still, I don't know. It's my life. It's my everything. As far as I think you said artists, music artists that I would work with. Oh my God, that's like a gun to your head question. That's like too much. That's very hard. I can answer not in like, this is it forever, but right now, currently, I would die to work with Casey Musgraves. What a songwriter. Golden Hour changed my life. Hardy. I don't know if you know Hardy. He's an incredible country songwriter that's like crushing it as well. And his artistry, his debut album is insane. And oh my God, this list kills me. And I guess this probably Morgan Wallen. I mean, he's massive right now, but I remember the first time I heard his like EP from like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, that voice, that like preacher's son voice, it's insane. It's amazing. And I would love to duet with him. It would be insane.
So that's my very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist standpoint?
What does performing music mean to me? Too much. I'm too close to it. I wish that I could take it less seriously because it's so personal. I guess when you're sharing, like you're performing your songs that you've written. But if you're just performing songs that I guess like, I don't know, are more fun and free, like Drunk Again. I'm sorry, did I lose you?
Yeah, we
Oh,
cut you kind
sorry,
of
go
cut
back.
your voice cut out. Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Yeah, drunk again. That one is fun. Songs that are that free, like they're just so much fun. So much fun to perform. I love like I feel like it's not good for my voice, but like if the crowd is like in it and rowdy and right there and ready for it, like just screaming with them, like screaming and jumping. It's the best.
So on to our very next question. So with being in the music industry and getting to like explore the music side of things in the music industry, what are you trying like what do you expect to like see out of like goal wise for the future with your music?
What do I see for the future for myself?
Yeah.
Big things. But then I'm crying in a corner wondering if it'll ever happen. But I mean, it would be incredible to work with those people that you asked about. It would be incredible to be able to duet with them or co-write with them would be outrageous. And I hope that the more I'm in Nashville, I have that kind of songwriting experience, like to be able to collaborate with writers that just really speak to me and I could learn from would be incredible. It would be so amazing. And then obviously like an arena tour would be sick too, like a headlining arena tour.
So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person and especially as an artist like during COVID?
Oh my gosh, I feel like I've definitely learned more as just a human, a person. That like nothing really matters and that love is the only answer. That sounds far out, I know, but it's so true. It's just crazy how everything can be stripped from you so quick. So quick. It just made me really grateful to be alive and have my health and I guess connect with people that I was able to connect with, because a lot of people were stuck at home by themselves. Like that was like, were you like, did you have people? Did you have roommates? Were you all right? You were by yourself? Like how'd you handle it?
The world has been crazy.
It's insane.
It's insane, yeah.
Yeah, I just feel it makes you super grateful.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. So on to my very next question. So what are like the positive and negatives into the whole music side of the industry, and how do you like through those like negative moments as an artist?
Sorry, I think my internet is shoddy. Are we good?
You're good, yeah.
Okay, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can repeat it. It's all good. So what are like the positive and negatives into the whole music side of like the industry, and how do you get through those like negative moments as an artist?
Smoking weed. Just kidding. No, half kidding. I think you just gotta keep trucking, stay true to you. You keep writing power anthems to make you feel strong, and then you're vulnerable as fuck in between, and like you just learn, and then you go back to being grateful to just be alive and have the day, because there's too many negatives to list, and that will not be the tone of this interview.
Awesome. So on to my very last question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, that you'd like to announce on the show?
What's next? Going to Nashville. Like I was saying, super excited. I'm writing a ton when I'm there, recording a ton. And I just finished recording the song that I've been working on for like 2 years now. It's called Bye You Baby. I was thinking about releasing it as a single, but I think I'm actually going to wait till probably January and release an EP. I really want to release a project, and I'm just going to be selective about the song choice, you know, like what makes it on. I want it to be great.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform? I don't know if you would like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way.
I don't have anyone to perform with me, but maybe next time you could
next
tell
time.
me, and I would like absolutely love that.
Yeah, sounds good. So I just want to say thank you so much, Freddie.
Of
for
course,
taking the
thank you
time
so
to
much
join
for
my show.
having me.
It has been such an incredible pleasure. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
One, support this kid. He's incredible. He's going all around and interviewing new talent and actors and writers, and you don't even know how much that means to us, like helping our dreams come true. You're helping to reach other people, so thank you for being you, and thank you to everyone who listened in.
Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very last guest of today are these two incredible singers and songwriters known by the name of Like Angels. So I'm about to add Like Angels into the live now to have a chat with Like Angels about their sensational music that they've made. So yeah, let's add Like Angels in and have a chat with Like Angels.
Hello. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you both on the show tonight. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about yourselves, and then we'll dive into the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you took the words out of our mouth.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. I know we're so excited. It's so great to meet you on
Yeah, no,
Insta.
totally, actually.
And yeah, thank you. We're really excited. But yeah, my name's Annalisa.
My name is Sarah.
And we're sisters and we're singer-songwriters and we're called Like Angels. So we've been doing it for about 5 to 6 years now. We've grown up singing music our entire life.
We love
We
music.
love it, yeah. So
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now. So with my very first question, you've created numerous of incredible songs in the past and present. What was it like getting to create this song called Lose It? Like that, yeah, such an incredible song. Lose It was such an incredible song. What was it like creating Lose It?
It was fun.
It was
actually a lot
really
of
fun. I think Lose It in the studio. We recorded a bunch of songs in the studio in 2019, and Lose It was the third song we did, and it was like the song where we really discovered and solidified our sound. We went so the whole the concept of Lose It, we actually wrote the song years before, so 2017. So and it was about just we came home one day and kind of just blurted some of the lyrics and the chorus out, and we were like, oh my gosh,
that's a song.
Let's write this song, and we got our little garage band out and started making little beats or whatever.
Yeah.
And then when we took it to the studio, it wasn't like we really found our sound and
it was fun. I was gonna say we did a lot of experimenting with our sound. If you actually listen, we always encourage people like put good headphones on, because you can actually hear like someone screaming because they're gonna lose it. And the beginning of the song, the was actually a chair in the studio that was squeaking. And we were like, what is something that makes you want to lose it? You know, when like someone's clicking a pen, or like their chair is like squeaking. So we kind of put all of those sounds, and we created all these sounds to put into the song to have that, you know, to express that feeling of like when you're about to lose it kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it was fun. There were lots of experiments.
Lots of intention behind everything that we did. So it was had a blast. Yeah.
So on to our very next question. So you've also created such an incredible EP called Tunnel Vision. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Tunnel Vision, and what's the meaning behind Tunnel Vision?
Yeah, 100%. Tunnel Vision was actually really cool. It was a lot of the songs we did in the studio we had written years before, and Tunnel Vision we actually wrote based on an experience that happened to us while we were like a few days before a studio session, and so it was really cool to work on something current. And for us, Tunnel Vision is about when not just seeing people when you want something, like as in physically seeing like all that metaphor of like, I'm gonna talk to that person again because I need something from them. And then they don't exist anymore because I don't need them anymore. I've gotten what I wanted or what I needed. So it was about the importance of being genuine to people all the time, not just because you need them for something or they have something that they can give you something. So and that one was really cool for us. We recorded it in the studio, and again we wanted to be really intentional with the sound and make it sound like you're in a tunnel, or like there's like a sonar kind of sound, like you're being located, that kind of thing, play on things. And then we did the music video and the release during COVID last year, so just having to be really like resourceful and think outside the box creatively to release it. So yeah, it was really cool.
Awesome. So on to our next question. So you both have created another EP song called Rain. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Rain, and what's the meaning behind Rain?
So we actually, that one again, we wrote during a period of time where we were going in and out of the studio. And it was during the bushfires in 2019, and we'd been in really, really bad drought. And then it was just, I think at the beginning, the bushfires had just started, and we were just seeing like everything on the news and all of the media. We were like, what can we do? Like, we want to help, but obviously we're not firefighters. We can't go out and fight the fires. Like, what can we do as artists? And we're like, well, we write songs, we use music, so let's write a song about what we need, which is rain. So we literally went home, wrote the song, and then I think we were in the studio the next day, recording it. And so it's a bushfire and drought relief fundraiser, so all of the funds from that song will go to all of those organizations.
It's ongoing.
But and it was, so we wrote about, obviously in the song, like the physical, we need physical rain, but it was also about mental health. And just like we need balance in the weather, we need sunshine and we need rain. It's the same with your emotions. You need happiness and sadness. Sadness is okay too. So yeah, it was a cool song because it was like we wrote about physical weather, but also the mental health side of things and the emotional side, which was again a big part of the bushfires. Like mentally, it took a toll on a lot of people. So.
Yeah, it was really special to us, and like you said, and so it is one of the other things that was important to us was making something easy for people to be able to donate to these amazing organizations. So it's an ongoing fundraiser. It's completely free to listen to the song, obviously depending on if you pay for Spotify Premium or whatever, like you can listen on Spotify like normal version, like you can listen to it for free, and everything that song makes for the whole lifetime of the song will continue to donate to Australian fire and drought organizations. So so check it out if you're tuning into the live. That would be amazing.
So I have to say, by the way, you two are truly, like, whoever hasn't listened to like Angels, you guys are truly the sensational artists out there. By the way, I say that firsthand. Seriously, your vocal ranges are truly sensational, and whoever hasn't listened to Like Angels, definitely go check out their songs. Their songs are amazing, and you guys definitely have the amazing talent, and it proves that with the songs that we just named. So keep up with amazing work.
Oh,
thank you so much.
That means a lot. Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that.
You're welcome. So on to my very next question. So what made you decide as people, and especially as an artist, that you wanted to get into performing music in the first place? And who would be your all-time favorite inspirational person or artist that influenced you both to get into music in the first place?
Yeah, 100%. So as we've said a little bit earlier, we're sisters. There's only 2 years difference between us. So we've been we've grown up together really close. We've been singing together our entire lives. And I think we got to a point where let's pursue this as a career. And
why not?
We love it so much. And one of the biggest recurring lessons that we've learned and come across in our lives is that life is so short. So we want to spend it doing something that we love, and we want to use it. We believe that we've been gifted with our ability to sing and write, and we want to use it and to bring some good into the world, to spread positivity and encouragement to, I feel like we have something we want to say. And one of our inspirations was our grandfather. He was always he used to play harmonica on the radio. He was
back in the 40s and World War II. I was gonna say too, to get everybody together and because music was something that brought people through really dark times, obviously back in war. And it's cool because that is something that has stayed consistent. Even today, we're going through COVID and everything. An escape for people is music. It's something that brings people joy. So we were so that was another kind of, aspect of it. But so he was always doing musicals, everything. So we were
Yeah,
That's for sure. Why
yeah,
not?
he
Let's
was
do
so
this.
supportive of our music.
Yes,
And yeah,
he
and
was.
he passed away a couple of years ago now. And yeah, and that was another like I was saying, that another reminder, like life is so short. So yeah, so he was a big inspiration. We've got a lot of musical inspirations as well.
Yes. NF. Have you heard NF? He's a rapper.
I've heard of the name, yes.
Oh man,
He's amazing.
Like, do you like Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's a lyrical genius. I would absolutely say she's like one of the best songwriters out there. He's like, I believe anyway, he's alongside with it.
Yeah.
Like his lyrics, every song, like it's crazy in the span of 3 minutes, like all of the ideas and the lyrics and everything that he gets out. I'm like, oh,
that amount of words, because it's the genre of rap. Like
Yeah,
he's
he's
not
a
like
rapper.
he's not like one of the cruisy, like, oh, let's put like a super long hook. Like every word, like he's packed so much into 3 minutes. And so yeah, inspirations for us. We just love looking for really
Intelligent
incredible.
songwriting.
Yeah, like we want to use our music to say something, and so people who do that inspire us. So yeah, like Taylor and NF. So yeah.
So on to the very next question. So what does performing music mean to both of you, especially as artists?
I think it's a way of connecting with people, you know, especially like you'll be, you know, we're just singing and playing and just even, you know, bringing a smile to somebody's face, or someone coming up afterwards and going like, that's one of my favorite songs that you just sang, or I really liked that song, or that made my day. I was having a bad day, and just hearing that song, if we're covering a song, or just hearing you sing, like that brought joy to me. So I guess that human connection is so important. Yeah, so I think that's one of the biggest things for us is and just the joy as well. Like there's something about performing, like we always get asked, you know, do you guys get nervous? Do you guys get nervous when you perform? But I would say not really, no, because it's always a joy. Like it's something we look forward to before we're about to go on stage. It's like an excitement thing. We're like, oh my gosh, like we get to do this. Like this is exciting. So yeah, I think that's another thing. So the connection and just the joy of it. Like,
yeah, it's a privilege to be able to connect to people in that way. So yeah, it's something we love and we don't take it for granted.
No.
We can't wait to do it in person more after COVID. Yeah.
I know. So on to my very next question. So if you could work with like any top 3 like musicians, who would like they be and why?
We touched on this a little bit before, yeah.
And I mean, it's hard to say.
It's so hard to choose. There are so many incredible artists. One, I think maybe Ryan Tedder.
Yes.
He's like consistently, like his songwriting mind is insane. It would be so cool to have a conversation with him.
He's the lead singer of One Republic, but he also writes, like he wrote Beyonce's song Halo, like
he's worked with Taylor Swift actually, yeah.
So many different artists, so he's very, very cool.
Yeah.
I actually have a suggestion. You guys actually remind me of the Veronicas. Yeah, because I don't know if you knew this. The Veronicas actually first started out in a TV show called Cybergirl back in the day.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
When they were like really young, they started out in Cybergirl, and you guys have like the same energy and vibe as the Veronicas. So I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you.
That's
That's a compliment. Yeah,
awesome.
they're amazing. They'd be so cool to meet as well. Yeah.
So on to my very next question. So what have you learned about yourselves as like musicians and like as people, especially during COVID?
That's a really good question, and I think the answer for us is, well, as we're independent artists, so we do pretty much everything, or majority of things on our own. We were already doing that anyway, but when COVID hit, we then had to lean into or learn this new other way, like of being even more resourceful or more creative in these new restrictions, not being able to see people, like even like we were saying, like the tunnel vision release that we did last year, like that was, we were like, okay, how are we going to do this? Like filming a music video, we ended up doing like a green screen kind of thing, or like outside the box. Yeah, so it was just it forced us in, like, I don't know if we ever would have thought in certain ways in terms of creativity and resourcefulness if we hadn't been forced. Like we were already doing that, but it was another avenue of like,
okay, we can't do this and this, like let's do this,
kind
of thing.
yeah, so that taught us a lot about ourselves, and yeah, and just having to respond and make the best of any situation that life throws you. So yeah.
So on to our very next question. So what's like the positive and negatives into creating your own music, and how do you get through those like negative moments as artists?
Well, okay. Well, the positives are obviously it's you have something to say. You're writing your own song, having recording it and getting it out there like that. When we hear our song like finished, we're like, oh my gosh, like that's mine. Like that's insane. It's pretty cool. And whatever it is that you wanted to say, whether it's a statement about something or somebody or an experience that you've had, all of a sudden it's out there. And like it's a vulnerable thing, but it's really cool. Like, and it's cool to hear the way people interpret your music and everything. So I think that's a positive. Yeah, I think as independent artists, it's really cool. We've got like full ownership and control of everything that we can
our image,
do.
everything.
But yeah, but that then obviously there's pros and cons to everything. So the negative kind of side to that is sometimes it can be hard to kind of get your music heard because there's obviously like you've got your incredible like your top 40, your international artists. Like we love them just as much. But it's hard. Sometimes you're not always given the opportunity to be heard or crack into that. Yeah, so it's just like that. And the way it's a roller coaster. Like, we'll be honest, we have our ups and we have our downs. And sometimes the downs can it can be hard to push through. But at the end of the day, we remember our why and our passion and our love for this. And that's what pushes us through. Like, we believe we've got something to say. We believe that we're meant to do this. We're called to do this music journey. And so, yeah, we want to like give it our best even and push through the downs and the negatives.
It's like
so
nothing's going to be easy, no matter what you pick. Like, we could quit music tomorrow and do something else, but you're still going to have to work hard. So it's like find something you love and you just got to work at it and ride that roller coaster. Even though you get the downs, you just got to go, okay, like, it's all right. Like, it is what it is. And you just got to ride the wave and kind of keep, even if it's a little step, take a little step forward, like keep going kind of thing. So, yeah.
So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like wise, like for the rest of 2021 that you both would like to announce on the show?
Yeah, of course. We've got a few things coming up. So we have just released our episode 1 of our brand new series on YouTube. It's called Almost Like Angels. So it's kind of a bit of a joke. Yeah, it's a bit of a satire on our journey, like what we've experienced so far, or what it's like working with each other, and our journey in the music industry so far. And so, so we've got a second episode coming out, hopefully tonight. Like in the next couple of days, but hopefully tonight. So yeah, you can definitely check that out. The link's in our bio or YouTube, Like Angels, if you search Like Angels. But we've also got a brand new single coming out, which no one knows. Yeah, we haven't announced this properly yet. It is the theme song for our YouTube series, Almost Like Angels. So you can hear a little sneak peek on that. But it's called Teenage Dream, and it comes out on Friday, the 13th of August. So very soon. That's 2 weeks. So we're very excited.
Just like keep
grinding.
Keep grinding, and we want to, I don't know, maybe get out another song.
Well, we're in lockdown at the moment, but it didn't stop us last year, so we're not gonna stop us this year. But yeah, we're definitely going to focus on the YouTube series, and we'll hopefully get another single out by the end of the year as well. So. Yeah.
Well, I would like to ask you both something. Would you like to perform a song on the show, by the way?
Yes, we thought you were going to ask. So we have actually prepared. So we have announced a sneaky single called Teenage Dream will be out on the 13th of August. You can pre-save it. The link is in our bio, but we are going to play it for you right now.
So anybody on the live, you're literally doing it first.
This is, you guys, like not even, we haven't told our Instagram followers.
Nobody knows.
I'll just get my guitar.
And this is obviously an acoustic version. It's much more pop in sounding, but yeah.
So yeah, do you want to explain what this one's about?
So, Teenage Dream. So it's basically about following your dreams and not letting anybody discourage you from doing that. But you know how you tell someone, you'll be like, I have this dream, and they'll be like, oh, you'll get over that. Like, that's just fleeting. That's a silly teenage dream. Basically, the song is saying, no, this dream isn't fleeting. This is something that I'm going to go for, and I'm going for it whether you're with me, whether you're on the ride and on the journey with me or not. Like, I'm going for it anyway. So it's kind of a little bit of a,
Yeah, so any dreamers on here, we want to encourage you. Like, go for your dream, work hard and pursue it, keep going. Don't let anyone who's spreading doubt or negativity or anything stop you from going after it. So yeah, this is Teenage Dream.
This is more than just a dream, more than just a stupid teenage dream.
Here you go again, telling me about uni and college and school, trying to save me from making the biggest mistake of my life. I got news for you. I don't want to be talked on, nor do I care how much you make. You never work contain you like a be like we can do. I love that phrase, so cool. I don't want to hear another word from you. It's not cool. You're always trying to make the rules. Look at me like I am a victim. Feel so sorry for me. You're thinking I haven't grown up. Tell me what's the rush like you give up.
I'm sorry, wait, is that just like a hobby, right? Wrong.
This is more than just a dream, more than just a stupid teenage dream that means nothing. I ain't after all the fame, everyone knowing my name. Oh, how can you see? If you don't think I can make it, let you go, cause I can take it. No, you point at a front row seat when I hit that screen. You'll be watching without me. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa. Without me. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa. You think it's a burden, I feel this burden deep down inside. Whenever I see my street on the screen, I know you tell me better time. So we'll be walking, I'm telling you, we'll be talking about when we had teenage dreams. She'll tell me how she made it hard work. You can't fake it. Things aren't always what they seem.
Thanks so much, Meryl. See you next week. Call me. This is more. Here we go.
This is more than just a dream, more than just a stupid teenage dream that means nothing. I ain't after all the fame, everyone knowing my name. Oh, how can you see? If you don't think I can make it, let you go, cause I can take it. No, you point out the front first seat when I hit that screen. You'll be watching without me. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa. Without me. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa. Some people they'll never get it. I work hard, no, I won't regret it. I don't need your permission, this ain't your decision, you'll see. Oh, some people they'll never get it. Hard work, no, I won't regret it. This ain't your decision, don't need your permission, you'll see. This is it, I don't need a plan B. This is more than just a dream, more than just a stupid teenage dream that means nothing. I ain't after all the fame, everyone knowing my name. Oh, why can't you see? If you don't think I can make it, let you go, cause I can take it. No, you don't point at the front first seat when I hit that screen. You'll be watching without me. This is more than just a dream, more than just a stupid teenage dream that means nothing. I ain't after all the fame, everyone knowing my name. Oh, why can't you see? If you don't think I can make it, let you go, cause I can take it. No, you don't point at the front first seat when I hit that screen. You'll be watching without me. Whoa, oh, 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 whoa. Without me. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa. Without me.
Wow. Wow, you girls, man. You girls have such an incredible talent. Proved right there. So much respect for both of you. I have to ask, by the way, to end this off, because you guys are both Tribe fans, who would be like your most favorite Tribe character, by the way?
Oh my God! Can I say, when we saw that, we were like, wait, who knows about the show? Who knows about the show?
We were like, I don't know, is it Bramba? Like Bray and Amber. Together for life, but then one of them.
Okay, if you haven't seen it, I'm sorry, but when he disappeared, it was like the show was just done for me.
Oh, our hearts were ripped out.
Yeah.
How about yourself? Who's your favorite character?
Jack from the Tribe. Because I'm kind of like a nerd. Like,
He was
so,
cool.
yeah.
The red
His
hair
hair and the paint,
Yeah.
like,
They were cool. Yeah, he was
he was
pretty
very
cool.
cool. So yeah, I mean, like they all have their, like they're all pretty cool.
They were
It
all
was just
pretty
such a
lovable,
funny, like
yeah.
it was such a cool show. Like yeah, and not many
Oh,
people
man, the
remember
drama.
it. So I know there was drama. It was like every episode, I was like, what now? What now?
Yes,
Yeah.
on the edge of our seats. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, girls, for appearing on my show. It's been such a pleasure. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you like to say to people on the show?
Just to keep like whatever you're like if you have a dream or you have something that you're working hard towards, keep going. Like it's not always going to be easy and like a rosy little walk. Some people, you know, look like they're overnight successes, but it's usually years and years and years of hard work underground and behind the scenes. So like don't be discouraged, and like we're all on our own journey. So it's just to keep going, I'd say.
Yeah, and thank you so much for
Yeah.
tuning in, and thank you so much
Thanks
for
for
having
having
us.
us.
It's
You're
been
very welcome.
No, you are amazing. It's been so lovely chatting. Thanks for having us.
You're very welcome. As they say in the Tribe, keep the dream alive.
I know. Oh, we need a song. Look into the future.
Awesome. Casey, would you like to perform some songs on the show? Because we would love to hear some songs by you.
Oh, sure.
Awesome.
We can do a few. Just tell me when to be quiet. I mean, I'm glad because obviously I was supposed to play at Hard Rock Surfers Paradise today, so that was unfortunately closed due to COVID. So I was going to be playing a lot of originals today, so I hope you guys don't mind.
Yes.
Yes? Sweet. All right. Well, this one's been one of my popular ones. It's called This Time. Is it gonna be different this time? Scenes of action smiling, looking for anything at the time. Guess you had perfect timing. But I wasn't gonna fall so hard at the start. Now I'm falling hard and fast. Don't wanna hold back this time. But the more I give, the more I got to do. So don't break my heart. I'll give you everything I've got. And we'll say, if you give me reason to believe, we'll say, Couldn't go half day without talking. Half a day turns into 3. If you need a little space, it's cool, send me know. I can realize these are just little things. I must be head over feet. Wanna shout from the rooftops, but you wanna go slow. That makes me crazy. So don't break my heart, and I'll give you everything I've got. A little faith, if you give me reason to believe. A little faith in us.
I'll give you everything I got. A little faith, if you give me reason to believe. A little faith in us. A little faith in us. It's gonna be different this time. It's gonna be different this time.
Yes. Daisy, yes.
Oh, thank
well,
you.
You're very welcome. So what is the next song, if I may ask, that you like to perform?
I mean, it changes all the time. I go switch between. I've been trying to write sort of a bit more upbeat rock stuff that I'm prone to writing sort of like those sad breakup songs, a bit melodramatic.
Fine.
I mean, I think they're going to play one called Screaming Silence, and I think why it was written initially is a little different, but we're all feeling like a little bit isolated and alone, and you know, there's times where with lockdown and things, you just wish someone would call you and like say hello, and whether that be like your partner or the person you know, interested in, or your friend or your family. So it's just called Screaming Silence. There you go. On this house, on my own, it's right here still I can't stand the sounds. On my own now, I might have tried to pretend somehow I have known for a while. Trying to keep busy, stop the hurt creeping, it only gets worse. More things, but more it hurts. If love don't take me anymore, I am feeling restless. Just sleeping all this quiet. Every little sound is ringing in my ears. I'm screaming in my skin. No one hears, I keep it quiet. I can't go through that the phone will ring. Cause even if it's not you, that I'm definitely screaming sadness. Oh, that I'm reckless. That I'm definitely screaming sadness. Oh, it's better than this. Better than this. She's on the TV, killing me. Radio just talking at me. Even find the comfort in my guitar. I turn the lights down so I can see my reflection. Staring back, crying in the glass. If lost, don't say familiar anymore. I'm feeling restless. The sense of strength from all this quiet. Every other sound is ringing in my ears. I'm screaming in my skin. No one hears, I keep it quiet. I keep laughing at the phone will ring. Cause even if it's not you, it's better than this screaming silence. Oh, it's better than this. It's better than this. Oh no. It's better than this. Oh no. On this house, on my own, right here still I can't stand sound.
Yes. Woo. Wow.
Told you,
That
get
was,
emotional.
wow.
Emotional for a Sunday afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Naughty.
Well, what would be the next song that you like to perform?
Probably, I would say this is one of my most positive songs, and the song that I've had a lot of feedback from is my single Bleeding Hearts, which was the title track from the album Bleeding Hearts, which you can find me doing the crazy video clip, sword fighting and all that kind of stuff on YouTube. But yeah, it's really lovely. I think this is a song where since I released it, people always come up and go, it kind of helped me get through some bad spots, because I think it's more about got to rely on yourself sometimes, and you know, it's okay to put your heart on your sleeve and be the good person, and yeah, we get kicked and put down, but just stay true to yourself mostly. Yeah. Got to recover from the angry songs. Four has been raging a decade or so. I always guess, but my head always says no. Sometimes the enemy, sometimes I just be me. Oh no. Getting hot, so son apart. I just stop at night. When I say I keep on telling cheating, get a little naive. Time to walk away, walk away, walk away. Save me, just save me. All the battles I can't seem to win. It's every word they say, but it's what I want to hear. And I'm always wild, wounded, marching away. My heart's so set apart. I should stop at night. When I say I keep on treated in night, I should walk away, walk away, walk away. Save me. Far too hard, far too fast. Just too soon, I trust too much. Guess that's how I'm always gonna be. Got to realize I'm the only one who's coming. Save me. Save me. Oh, oh. Getting hotter, son apart. I should stop at night on my sleeve. I keep on telling cheating in night. I should walk away, walk away, walk away. Save me. Save me. Oh, oh. So I'm the only one who's coming. Save me. Save me.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, after that, actually, when I saw one of your performances for the very first time, your performance of Yellow, I have to say, that was phenomenal, by the way. Like, your take on the song Yellow was amazing. To people that haven't seen Casey perform. Yeah, I just want to say that firsthand. Would you be able to perform Yellow if you can?
Where's my capo? Can you give me 2 seconds?
Yes,
I put it down somewhere. Hold that thought.
Awesome.
Yeah, you got me in my lounge room today. It's the best part of Signal in the house.
Yes.
Sweet.
hopefully it's I feel it's like it's a little bit less sad. This is my version.
Yeah.
Would you agree? It's not quite as melodramatic.
Yeah.
Look at the stars, look how they shine for you, and all those things you do. They were all, yeah, I came along, wrote a song for you. All those things you do. It was strong, yeah. So then I took my turn. What I through, it was all yellow. My skin, oh yeah, skin goes turning to something beautiful. You know I love you so. You know I love you so. I got to cross, I stand across for you. All the things you do. Yeah, it was all, yeah. I do lie, I do lie for you. All those things you do. And it's all, yeah. Your skin, your skin goes turning to something beautiful. You know, for you I've been myself. You I take myself. The gotta shine, yeah. Gotta shine, yeah. Gotta shine, oh, gotta stars. Gotta shine for you. All those things you do. It was all, yeah.
Yes. Awesome.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So what would be your like last song that you would like to perform on the show today?
I mean, I did write a whole song that's basically about COVID.
If you can do that one, that would be amazing.
Can you do that one?
Yeah.
It is still a rock song, so.
Legend.
It's called Zombie Apocalypse, so. On these days, wanna see me pray. I just keep fighting and going, walking and falling my way. No matter much of my friends get high. Nothing to do.
Push myself out of this place. I gotta hold on one more day. Light at the end of the tunnel is coming out. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. All these faces used to be free places. Light at the end of the tunnel is coming out. It's coming, it's coming, it's Is it too late me to say that I love you and need you, miss you, need a little help today? Oh, my eyes are watching crazy times unfold. It's like a zombie apocalypse. I've had enough of this. Need somebody to hold. Come out of this place. I gotta hold on one more day. But not at the end of the tunnel. It's coming. Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. All these places used to be filled with faces. Not at the end of the tunnel. It's coming. Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. I wish myself out of this place. I gotta hold on one more day. Not every end of the tunnel is coming up. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. All these places used to be filled with faces. Not every end of the tunnel is coming up. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Not at the end of the tunnel is coming up. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming.
Yes. Awesome.
Hang in there, guys.
Awesome. To end this off with the last question, what have you learned about yourself as like a person and especially as an artist, like especially during COVID?
I think that I think one of the things I've learned is that you can be quite content not having a lot and going out all the time, and you realize you definitely realize who your real friends are and the people who are your close support network and who you like your drinking mates and your actual friends. I think that's something that's become pretty clear. Yeah, for me. But yeah, and just learning to be okay on your own a lot is, yeah, you can do it. You can get through it.
Well, would you like to what advice would you give people? Like any like last opinion thoughts that you'd like to give people on the show?
Just like I think mostly keep supporting live music venues like as much as you can, even where we're in restrictions and have masks on, because what I say, bums on seats is the phrase people use, but it's true. If you're coming in and supporting the artists who are on stage, that shows the pubs that, you know, that you want the entertainment and you're spending money on drinks, so that means they can afford to have us. So yeah, just keep supporting your local artists and your local venues and small businesses, really, because we're all in the same boat, having the same tough time.